Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to New Road in Worcester for the fourth and final day of the opening Bob Willis Trophy match between Lancashire and Leicestershire. And we're heading into the final day. Well, still with plenty of results on the table. Lancashire's Director of Cricket, Paul Allen, again alongside me. Good morning, Paul. You well?
Very well.
Here we go. Tom Bailey. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to New Road in Worcester for the fourth and final day of the opening Bob Willis Trophy match between Lancashire and Leicestershire. And we're heading into the final day. Well, still with plenty of results on the table. Lancashire's Director of Cricket, Paul Allen, again alongside me. Good morning, Paul. You well?
Very well, Scott. Thank you. Yes, it's poised, isn't it, the game? Lancashire have got some serious work to do. Got to bat really well for 2 sessions and then see where the game takes us. That's the aim.
Yeah, Lancashire to resume 96 for 3, so a lead of 9. Is that the priority in this morning session in particular, to make sure that you don't get yourselves into a spot of bother?
Yeah, I think we've got to try and consolidate our position, haven't we? And I think 2 sessions of batting will put us in a position to draw the game. Let's just see where we go from there. I mean, as you said in your intro, lots of possibilities available today. We don't know how the pitch is going to play today. It might turn a little bit more. It might start to get a little bit more up and down and make batting difficult later on this afternoon. So who knows, if we can get a decent lead of, I don't know, 150 to 200, it might make it very tricky for Leicester.
Bearing in mind you've got a lot of senior guys missing, certainly in your bowling attack. It's quite a young team. Are you taking already quite a lot of good things from this game? You
were going to say take positives, weren't you?
I was,
yeah. But yeah, of course, look, we've got, as we know, a number of debutants in this team. They're realising, of course, how much of a step up first-class cricket is and how different it is from second-team cricket and the age group cricket they'll have played before. So that's a great thing, to have realised that in the space of 3 days. I've been heartened by the performances of all of them, actually. I've been very impressed. When you've got 3/5 of your bowling attack who haven't bowled an over in first-class cricket, and you're going into the first game of the season, that is a challenge. And they've accepted that challenge collectively pretty well, in my opinion. So, look, we will continue to learn about the players in the team and in the squad, and they will continue to learn about the game that they're entering into. So in all respects it's a positive. Yeah.
Your captain will resume alongside Rob Jones. It was a really gritty effort from Rob last night to get to the close of play, but your skipper looks like he's picked up from where he left off last season.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. He played beautifully in the first innings, didn't he? A little bit more of the same would be nice, and from the rest of the batting lineup.
OK, we're going to hear from Alex Davies, who made 54. We'll hear from him shortly, but first let's reflect on day 3. Here we go, Tom Bailey to bowl the first ball of the day. It's a beauty as well to Ben Slater, who is pressing forward. The ball just nips away and into the gloves of Alex Davies. Moulton bowls, and that's a good shot. That's 4 runs for Slater, I think, through extra cover. Yeah, there is. I think Balderson's on the boundary on that far side, but
quite tricky.
Moulton to Slater. It's like a loose-looking shot, trying to take that delivery on, and yeah, Moulton over the wicket to Ackerman up onto his toes, and played very nicely through the onside. Yeah, it's gone for 4, hasn't he? He's timed that beautifully.
Round the wicket comes Hartley and bowls, and it is swept, for 4. Well, we tore that one off quite nicely, didn't we?
You did.
Yeah. Lancashire attack. In comes Balderson and bowls to Ackerman, who's in the...
As Balderson comes over the wicket to him. That's clipped through the onside for a single. And bring up a 50 as well for the Leicestershire captain. Exactly 50 not out. A little brief acknowledgement to his teammates. Lamb to Ackerman, clipped down towards fine leg. On this occasion he's got 4. He's tried that a couple of times. There's Hartley balls to Slater, who's back and pulling this one through the onside. That's 4 runs, and Rob Jones, who's in the firing line yesterday, got hit on the helmet, having to duck out the way of that one.
Goes Hartley and bowls, and there's Hartley's harder to get away maybe. Lamb is in, crashed away by Ackerman. That wasn't hard for him to get away. He's had the width and crashed away off the front foot for 4.
Started that way, Leicestershire.
Bailey in again, Slater same place and exactly the same result. Consecutive sixes over long.
Here's Ed Moulton bowling, and that's chopped away. It's a good looking shot over the top of point down towards the boundary for 4. Bailey right arm around the wicket. Slater down on one knee but doesn't time it, and he's caught by Bohannon at mid-off. And Slater's excellent innings comes to an end. He then strides back in, right arm over the wicket. Wraps the pad of Rhodes. Bailey asked the question, but Moulton to Rhodes. It's muscle through mid-wicket. That might be 4. Can Croft get round to cut that off? He cannot. He's off the mark with that. Really did force that.
Bailey into Rhodes, who reaches for a very wide one and hits it straight to extra cover and is caught. Really had to reach for that one. Got quite a lot. In goes Hartley, down the wicket goes Taylor in the air, but past Bailey's leap. Oh, and Bailey's down on the ground again. Watch it, as the throw comes in from Croft. It's out there on the extra cover boundary.
Come on, clips a full-length delivery through the onside. Keaton Jennings comes up from deep mid-wicket. Again, he wants a second. Again, it could be tight. Throw comes in. Oh, he's been run out.
That's out.
Coming back for his second. I thought it could be tight. Here comes the trolley. It's Bolderson coming in and bowling. That hits the pad. Big appeal. He's gone. Taylor's departed for 16, and George Bolderson has his second. Hartley's left arm around the wicket and bowling to Swindles. He gives himself some room and plays a glorious looking shot through extra cover.
Hartley is coming in now and bowls to Mike, who drives mightily out too long gone. Is it a catch? No, it's gone over. Balderson is in. Mike tries to ramp again, does this time successfully connect, and it runs away for 4 down. 2 fine legs.
And then 2 overs remaining in this Leicestershire innings. As Mike thumps the ball back over the bowler's head, down towards long on, and he's been caught out in the deep. This the final ball of his over. Parkinson strikes this wonderfully through the offside. That's gone for 6.
Is in, bowls, driven firmly down into the ground and through mid-on for 4. Lovely shot. Effortless, almost, from Alex Davies.
Davies on 8. Just drops it down through third man, just waited for it, but he played it late. Very clever shot by Davies, really.
Limit as Taylor is in. Bowls, Davies drives pleasantly. I think that's going to go all the way. It might just have got half a hand on it, Will Davies, to slow it down. And it is going to trickle over the ropes at wide extra. Turns sun bright as he comes in and bowls to Davies, who picks up 4 more. Delivery outside, off stump. He had room to just, his front foot went forward, then he just leaned back and cut it. Taylor is in, bowls to Davies, who turns through mid-wicket this time, and it's going to be a chase for Ben. Mike, is he going to get there? He isn't.
Right to Keaton Jennings. Oh, that loops out towards third slip. Oh yes, he's come off a little inside edge of the bat, I suspect, just trying to shape to play it through the onside. Jennings.
Chris Wright continues from the New Road end down the leg side, flicks the pad of Bohannon. He's going to run away to the fine leg bound.
Mike into Bohannon. Oh, I've wrapped him on the pad, and the umpire straight away, very little hesitation, raises the finger, and Bohannon's gone LBW. Mike thought he had a wicket in the previous over. He does have one in the next. Mike to Davis. That's Paul through the onside. That'll be runs through mid-wicket. Wait to see how many of them could be 4. It is 4. It's a valiant effort from Callum Parkinson, who had a long way to try and cut that off. He's at backward square leg, and that was swatted away through mid-wickets, who was stomping after it. And a bit of that.
For sure. Klein in again to Jones, who looks to turn it onto the leg side, down the leg side, and does successfully. No, he doesn't. It came off the thigh pad. He just turned his wrists on it. His back's to us. It flew off down to fine leg. He didn't get anything on it. It clipped.
For him, cutting the ball through the offside, and gets a single. And Davies moves up to 50. 50 not out from 75 deliveries, and raises his
bowls and driven back past him. And although Parkinson flung himself to his right, he couldn't get anything on it. It was very straight past the stumps. In goes Parkinson. Bowls. Back goes that. Hits him in front. He's gone. Oh my goodness. Davis has given it away. It stayed a little bit low.
6 overs remaining. As Klein bowls left arm around the wicket. That'll be 4 down through third man for Rob Jones. But Alex Davis, well batted. How are you assessing day 3?
I think, you know, both teams have had good periods of play. We're 9 ahead as it stands now, so we'll look to reassess in the morning, but it's looking ever more likely like a draw.
Yeah, I guess tomorrow the primary objective is to kind of make the game safe.
Yeah, well, I'd like to think the game, well, if we bat well, the game is safe. It's quite a placid pitch, but yeah, I suppose the first session we're quite important tomorrow, yeah. I feel like we did really well this morning to restrict Leicester on what is a placid, flat pitch. I think they might regret not going a little bit harder at us, but we did well to restrict them in the first session, and yeah, 9 ahead, look to try and secure the game in the morning.
Is it very much a containing kind of job, first thing?
Yeah, I mean, our bowlers did extremely well just to not go anywhere. Like I said, they might have come a bit harder at us in that first session, and we might be slightly more behind the 8 ball now, but as it is, we did really well, and obviously we do have to bat well in the morning. There's no getting away from that, but yeah, we'll scrap away in the morning like we always do, and try and secure the draw, yeah.
And a 50 for you in the first game of the season, you pleased with that?
You know me by now, no. You know, I've got in, done all the hard work, and then yeah, obviously I'd like to still be there batting now with Jonesy and scrapping away in the morning, but that's not to be. But yeah, nice to get, you know, 50 on the board, but yeah, I should still be there.
I appreciate you guys. When you're in, you want to make the most of it, don't you? Which is, I guess, the feeling of frustration you've got.
Yeah, absolutely. I should be coming back tomorrow batting, but you know, you make a mistake in this game and you pay for it. So yeah, it's on Dane and Jones in the morning. Scrap away and secure the draw first and foremost.
I've not seen a replay of your dismissal, but did it stay low at all or not?
Yeah, it stayed low. I mean, the pitch is really tired, slow and low. It did stay low a little bit, but I backed myself to get some form of bat on that if I had my time again.
Cool. Well done.
No worries, cheers.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to New Road, Worcester. Fourth and final day of the Bob Willis Trophy, the opening Bob Willis Trophy game between Lancashire and Leicestershire on a slightly cloudy morning today. Not quite as bright and sunny as we've had throughout the course of the 3 previous days. And just see there a little overcast above the ground here in Worcester, but the forecast is okay. I don't think we've got too many concerns. And we have a little light drizzle this morning, but only very brief. We can see the Leicestershire players in a little huddle, in lengthy conversation, and they'll be hoping for a good morning session here. They'll feel as though they can put Lancashire really under pressure, because the lead for Lancashire is just 9. So they're 96 for 3, but effectively 9 for 3. So they've got 7 wickets remaining, and they're going to have some work to do with the bat, I think, first up, to make sure that they try and make the game safe. And the Foxes will be hoping to try and see if they can squeeze a bit of pressure on Lancashire and make life very awkward. But we've had a really good 3 days cricket, and I think we're set up for an intriguing 4th day. The 2 umpires are heading out with their jackets on today. They removed their jackets for the majority of play yesterday. It was a warm day, but today they've got the full jackets on. The covers there being wheeled off by the ground staff, and we see the arrival of a Lancashire batsman as well. Richard Ray's alongside me. Good morning, Richard.
Morning, Scott. Good morning, everybody. What a potentially exciting final day we have in front of us. Beautifully balanced, really. I heard your interview with Paul Allett this morning. I was thinking much the same myself as I walked over the bridge across the Severn this morning. If Lancashire can get 150, 180 ahead, Leicestershire will certainly try and chase. You've got to win your games in this competition to have any chance of going through to the final. And it could be really exciting trying to chase 180 off, you know, the final session, or 40, 45 overs. Hopefully the weather stays fair. It was worryingly dark and a little bit moist this morning, but it is lightening up. And the lady on the gate told me, though, you'll be fine. She said, you'll be fine. Okay. I think she meant the weather. I don't think she was thinking about Leicester's fortunes. Yeah, yeah. So,
well, we trust a little bit of local knowledge, don't we? We quite like that. Yeah, a bit of local knowledge.
But it's been a super game.
It has.
And let's hope it has an equally super conclusion, one way or the other.
Well, it's good that we're into this last day, and there's different options. The results, all of them are on the table. A chance for Leicestershire to try and force a win, for Lancashire to put the Foxes under pressure later on if they can get in front, and the draw is there as well. In fact, Alex Davis last night saying that he thinks the draw is the favourite at this stage.
I think he's right. Lancashire won't be thinking in terms of setting a target yet. The first hour is just to be batted through, isn't it, as far as they're concerned? You would have thought, but Dane Willis is a positive cricketer.
And Dane Willis is the man who is on strike for the first ball of the final day. We're going to see Chris Wright bowl it from the New Road end. So 96 for 3. Willis on 7. Here we go. First ball of the final day. He's played by Dane Willis up to mid-on, and there is no run. It was a really gritty effort by Rob Jones last night to get through that final passage of play alongside his captain towards the end. And for Willis, 7 off 27 is
steady.
It is, yes.
Jones 13 off 64. Yeah, he never looked in touch, but got behind everything.
He did. Crucially still there this morning. Here is Wright back into Willis, who presses forward.
2 short mid-wickets to start with. For, well, shortish. Dearden is reasonably conventional. Oh, he's doing a little dance out there at the moment. But Rhodes is certainly in a catching position for this clip in the air. And there's only the 2 slips, one at second, Hassan Azad, and one at fourth, Ackerman. So, slightly funky field.
Yeah, I'm just looking down all the wickets that have fallen so far in the game. Wright moves back in to Willis. forward in defence, and there's no run. There's not been an awful lot caught behind, caught at slip. A couple of LBWs, a couple of balls, a couple of caught at cover, that type of thing. It's that type of pitch, isn't it? It's quite slow.
It is just not quite coming on. Hence the fact that they've got a couple of close catches, or close-ish catches, in front of the wicket. And the sound of 11 o'clock from Worcester Cathedral will tell you we have started a little early again.
They're eager, aren't they? The boys are eager. The umpire's keen to get out there. But that's chopping one out towards the offside. Stopped just backward of point by Ben Slater. And there is no run. That's the Cathedral chiming 11. I wonder what background sounds we'll have today. We know we're going to have the Cathedral sounds.
The trolley at some stage. The pigeons. Not here at the moment. They're out there foraging somewhere.
Yes.
There were a lot of them down by the river this morning, near the swans, all those swans.
Right. Comes gliding back in. Willis settles into his crease, plays forward, and just steers the ball down through third man. Comes back for a couple, so that's the first runs of the morning. Guided off the slightly open face of a Dane Willis bat down to third man for a couple of runs. So he's up to 9, 98 for 3. Yes, we had all sorts of background noises yesterday. I'm sure we'll be treated to a soundtrack of wildlife, metal, and the chimes of the cathedral. Right to Willis. It's defended up to mid on, no runs. So that's the first over of the day complete. 98 for 3. Lancashire to lead by 11 now, with 7 wickets remaining in their first innings. You with us on the... Well, you could be listening via a number of different methods. And there's loads of ways to follow the cricket today. If you've got yourself settled in to watch the pictures on the live stream, Lancashire's website and Leicestershire's website for members, and be able to see terrific production and some great pictures with the commentary. If you're heading out today, you've got appointments and you're out and about, well, you can download the BBC Sport website and app, and you can take us with you. Just get that onto your tablet or your mobile phone or whatever it is that you've got. The BBC Sport website or the app. There's links to the commentary on that. Head to the cricket pages to find that. Or if you have access to a radio and you fancy listening to a bit of a crackle, the commentary with a crackle on medium wave, there's Dieter Klein bowls to Rob Jones from the Diglis end, who stretches for it and pushes into extra cover, and there's no run. Well, in the northwest of England, it's on the medium wave frequency 855 for coverage of this final day, and some very intriguing games set potentially to finish in the Bob Willis Trophy, albeit there is a bit of rain around, I'm afraid. A bit of rain in the East Midlands, which worries me. Is that coming our way? I'm not sure. Klein balls to Jones, who leaves through to Swindles, no run. So the game between Notts and Derbyshire hasn't started today. And that's nicely placed, isn't it? Because Derbyshire are 129 for 1. And they need a further 236 runs to win. And Notts need to take some wickets to keep the pressure on. And they've not started neither in the northeast. In Chesterley Street. Yorkshire 103 for 3, so Durham needs 7 more wickets. As Klein comes in and bowls to Rob Jones, who's playing forward and defending, and there is no run. And Yorkshire need, I think, about 70 odd to win that much. But neither of those two games have started, so the East Midlands and the North East with a bit of rain around this morning.
Jones is making a little gesture after each Klein delivery, indicating with his right hand, he took his right hand off the bat as he played that one, that there is a little bit of movement, there's something there this morning, and the conditions are such that you'd think with the cloud there might just be a little bit of swing. The ball is 40 overs old.
And we have seen a little bit, haven't we, through the game, some swing. Klein balls to Jones, up onto his toes, plays it into the offside, no run. There's not been too much kind of uneven bounce. We've not seen a great deal of turn, but it has moved through the air.
It has.
Through the game.
Just the odd one has kept a little low, hasn't it? But don't know whether Leicestershire will be hoping it deteriorates or hoping it doesn't, really. I suppose if they take a couple of early wickets, they'll be hoping it doesn't deteriorate too much. But I don't think it is. There's no indication it's going to crumble and turn a lot. Callum Parkinson spoke to you last night, thought might be a bit more turn today.
Okay. Klein, left arm over the wicket to Jones, just eases the ball into the onside. Again, there's these two short mid-wickets that Leicestershire have positioned in the eye line of Rob Jones. One a fraction deeper than the other. Is that Harry Dearden, who's a little deeper?
It is. Rhodes, who's the straighter of the two.
Azad and Ackerman in the two slips, but well apart. It's a 98 for 3. Jones facing the final ball of this particular Klein over. He gets runs here. Played neatly enough off the bat. Just rolls the ball down to backward square leg for a single. And he keeps the strike as well. Jones, so he's up to 14. Up to 14 now. And Lancashire 99 for 3. That's the end of the second over of the morning.
It's got perceptibly lighter, actually. There's those sort of showery clouds that we had for an hour or so, from about 9:30 to about 10:30, now are heading off towards the east over the cathedral. And from the west, there's definitely lighter skies heading our way and beginning to come over the ground, which is encouraging.
That's good. Mentioned the game up at Durham. Actually, the umpires have called an early lunch for 12:30 there.
Oh my word!
So, it must be a little.
Yorkshire will be potentially frustrated.
They're underway at Trent Bridge now, so the Derbyshire-Notts game has started. He's right in to Jones, who eases the ball into the offside, pushing it along the ground to cover. No run. Yes, it was a very gritty effort from Rob Jones last night. He crucially got through it, and so he was intent absolutely getting everything behind the ball. He defended manfully last night, and we'll be hoping that hard work, and if he can start well this morning, will be rewarded a little later on.
Question being asked on the stream feed by Ethan Packard: does anyone think Lancs will just bat out the day, or will they try and bat quick and declare and try and win?
He's right over the wicket to Jones, forward defensive, no run.
My own feeling is, with 8 points for the draw, that they won't, if they get in that position, they won't want to risk losing the game. If you lose a game, we spoke about this yesterday, I think if you lose the game, you're really going to struggle to qualify for the, you know, you're going to have to win your other 4 to have any chance of going through to the final. If you draw, well, Lancs would emerge from the game with 12 points, which is such a decent return, and would still be in with a chance, really.
Right to Jones, just snapping it down into the offside, no run.
So you can't help feeling that, positive cricketer though he is, Willis would be intent on securing the draw first. If he gets 200 ahead with 40, would he dangle the carrot? What do you reckon? Would you, in those circumstances?
I think...
I might. It's difficult with such a tyro attack, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I think having, conceded a lead of 90 on first innings, and then with a young and inexperienced bowling attack, his right balls to Jones.
Yeah.
He runs down to third man here for Rob Jones, comes back for 2 of them, brings up the 3 figures for Lancashire, 101 for 3. I think from the position that they were probably in at the halfway stage of the game, and they've got 1 basically senior bowler, I think a draw is a pretty decent result.
Yes, I agree. In short, Ethan, we don't think that Lancashire would try and set up the game, but who knows if things go well for them this morning, and there have been no real issues for Jones and Willis thus far. Early days. We're only in the third over of the morning.
Exactly. Yeah, I think if they've got to make sure they don't get into any bother first thing this morning, Lancashire, and then if naturally as the day progresses, if runs do become a little easier and the lead does increase, then that opens up that opportunity, doesn't it? But I don't think they'll try and force it this morning, no. Is Jones playing a forward defensive? Has that come off a little inside edge? Yes, it is. Umpire Nick Cook raises his finger and Jones has gone for 16, caught by one of those two mid-wicket fielders scampering forward, the two short mid-wickets.
I think it was George Rhodes running forward to get his hands underneath that. It did sound, it was Rhodes, it did sound a little bit woody, didn't it, as at the inside edge, but we'll have a look at the replay. Very hard to tell.
It looped up, didn't it, as Jones played forward, that inside edge. And that's a good catch by Rhodes. He was determined to get to it. He did really well to make up the ground to get to it, and then wheeled away with his right arm aloft in celebration. So Rob Jones has to go for 16, caught by Rhodes off the bowling of Wright, and Lancashire have lost the 4th wicket, and that's just the start that the Foxes will have been striving for.
Yeah, he was almost caught at short leg, wasn't it, by the time Rhodes had made a good 6 or 7 yards. A little bit unlucky for Jones in that it looped as high as it did. Usually, you know, it wouldn't quite drop at your feet or drop towards short leg, but it certainly wouldn't fly as high as that. And a little bit like Jennings' dismissal in a curious sort of way. Lancashire, they need to work on their pad bounciness. It needs to be reduced, it seems to me. I don't know what brand they're using, but the ball is hitting the pads and flying off in the air somehow, and that stayed in the air for long enough for Rhodes actually to get in the end. He made good ground, but he's young and quick, but in the end it was a reasonably comfortable catch. He got 2 hands to it round about knee high. He didn't dive or anything like that and kept running. And Leicestershire have the early breakthrough. It's not the man they'd have chosen if they'd been offered a choice of the two, but it's a start as far as they're concerned.
And Lancashire's position pretty much the same as they got themselves in the first innings. They were 97 for 4 in the first innings, and now 101 for 4. And that lead of 87, as we mentioned yesterday, well, even though the pitch is flat, it's still a decent lead, that. And a chance to put Lancashire under pressure right into to Croft, who's defending into the offside. There's no run. So those prospects of, at this stage, for Lancashire of trying to build a lead and get in front, we just reaffirm what we said a few minutes ago. The most important thing from their point of view, from the Lancashire point of view, is just to try and make the game safe first. End of the over.
Effectively 14 for 4 then at the moment. This is the key partnership then, isn't it? It was in the first innings. They played beautifully. Both Willis and Croft, the supporting role.
Yeah, was it 130?
They took the score on to 227. The partnership was exactly right, 130 for the 5th wicket.
They're going to need to put something similar together here, these two, in the second innings. Willis on 9. So here's Dieter Klein bowling from the Diglis end, left arm around the wicket to Willis, who's pushing off into the offside, gathered by Ben Slater, no run. Ideal start for Leicestershire. And prized out a wicket in the first couple of overs of the day. There'll be a lot of optimism within the Leicestershire dressing room, I'm sure, this morning, and when they came down for breakfast about what they could do in this morning session. But they're quite pleased to see the cloud above us as well, as Klein comes into Willis. It's a little edgy, and they'll get 4 for it, actually, will Dane Willis. It wasn't a catching opportunity for Colin Ackerman, but the edge bounced in front and to the right of the Foxes skipper, but it's gone down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Willis, like Jones before him, making little hand gestures after Klein's deliveries, and he did there, but he played it really nicely, actually. Looking at the replay, almost a deliberate shot, just angled back, played it down. I think many other batsmen would have been looking to leave there, but Willis always looking to score, isn't he? Always looking for an opportunity, knowing there was no third man. kept it down.
105 for 4. Climb back into to Willis. And he eases that one up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, and he won't want to just get kind of bogged down, Dame Willis, neither. You know, the balance between making sure you play safely and calmly and not too aggressively, but also to try and keep the score ticking over.
Every run he scores, I mean, the deficit having been wiped off, every run he scores, Leicestershire have got to score now, so...
Climb back into Willis. He leans into it, punches the ball down into the ground. It loops over Dieter Klein, and there's no run. Looking back at that wicket, it was a real... The ball did balloon right up, didn't it? It's gone to play a forward defensive, that little inside edge, and then balloons off his pad. And it kind of held in the air, didn't it? It was perfect for Rhodes.
Don't think Dearden would have got there, though. They were both running towards it. Rhodes being at that shortish, straightish mid-wicket.
Klein to Willis, but down the leg side, gathered by Swindles. And there's no run.
I'm surprised they've opened with Klein as opposed to Taylor, or show of faith in the South African quick bowler.
Leading wicket taker in the first, wasn't he? What did he get in the end? 3 for 81.
That one died a bit in the pitch. Bounced for a second time, quite a long time, a long way before it got through to Swindles, diving away to his left behind the stumps.
Here comes Klein to complete the over. Willis defends 105 for 4 at Lancashire, with Willis on 13, and Stephen Croft, the new batsman, has just faced that one delivery so far. He's on 0.
Tom Smith, formerly of Lancashire, now Leicestershire's assistant coach, wandering around the outfield, or around the boundary, I should say. Leaning now over there on the picket fence in front of the electronic scoreboard. Now change to the field for new batsman Croft, facing the bowling of right. So second slip and a fourth slip, Azad and Ackerman, and that man at short mid-wicket, short straight mid-wicket, Rhodes, as Chris Wright is in and bowls to Croft, who leans forward calmly, but right next to the front pad as he defends it out into the offside. Callum Parkinson picks up, also Lancastrian. But he was on the books he went through the Lancashire Academy, I think, before going to Derbyshire, didn't he, Callum? Along with Matt, of course. Oh, pitches back.
Oh dear, here he is.
Be quiet, you.
Yes.
Quiet, please.
Here he is.
Right. In. Dark hair flowing. Bowls forward solidly. Again an off stump. Goes Croft. And Croft makes that little gesture with his right hand. Beyond me why batsmen do that. Oh, actually, they're both there. One was in the nest, so there must be eggs in there, mustn't there? Because there must have been one of them keeping them warm. The other one's clambered in.
Whole rotation policy.
Yeah.
1 in, 1 out.
You've done your hour. It's like commentators, isn't it? You've done your stint now.
Have 20 minutes off.
Yeah. Go and get a coffee. In goes Wright and bowls it forward goes Croft. Slightly angled bat this time. It's just an inch or two wider, and he plays it down into the ground. Ackerman doesn't really dive to his right, reaches to his right to make the stop on the second bounce at fourth slip, and there's no run again. A little bit of watery sun coming out. Good news indeed. The trees pretty still. There wasn't much breeze this morning, was there, when we were
quiet
out running?
Oh, don't mention this.
In goes Chris Wright and bowls. Croft goes back. That ball comes back in just a touch. And a little uncertain, little thick part of the inside of the bat pushes it back down the pitch towards Rhodes, who just steps across onto the pitch. A volley of encouragement from the Leicestershire fielders. Ben Mike wanders over to have a word. Just took his bottom hand off the bat. He thought it was going to perhaps jump up a little bit more than it actually did. What inconsistent bounce there has been, and there hasn't been much. It's been the other way, really. The odd one keeping low. In goes right and bowls. Croft is forward solidly, carefully, pushing the ball out to Parkinson in the covers. Well, it wasn't as accurate as this in his spell yesterday, but he's making the batsman play. That'll have been, I guess, one of the messages in the Leicestershire dressing room. Top them off stump, make them play. Be patient. It is still a decent track. Rewards will come. They've got an early reward here. In goes right and bowls. Forward goes Croft. Nice big stride. Again pushing out into the offside. This time to Ben Mike at mid-off. End of a maiden over from Chris Wright. 2 for 22 for the right arm seamer. 11 overs, 5 maidens. 2 for 22. He'll be pretty pleased with those figures.
Went for a very gentle, and I emphasise the word gentle in this statement. Very gentle, I've said it again.
Make you a blur. A blur.
Very gentle jog this morning is what I went for. And as I was doing the first of my 2 laps on this little route, the first athlete to come powering past me was Mark Chilton, like Usain Bolt.
Dieter Klein. Sun glinting on his head. Now bowls a Yorker dug out by Willis. That was a super delivery from Klein and very, very well played by Willis. It swung back in and it was quick. Late 80s, I would say. Mid to late 80s, and Willis reacted wonderfully well. Did swing.
Once Usain Bolt went past me, Mo Farah came past me in the form of Richard Ray. Not once, but twice.
In goes Klein. Bowls again, driven beautifully by Willis. What a reply to the Yorker of the previous delivery. It was a little bit wider, still pitched up. South African leant forward and cracked it away. Through the vacant cover area, Ben Mike can only turn and jog after the ball. Super shot from Willis.
Yeah.
Moves on to 17, Lancashire 109 for 4. Twice.
Twice?
Did I?
Twice he came past me.
Did I lap you on a 2.3 mile circuit?
I emphasised the word gentle, that I was, you know, I must stress it was gentle. Some would say walking, you know. He glided past me. It's a magnificent effort.
It is a lovely place to go for a run up along by the River Severn. Nice circuit in front of the cathedral. Klein is in again, bowls, line and length delivery. Willis, what a wonderful battle this is. Just solid forward press. Not a big stride, didn't need to be a big stride, just weight on the front foot. Pushing the ball back down the wicket on the onside. Chris Wright picks up. Absolutely key, Willis, now to Lancashire's fortunes, you feel.
Well, I mean, this partnership is, isn't it?
It is.
This potentially is the.
There's the 3 debutants to come. In goes Klein and bowls, reaching for that one a little bit is Willis. It hits towards the bottom of the bat. He has a look at it as he walks away towards short leg, having pushed the ball into the onside. Just checks all is well. Rehearses a little clip away through the leg side. It didn't come back in enough for him to have thought about that. Klein is bowling quickly enough and getting just enough movement to ask 1 or 2 questions this morning. In comes the South African and bowls, and that one is down the leg side. Was it a chance? Was it a chance? The slip started to go up. Klein has his hands on his head. He's down on his haunches now, and the signal is 4. So it was a little clip around the corner. Swindles dived away to his left. Did he get a glove on it? It sounded as though he might have done. Let's have a look at the replay. He did. Ooh, do you know, it was. Swindles almost got 2 gloves on that. He went across with both hands might have been one of those that he might have picked up if he'd flung himself to his left with just his left gauntlet and taken a chance. He was trying to do the correct thing as far as a keeper is concerned and get two hands to it. Might have been just worth trying to go with just the one. So 4 to Willis, moves on to 21, but just a whiff of a chance there down the leg side. In goes Klein, bowls to him again on the middle and off, and he's carefully forward on that occasion. The question is whether it carried, but the reaction of the Leicestershire players suggests it just might have done.
Yeah, you're kind of going off the reaction, the body language of the Leicestershire players. They felt as though that carried. Plenty of lads with their hands on their head and scratching their chin, and he must have got a wee bit of glove to it. So a chance. So that's and from Leicestershire's point of view, that's a very, very good 25 minutes, isn't it? That's having a little sanitising break for the first one of the day, and that was a very oh yes, of course, well done, Richard. Well remembered. We need to get involved ourselves. That was a very good 25 minutes. Really, absolutely spot on from Leicestershire. They've come out really well, and they've obviously got the important breakthrough, as you mentioned. It's, they would have wanted Willis, but they've made an early breakthrough, which is exactly what they'd have been hoping to do. And they've bowled well. Everything's been pretty much on the money, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've asked questions. Had that one been held? There we are. We're on screen briefly. And they would have been absolutely cock-a-hoot. As I say, Swindles went for it two-handed. Mark Gratian would definitely take a draw now, as far as Lancashire are concerned, then on to the next game with a stronger team. Yeah, Lancashire think that Onions will certainly be available on his former stomping ground. Chris Wright to continue from the New Road end. In he comes and bowls to Stephen Croft. Ball comes back in a touch to the stocky right-hander. He stays on the back foot and plays in defence calmly, just turning it back down the pitch on the onside.
I think they'd be hoping to get some of the lads that have been away with England back as well. I don't know how many, but they've got 3 at the minute in and around the one-day squad. Obviously, Matt Parkinson's injured, but
what's Parky done?
I think it's a knee thing. I'm not entirely certain. I'll try and find out. I think it was a knee problem. But yeah, they've got Saki Mahmood, they've got Richard Gleeson and Liam Livingston with England at the minute.
Right, charges in and bowls. Similar sort of delivery and just waiting in the crease. Croft, exuding calm, just waits for the ball. And again, solid defensive shot. Pushes it back down towards Rhodes at that straight mid-wicket position. There's no run. I should have asked Callum yesterday. He probably knows by osmosis, if you know what I mean.
It's an ankle.
Twins, ankle
injury.
I wonder if he feels a twinge when Matt hurts and vice versa. Sometimes it happens, doesn't it? In goes Wright and bowls, brings Croft forward, but solidly forward. Pushes in defence back down the pitch, very straight on the offside this time. Ben Mike it is who picks up. Every ball at the moment from Wright in particular is on the money. Villas 33 on his back, wanders down, does a spot of tapping gently at the pitch. We are in sunshine now, best conditions of the morning here at New Road as Chris Wright turns. Really pacey run, comes in and bowls. Back goes Croft again. Slightly angled bat as he turns it into the onside and then retreats towards short leg and just stretches his left calf a little bit. Stephen Croft hasn't done any running yet. None from 11 balls for him. Have you got updates coming up?
I'll have it in the next minute or two. Yep.
Shall we pop across then, just while we've got the chance, do you think? Oh, 2 balls to get. Shall I take a chance? Live dangerously, Richard. Live dangerously. See if you miss your first update. In goes Wright and bowls to Croft, who again looking to get forward, goes back and just turns his wrists on the defensive shot. Not quite as convincingly as he had to the 4 previous deliveries, so a little bit of encouragement for Chris Wright.
Mine's due right now. Yeah, 1 ball left of this over. Half an hour gone on the 4th and final day, and Lancashire are 113 for 4. They've lost the wicket of Rob Jones this morning, caught by George Rhodes off the bowling of Chris Wright. A little inside edge onto his pad, it ballooned up into the onside, and at Rhodes, who was fielding at kind of short mid-wicket, came running forward to take the catch and wheeled away in celebration. So Jones out for 16. So the captain, Dane Villas, 21 not out. And he's alongside Stephen Croft, who's yet to get off the mark. But important period of the game here, because Lancashire are only 26 runs in front of Leicestershire, and they've lost their 4th wicket. So 113 for 4 Lancashire, they lead by 26. Yes, Matt Parkinson, sprained ankle, which he picked up ahead of the one-day international series against Ireland. And he suffered the injury during fielding practice. Hopefully won't keep him out of action for too long, but it's described as a sprained ankle, so, on the BBC website, so hopefully nothing too sinister. Here's Dieter Klein on the Diglis into the ground, and Villas is pushing out into the offside, and there is no run, so just over half an hour of the 4th day has been and gone. It looks a little brighter than it did half an hour ago, and Lancashire should be hoping the sun comes through. And the pitch, which I think Alex Davies described as placid, flat and placid, I think he described it as last night, will continue to be that way throughout the course of the day. But at the minute, Dieter Klein and Chris Wright are bowling well, and Leicestershire are trying to put some pressure on, and they are doing. As Villas turns this into the onside, George Rhodes fields at shorter and straighter of the 2 mid-wickets, with Harry Dearden just a yard or 2 or 3 perhaps behind him. We're down at 3rd man when Villas is batting here. So kind of the idea of depth perception is not the easiest to judge. There's 2 slips. There's a big gap between Azad and Ackerman. And there's a backward point as well. Klein to Villas, fallen off stump, which brings his bat down and pushes to Ben Mike at cover. And there's no run. Mid-off and mid-on. And a deep square leg in front of the electronic scoreboard at the Cathedral end of the ground. Klein with 3 wickets in the first innings. He loops around from the top of his mark. It's shuffled and comes striding in past the umpire. Again to Villas. Thuds into the thigh pad. I suspect as Villas tries to help it down the leg side. Gathered by the green wicket-keeping gloves of Harry Swindles. He's strapping of his pads are green as well, so everything's colour coordinated by the Foxes keeper. Tom Smith, part of the coaching setup at Leicestershire, leaning on the fence, chatting to the ground staff on the far end of the ground with some light green seats behind him. Klein balls to Villas, right in behind, defends. He's busy, isn't he, Dave? He's always busy, whether he's defending or attacking. He's good fun to watch. The Lancashire captain had an absolute stellar season last year. Goodness me, he was terrific. Across the whole 3 formats, but not just with the runs he scored, the way he kept wicket, he captained the team. He just really did drive the team forward. He was brilliant. And defending. As he does, Dane Villas, he's leaning forward with his back knee almost touching the ground. He presses forward and gets right on top of it, smothering the ball into the offside. And there's no runs. So that's the end of Klein's 12th over. 113 for 4. Willis has faced 50 deliveries now for his 21 runs. Croft yet to get off the mark. He's alongside him. Croft made 63 in the first innings into his, I think Lancashire tweeted this last week, into his 16th season with Lancashire is Stephen Croft. And Willis made 90. It was, yes, he was a couple of years ago. Yeah, his benefit. It might have been, was it last year? Yeah, it might have been last year or the year before. I think it was a couple of years ago now. Right over the wicket, and Croft drives, but there is no run. It's due to be Stephen Parry's testimonial benefit here this year, but obviously, I guess that is put back 12 months to next year.
I don't know who the last Leicestershire player was. Certainly there hasn't been one in my time commentating on their games. Into the 6th year now. Tom Taylor starting to warm up mid-on.
He's right to Croft, forward.
For a minute it was it bounced up a little bit, but he played it into the ground, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did, yeah. Right on top of it, pushed it back down into the ground, and it ran past Chris Wright, and mid-on comes round to complete the fielding.
He's faced 15 balls, Croft, and I think he's had to play at every one. I can't remember him being able to leave one. He's faced Wright most of the time, and it is a super battle between the two of them.
It's continuing now with Wright to Croft up onto his toes this time, and to on top of the bounce and guide it safely out to point, and there's no run.
One point Mikey Smith makes on the stream comments: no matter what the result is in the game, it's been a great game and a fantastic few days. He says a draw would be a fair result. It has. It's been classic county cricket, really. Wonderful sort of swings one way then the other, long battles, long innings, good spells. All that's great about the game.
We've got another terrific little battle here. Croft gets runs this time through the offside, just in front of square.
Lovely shot. What a lovely way to get off the mark.
Slashed away by Stephen Croft. It raced out towards the point boundary.
Finally. Wright gave him a little bit of width. Croft just put it away. All the time in the world.
Didn't need much encouragement, did he, with that fraction of width there for him to throw his hands at the ball.
It wasn't that much width, you know, a foot or so, maybe a foot outside off stump, and he was just looking for the in-swing. It didn't really swing in, it sort of vaguely starting to, but Croft played it beautifully.
Oh yeah, great shot. Looking back on the replay, that terrific shot. You don't need to get it wrong, do you? Just a fraction wrong, and these guys make you pay.
Yeah.
Forward again, Croft in defence this time. Slowly rolls up to mid-off, and there's no run. You just need to be a fraction out in the line or length and quality of these batsmen. You pay.
One of the points Paul Allett was making when you spoke to him this morning, wasn't it, about how good it is for the young bowlers to learn about those much narrower margins in first-class cricket.
Final ball of this over, right to Croft. Defending. And the over, 117 for 4, with Croft on 4 and Willis on 21.
Deliveries you might get away with in second-team cricket. You probably won't in first-class cricket. So 117, the lead then is 30. 30 for 4, if you like. Ben Mike also warming up, but we are going to have at least one more over from Dieter Klein. Has got a little bit of in-swing coming round the wicket to the right-handers. Can he nip out Willis?
Into Willis. Plays nicely through the offside for 4, up onto his toes, striking it calmly just in front of square, out towards the point boundary. 4 runs, the ball disappears underneath the white sheet.
Again, width just enough, but just short of a length as well. Willis didn't miss out.
No meat drink, really, that for Dane Willis.
Beginning to look very dangerous again, as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 25 he's moved on to.
121 for 4. Klein to Willis. This time flicks the ball through the onside. Callum Parkinson will come round from backward square leg to field. Willis gets a single. Moves on to 26. Lancashire to 122 for 4. And Croft and Willis have a little wander down. They punch gloves. Little natter between the pair of them, both in short sleeves. Croft taking guard from umpire White, facing Klein for the first time.
I think so. He's had a long 3-over battle with Chris Wright, which in the end Croft won. Faced 18 balls before finally getting off the mark. Played them all very competently.
Bends his knees and gets himself set. Oh, another dramatic looking leap. Goodness me, flashed his bat up and across there, and the ball nipped through into the gloves of the keeper.
I tell you what, there's a big puff of dust when that went through the surface, actually. Both the batsmen wandering down and patting the pitch. There was a huge puff of dust as the ball hit the ground there. Hit the pitch. And it took off a bit.
Misbehave a fraction, that?
For sure. Well, that's the first that's really broken through the surface.
Klein to Croft. Clips the ball behind square leg for 4 runs. Beautiful looking shot by Croft, actually. It's off his toes, flashed away to deep backward square leg. And doubles his total, moves to 8. 126 for 4. Yeah, it was the dramatic way which Croft left it, and that puff of dust that came up as well. And just did well to get his bat up and out the way of that, I think, Stephen Croft.
And his head out.
And his head and his gloves, yeah, get everything out the way of that. And both had a little walk down, didn't they, to look at the pitches, climb back in to Croft. Through to the keeper, no run.
He's followed it with 2 awful deliveries, Klein. The first one was a sort of leg stump half volley that Croft just beautifully clipped away to backward square for 4, and that was really wide outside off stump that Croft just left alone. Ackerman leaving second slip and going to backward square, sort of leg gully almost. It is a leg gully, it is a catching position.
Last ball of this over, Klein to Croft, pushing it away into the offside for no run. End of the over. That's quite interesting. I mean, there was a couple of pretty poor deliveries either side of what was actually quite an intriguing over with the way the ball reacted off the surface, certainly for one of them, and that one may have just kept a little low. 126 for 4, Croft 8, Willis on 26.
He's not a tall man, Klein. I wouldn't necessarily describe him as a sort of skiddy bowler, though. But I say he's not tall. So if it is going to keep low, he might be one of those sort of bowlers who will find that odd little bit of unpredictably low bounce. But it was the delivery earlier in the over that was really startling. There was, without question, a puff of dust as it banged into the pitch. You just wonder whether Taylor might find a little bit of extra something as well. Or for the time being, it's going to be Ben Mike taking over from Chris Wright. A pretty good opening burst of the day from Chris Wright. He made a breakthrough for the Foxes, picking up the wicket of Rob Jones. Can Ben Mike make an early breakthrough by picking up the wicket of Dane Willis? 126 for 4 as the 21-year-old Mike comes in and bowls to Willis, who defends. A delivery coming back in to him. Straight-legged, pushing forward Slightly on the move, Willis, pushing it out to mid-on. No run. Bowled well yesterday, Mike. In the first innings, we felt it was just a little inconsistent, but much better yesterday. Turns, runs in past umpire Cook and bowls slightly short outside off stump. Willis gets up on his toes, tries to force into the offside, doesn't quite time it. Goes more or less straight to Colin Ackerman, who's at extra cover now. So just the one slip, actually, golly, really, Hassan Azad for Dane Willis. Still got that short straight mid-wicket, George Rhodes, conventional mid-wicket, Harry Dearden, long leg, backward point, sweeper on the offside boundary, cover, mid-off, mid-on, in goes Mike and bowls, turning off his pads, just turning his wrist on that one. Is Willis. The ball goes straight to Dearden, along the ground all the way, and again there's no run. Applause from Wright, who's at mid-off. 5-6 here. Is the rallying call from the Leicestershire fielders. Ben Mike, orange soles to his cricket boots, comes in and bowls slightly short of a length. Again, Willis is up on his toes, looking to force into the offside again. Doesn't quite time it, as many a batsman hasn't on this pitch. Didn't quite come on as well as he would have liked. Had to adjust and steered it out towards mid-off. Taylor has appeared from the Leicestershire dressing room, down on one knee on the our side of the boundary ropes, which means probably that Aaron Lee or Will Davis is out there somewhere. Gone to get his spikes on or something like that. Mike is in, bowling and clipped beautifully away past Dearden, but Klein runs up from that wide long leg position, gets to the ball about 3/4 on the square, gets his throw away, so just a single. Yes, it's Will Davis who's at mid-on. About to be replaced. Fluorescent orange soles to Taylor's cricket boots, a la Mike. I don't know what that noise is.
No, that's a new noise.
Trolley. It's a new noise.
Yeah, I don't like. That's unnerved me as that. Not familiar with that noise.
Hopefully it's just temporary. Croft back on strike for the first time to Mike. He's on 8. 2 fours to his name, 2 boundaries to his name, both beautifully hit. As Ben Mike goes in and bowls to Croft, who goes back. Big puff of dust from the loose earth at his feet as the feet go back into the crease as he plays defensively out into the offside end of a non-exceptional over from Ben Mike. Didn't quite get the movement I guess he would have been looking for.
No, but steady enough. It was a good shot, wasn't it, by Willis for 4, but when they stick with Klein, I mean, I'd be tempted to, with what he got from the previous over, but I wonder whether seeing that one take off a little bit, whether he's thinking get Tom Taylor on perhaps from that far end.
He's going to have one more, at least one more, that is. The South African. It's been good effort from him this morning in terms of stamina anyway. 13 overs, none for 35 at the moment. He goes in and bowls, and Willis turning his wrists on that one as it swings in, just the shapes in. Not sure swing is, might imply a little bit more movement than there actually is. It shapes into him. Remember, Klein, a left armer, is bowling around the wicket to the right-hander, so it kind of should be shaping in, if that makes sense. He turned his wrists on it in defence, pushed it out towards mid-wicket, and there was no run. Changes to the field. Ackerman is an active skipper, so no slips now for Willis. Facing Klein, in he goes, bowls, drives pleasantly, half stopped by a diving Mike at extra cover, slows the ball down as it heads off towards Tom Taylor at mid-off, but the single comfortably taken by Willis and Croft. He said, Dane Willis, You interviewed him at the end of the first day when he'd made 90, how much he enjoyed batting with Croft, who's a calmer presence at the crease. He's seen it all.
Aye, well, these are two of the senior guys, aren't they, in the Lancashire batting lineup? Experienced boys in the middle order, Willis and Croft.
Klein is in, bowls. Croft on the back foot, just slightly tentative, just waiting to see what was going to happen in terms of the bounce, if you like, playing it late, deliberately, I think. And he's wandering down the pitch, prodding at it slightly suspiciously.
Yes, well, it'd be in the back of his mind. In fact, it might be in the front of his mind. That one delivery that did take off.
If you got a delivery like that from a bowler as quick as Klein, that broke the surface of the pitch, whistled past your head.
Yeah.
I think I'd be heading towards square leg every time he ran up. In goes Klein and bowls, and it is a bouncer, a rare bouncer, genuine bouncer, in that he banged it in and it flew over Croft's head, but it was a little bit too short, really, and the bounce was loopy, if you like. None of the explosivity of that delivery in the previous over. Taken quite low down by the time it got to Swindles behind the stumps. Lots of clapping from the Leicestershire fielders, right, working hard to try and get something on the ball for Klein, polishing it on the bottom of his shirt. As Klein comes in now and bowls, again a late adjustment and defended without too much foot movement from Stephen Croft. He rehearses a much more positive forward defensive, and certainly having seen him play that shot, Klein just stopped at the end of his run and, a la Rodin's thinker, put his chin in his hand. South African turns, gets the ball from right, grips it very deliberately, comes in and bowls, and that one too just swings in, and again Klein does his thinker in mid-pitch as Croft turned that delivery into the leg side. Decent over from Dieter Klein. Most of them have been this morning. He hasn't had any luck in terms of affecting a breakthrough, however, either last night or this morning. It's sanitising gel time with Lancashire on 128 for 4.
Oh yes, well I like it. See, I'm liking you've got into the habit of this.
You've got me into it.
Yeah, I'm quite pleased that we've got into the habit of doing this. I hope that Martin Emerson next week at Durham also continues to join me in the sanitising commentary box. Elsewhere, Derbyshire are off to a nice start against Nottinghamshire. 142 for 1 now. Billy Godalman 82 not out, and Wayne Madsen on 27. So looking a little bit twitchy at Trent Bridge. Derbyshire need 223 more runs.
And how many down are they?
1.
So is Deploy in then, or is he number 4?
No, he's think due in next. Yes, he's due in next. So Godalman and Madsen currently batting.
Billy Godalman. Fletch loves him, doesn't he? Dearly. The most contrary of characters out there on the pitch. If a confrontation is to be caused when you're playing Derbyshire, Billy will usually be involved in it, one way or another. Looked at a wonderfully effective cricketer. He made a lot of runs last year, didn't he? He was in super form in all forms, I seem to recall. Ben Mike is going to continue to Dane Willis from the New Road end. In he goes and bowls to Willis again. Slightly short outside off stump. Again, Willis doesn't quite time his forcing shot, and it bounces comfortably out towards extra cover, where Ackerman is actually the field. A long-sleeved shirt for Ackerman, because he likes to polish the ball by pulling his sleeves down and using his right hand to rub it into the bottom part of the left sleeve, the cuff of the left sleeve.
Billy Godalman 1,000 runs, well 1,008 runs, an average of 38 4 centuries and 250s.
Yeah. In goes Mike and bowls, and forward goes Willis, looking to just pierce the gap between Ackerman and Chris Wright. Can't quite do so. His fellow South African Ackerman gets across to his right and makes the stop. Ackerman favouring sunglasses with a sort of white frame, which makes him readily identifiable. You don't need sunglasses out there today. At the moment, the sun, which was briefly with us, has now disappeared again, but there is still plenty of lighter cloud around. There's Ben Mike. It's quite a sort of languid run. He goes in and bowls to Willis, who whips it away down the leg side for 4. It was there to be clipped away, and it was clipped away by Dane Willis in some style. No fine leg. Rather got the impression he knew exactly where he was hitting that. Oh, it was a full toss, actually. No wonder he timed that one beautifully.
Yeah, he'd miss out on that, is he? A guy that's got 90 in the first innings and looks like he just picked up from where he left off last season.
That was a bit of a gimme.
It was. He does have quite a kind of casual approach, doesn't he, Ben Mike, to running in? He's really laid back, gentle.
He looks athletic, but it is, as you say, just a little bit. He goes and bowls, reaching for that one defensively. Outside off stump is Willis, along the ground all the way out into the offside, picked up by Ackerman, and there's no run. The physicality there on the part of Mike. It doesn't look as though he's kind of putting it all in. It's just the style thing, though, isn't it? It's not a criticism. The fluidity about his running and his action. Away he goes and bowls outside off stump. The bat is lifted over the line of the ball by Dane Willis, taken low by Swindles behind the stumps, and there's no run. The actual action itself is quite quick. I don't know whether Leicestershire's sort of bowling coaches will be thinking we could maybe get an extra half a yard of pace out of him, or should he concentrate on accuracy and movement? Goes the young man and bowls to Willis. It's turned in the end just to the left of George Road, a bit of a leading edge, and it looked like, well, it was a perfect catching height, but it was very straight back down the pitch, and Rhodes, who's at that sort of straight-ish mid-wicket, wasn't quite straight enough as far as Leicestershire were concerned. It was another full toss, actually. And it came off the bottom of the bat. Whether he's looking for sort of in-swinging Yorkers, Mike, but it was another full toss, and he looked to turn it on the leg side, hit quite low on the bottom of the bat, and chipped in the air. That could have been an absolute strangle, really. Oh, goodness, but Leicestershire started to go up. Full tosses.
2 in the over.
You can take a few wickets with a full toss. It usually needs to be a bit higher than that. Just startles the batsman who might hit it in the air. But he'd have been furious to have got out to delivery like that, Willis, wouldn't he? 132 for 4, Willis 32. Croft has 8. You have to subtract 87 from that. Get the Taylor over in, perhaps. In he goes and bowls. Solidly forward goes Croft. Taylor finally replacing Klein after the best part of an hour. So a good effort from Dieter Klein. I'm thinking that will have been a 7-over spell for me. We'd have to check with the scorers.
Yeah, good start, and a good just captain going to Klein. I kind of assumed it would have been Taylor and Wright to open up the bowling this morning, but he went with Klein and didn't let his skipper down. Taylor
is in bowling and just comes back in to Croft, who's there kind of waiting for it, almost playing a little bit too soon in defence. The ball bounces off the bat back down the pitch towards Tom Taylor. Croft, who is most suspicious of the pitch when he's batting at this end, wanders down and prods away. 8 off 30 for him.
Well, you've got a bit of extra pace now, haven't you, with Taylor bowling? A bit of extra height as well.
The lead is 45 as Taylor is in. Bowls Croft carefully forward suspiciously forward, almost sniffing the ball as he reaches down, head right over the line of it, and then he wanders down to have a word with Willis, or to hear what Willis has to say to him. Bells, the bells, 12 o'clock here in Worcester, high noon, as Taylor comes in and bowls, and Croft again is careful, waiting. That one just comes back in a little bit to him, defends out into the offside, and there's no run. Might just get through this over before I have to depart to do an update. I do the news first on BBC Radio Leicester. The top of the hour news is usually slightly longer than the half hour, the one on the half hour. No slips, even for Croft, as Taylor is in and bowling to Croft, and late decision to leave outside off stump, but a correct decision, one feels, just slightly short of a good length, and there was a little bit of extra bounce for Taylor, but it wasn't sufficiently well directed to force a shot from Stephen Croft, let it go through to Swindles. So it's, you would almost say, a containing field from Leicestershire, whether they're looking to frustrate. But no slips at 45 for 4. In goes Taylor, bowls outside off stump, again a leave from Stephen Croft, end of the over.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar to the way that Lancashire kind of tried to tie Leicestershire down yesterday. We mentioned that there's not been too many dismissals caught behind, caught at slips. They've got very much catches in front of square on the off and on onside, which will perhaps reflect the kind of the pace and nature of the pitch. But I think it's a good tactic by Leicestershire, because at the minute Lancashire not really going anywhere that quickly. 45 in front, 4 wickets down. There's Mike in to Willis. It's a good shot, but mid-on comes across to cut the ball off, which is Taylor, and there's no run. A cracking first hour of cricket though, really good. Really good, intense cricket. It's been competitive right the way through the course of the 4 days so far. It's now Ben Mike and Tom Taylor bowling, trying to follow up the good work. I mean, there's been a couple of stray deliveries from D to Klein that were put away. As Mike bowls again to Willis, playing a miss, trying to cut the ball through to the keeper, no run. But in the main, Wright was terrific, and Klein bowled well in the main. And now Mike and Taylor are trying to back up that good start. But a really enjoyable hour, good hard fought cricket, and Lancashire working hard. Lancashire have lost a wicket this morning. Rob Jones out for 16. A little inside edge onto his pad, which ballooned up and was caught by George Rhodes. So the captain, Dane Willis, and Stephen Croft are currently batting. They're 132 for 4, Lancashire, in their second innings, and they lead Leicestershire by 45 runs. In fact, make that 47 runs now the lead, because a couple more runs added to the Lancashire total. 134 for 4 now, so Willis moves up to 34 not out. And Ben Mike from the New Road end, hotel, end of the ground. Set up at New Road's terrific, and I'm grateful for everybody either in the hotel or in the ground today. And over the course of the last 3 days, have been really friendly and helpful. Willis driving, but to extra cover, and there is no run. 134 for 4. I see Josh Bohannon and Keaton Jennings having a little lap of the outfield. Tom Smith leaning on the advertising board in front of the scoreboard at the cathedral end. chatting to Callum Parkinson. Chris Wright in conversation with Ben Mike as Mike walked back to his mark. The zipper on the jacket of Richard Ray being fastened up. It is a little chillier today. It is, definitely. Mike into Willis, who goes back and plays it into the offside, no run. Not quite as warm as the last couple of days. I'll have to nip into the van and get the old gilet later on.
Leicestershire photographer John Mallett is very gilet up.
Oh, I like a gilet, big fan.
If these two get through to lunch, I think the odds then very much favour the draw. Leicestershire, you feel, need to part them before the break if they're going to have a chance of forcing the win.
Mike to Willis, leaves the ball through to the keeper. And of the over 34 to Willis, and Croft has 8. Now Croft got that ball that did take off.
Just the one, isn't it, that's broken the surface?
Yeah, and it's been quite a calm partnership, hasn't it, so far between these two?
It has. They look pretty much in control at the moment. They're playing within themselves. They know that it's all about survival for the time being, at any rate. And Willis in particular likes to be positive. If there is a loose ball, he'll put it away. They haven't been given many loose deliveries. Croft in particular having to work for his run. Well, he's had 2 scoring shots in his 34 balls, 2 fours.
Tom Taylor balls to Stephen Croft, who plays forward and pushes it back towards the Leicestershire bowler, who stops it with his fingers on his left hand, and there's no run. Yeah, that's been it, hasn't it? Yeah, those 2 fours, which were put away very nicely. The one he got off the mark with was a terrific shot.
They're pretty much the only loose balls, if you can call them loose balls, that he's received.
Settles back in. Taylor balls to him forward again in defence. Stephen Croft, no run. They've still got this. Oh, here we go. Trolley for the first time. Oh, anything on the trolley? That sounds like an empty trolley to me.
It always does sound like
well,
an empty trolley.
Yeah, true. It does. You're right. Yesterday there was a couple of black bin bags on the trolley, but it still sounded like it was empty. Heading down the track it comes. Taylor to Croft, who's forward. Oh no, there's loads on that.
Oh, watermelons.
Watermelon on. Oh my word. It's a full trolley today. It's a giant watermelon. It was enormous.
Boxes and boxes of food and watermelons.
One 34 for 4. So still this leg side field nicely tight in as Taylor balls to Croft, and that's played into the offside, and there's no run off the toe end of the bat, bouncing to the ground. That
shout of catch from somebody. Mischievous.
It was a little. Square leg who's quite tight in. I think that's Colin Ackerman, isn't it? At square leg.
Is, yeah.
And again, these 2 short mid wickets, one of which is shorter and straighter, which is George Rhodes, then Dearden a little deeper. And Parkinson on the square leg boundary. It's stabbed away into the offside by Stephen Croft. It rolls along the ground, and Azad, who's just battled of point fields, and there's no run.
Patient stuff from Leicestershire. They don't look like they're trying to make something. They're not panicking. They're not trying to bowl wonder balls. They're trying to hit their lines and are hitting their lines and lengths.
Extra cover mid-off as well, as Taylor balls to Croft, who's forward in defence, jabbing the ball up to mid-off. That completes the over. 134 for 4, lead of 47.
Sanazad is running towards the pads. He's going to get himself ready for the introduction of Callum Parkinson. That could be a key moment in the game. Can Parkinson make something happen? He spoke yesterday. He'd been pleased with his bowling in the game. You can see he's sort of regained a little bit of the confidence that to a certain extent, understandably, he lost last season because he didn't get too many opportunities with the red ball. But Ackerman, a spinner himself, likes to have a specialist, clearly likes to have a specialist spinner in his side, given Parkinson the opportunity. And although there isn't a huge amount of turn in the track for him, other than out of the footholds, and there's no left-handers out there, as he put it yesterday, he controlled the board nicely, as to a certain extent Tom Hartley did for Lancashire, which gives your seamers a little bit of a breather. But he also managed to pick up a wicket or two, Callum Parkinson. So, as I say, he looked a much more confident young man when I spoke to him yesterday after play than at times he did towards the end of last season.
It'd be good to watch him bowl and be eager to have a go, won't he, I suppose, Callum? Get himself involved in the game. Mike starts his 11th over, ball into Willis, who drives, but to cover, and there's no run. Chatting to Tom Smith at the minute is Callum Parkinson. He's on the cover boundary. The wind just picks up a fraction as well. You can see the shirt of Tom Smith at mid-on billowing as the breeze drifts across the ground. Still reasonably thick cloud cover ahead. Trees rustling in the distance. Right to Willis. It's banged in, it's short and wide, and then it deceives the keeper there. He's going to try and take it, and it's burst through his gloves and gone through for a bye. So 135 for 4. Say hello to Dave Halliday, who's listening to us, listening to Scott Reed and Richard Ray, calling the last day of the Lancashire-Leicester game. Could be interesting. Hope you're well, Dave. Absolute legend is Dave at Emirates Old Trafford. Friendliest welcome on the circuit from Dave. Hope to see you soon, mate. I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage. We'll see just how intriguing this final day turns out to be. But as Richard mentioned, we've got about 50 minutes left of this morning session, and if these two are here at lunch, as Mike balls to Croft, who defends, and there's no run, then Lancashire will feel a lot more comfortable about things. Quite like this field again. He likes to mix it and match it, doesn't he, Colin Ackerman? So again, he's changed it around. He's got a short leg, short mid-wicket, and George Rhodes is maybe, his left foot is almost on the cut strip, on the onside, kind of halfway down the track, right in the batsman's eye line.
Exactly the position that Willis clipped inadvertently that full toss an over or so ago.
Mike to Croft, that's punched through mid-wicket, along the ground. Taylor at mid-on is stomping after it, and he stops the ball with his fingers, and Croft turns to come back for another. As the throw comes in, so he's run 3 there, Stephen Croft. They're the first runs he's run. His previous 8 both off boundaries. It moves up to 11. And the score moves on to 138 for 4. Well, that field that was in position for Stephen Croft has been relaxed for Dane Bellows, or at least the short leg has. He's kept George Rhodes within inches of the cut strip, halfway down the track on the onside, and there's a short mid-wicket. So right to Willis, who played right forward. He's moving into it, straight bat, arrow straight back, pushing it along the ground to Mike. Picks up off his own bowling, lobs it to Chris Wright, who, as Richard mentioned a few moments ago, gives that a thorough shine on the bottom of his shirt. Hands the ball calmly to Ben Mike and gives him a little tap on the shoulder. With a little natter with his teammate.
Parkinson is starting to leap around and get himself warm up there on the cover boundary.
He's not the only one. Mike to complete the over. Oh, that's edged. That's gone down towards the boundary. That's 4 runs for Dane Willis. He's pushing for it again off that That back knee almost touching the ground as he played forward to defend, but the little thin edge rattled its way down towards a fine third-man boundary. Willis moves to 38, 142 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, it wouldn't have carried had there been a second slip. It sort of went through second slip. Probably it would have bounced, even a second slip standing up fairly close, it would have bounced in front of him. And Willis might reasonably, and I think convincingly, say he was playing the shot on purpose. As Scott said, he got right down, and the bat was slightly angled. He knew there were no slips there. And he's gone on to 38 of 75 balls. What amuses you?
Yeah, it's our colleague Chris Waters, who covers Yorkshire. I'll read a little tweet out that he's put through the course of this next over.
As Tom Taylor picks up the attack from the Diglis end and bowls very straight to Stephen Croft, meets Croft's very straight bat, and there's no run.
So he's up at Durham covering the Yorkshire match for I think it's the Yorkshire Post, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh yes.
He says, we have to be temperature tested as we arrive in the ground. He put, failed a temperature check when driving into the Riverside today and had to wait in the amber zone.
As Taylor is in, bowls, looking to turn that one on the leg side, thumps into the pads going down the leg side, as the ball would have done had it not hit the pads, and bounced out towards mid-wicket, no run.
And he was advised to turn off his car heater and leave it for 5 minutes and get tested again, which he did, and he put, sure enough, temperature dropped and I was allowed into the ground. Memo to self, next time, turn heater up to maximum, get day off.
Yeah. Well, it might be longer than a day off though, mind it, that's the problem.
Aye, true.
Playing with fire there. Changes to the field. Short leg has gone in again. Hassan Azad, short mid-wicket. Ackerman's trying things here. He's still at square leg, backward square, quite close to the bat as Taylor goes in and bowls. Foolish, and bat a long way in front of his pads there as he waits for it, Croft. Good battle again between Taylor and Croft. 12.3 overs, 5 maidens, none for 28. Trying to make something happen here, Leicestershire. Time is beginning to tick on, coming up towards 20 past the hour. Taylor leans forward and is in. Bowling solidly forward is Croft in defence, and there's no run. He remains on 11 of 45 balls. That is some haircut that Keaton Jennings has got.
Oh, it's magnificent.
Now.
So I think it's a work of art.
It's sort of bubbly, darkish blonde, but it is plenty of it. In goes Taylor and bowls. Croft is solidly forward, playing back down past the bowler, past the stumps, but the ball doesn't have sufficient velocity to escape mid-off, getting across to pick it up.
Win for Somerset, second result of the Bob Willis Trophy. So Sussex beat Hampshire yesterday, and Somerset beaten Glamorgan by 289 runs. They bowled them out for 166, 5 wickets for Jamie Overton.
Taylor is in, bowls very straight, and again, straightest of bats in defence from Stephen Croft. A good over from Taylor, another maiden for him. 6 of his 13 overs have been maidens. Lancashire 142 for 4.
The Overtons have taken, I think it's 15 wickets between them in the game. So look, Craig took 5 in the first innings and Jamie took 2. And second time round, Jamie's taken 5 and Craig's taken 2, so 14 wickets between them.
Which one is off to, sorry?
I think it's
Craig.
Craig, yeah.
55 then is the lead for Lancashire. There are 72 overs potentially remaining to be bowled today. Take 2 off for the change of innings. You start to realise from Leicestershire's point of view that they do need another breakthrough before too long.
Notts have got a breakthrough. Billy Godalman, LBW for 68.
But if that brings Deploy in,
it does.
Then, well,
155 for 2. Derbyshire need a further 210 runs to beat Nottinghamshire.
What a win that would be!
Joe?
What a win!
No play before lunch in the game between Durham and Yorkshire in the other North group. Yorkshire need about 70-ish, something like that. And they're 103 for 3, but no play before lunch in that game.
You're not missing anything because it's sanitation gel time. All the players and ourselves here in the commentary box. Apply. Mike to continue from the New Road end. And he goes and bowls, forced back hard down into the ground aggressively by Willis, but the athletic Ben Mike leaps up, takes the ball one-handed as it bounces up and makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps, doesn't bother doing so. Leicestershire chary somewhat of so doing after the episode with Dieter Klein. It has resulted in Klein picking up a few penalty points. 3. That is, in goes Mike and bowls forward, reaching for the ball with a slightly angled bat is Dane Villas, guiding it out towards Will Davis, who's out there. Looks around to see who isn't then.
I think Parkinson went off a few minutes ago.
It's always the chap who's about to bowl, isn't it? So whether they're going to go, whether they do have some, I mean, some bowlers do have different sort of boots when, but Parkinson, being a spinner, you'd be slightly surprised if he does. Anyway, he's reappearing now, so he'll be ready to come on shortly as Mike is in again to Villas, who drives. A pleasant looking shot, but not timed. Hit hard down into the ground and it just bounces out towards Ackerman. Extra cover. And there's no run. Tom Taylor has been signalling to the dressing room for some little time, and he's doing a bit of a teapot there now. Callum Parkinson's relaying whatever it is that Taylor wants. He's bowling at the moment from the Diglis end. It might be just wants a drink taking round there. Mike is in, past umpire Cook, and bowling straight to delivery, and big stride, but back very much held in check next to his front pad by Villas as he plays it defensively out into the offside. And then leans calmly on his bat. Steadily moved on to 38 off 79 balls. Croft 11 off 48. Began the day on 96 for 3, Lancashire. So 46 added for the loss of Rob Jones. Been very steady going, but that's the order of the day. In goes Mike and bowls a Yorker that is dug out very well by Dane Villas, who has played the Yorker well this morning. He dug a really good in-swinging Yorker from Dieter Klein out, and Mike got one to swing in, and that was a decent Yorker. And again, Villas, tall man, played it well. Almost got through. Came down on it late and it bounced up to Rhodes at that straight, well, almost silly mid-on position really. You certainly have to say it's mid-on, about 2/3 of the way down the pitch, as Mike is in again to Villas, who's turning it calmly off his legs out to deep square leg, deep backward square leg, just backward of square. Dieter Klein comes in to meet it, and Klein gets his throw away. Villas having completed a comfortable single. Now, it wasn't a drink that Tom Taylor was summoning. It's a Leicestershire physio. Oh, it is a drink. It's just an energy drink being brought to him by Leicester's physio.
And a banana.
A banana, an energy banana. Is it? Yes, it is, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Will Graves is Leicestershire's physio, formerly at Kent.
Got a banana for my lunch today. That's all I've got. Just a banana. Had a big breakfast this morning.
Yeah.
Vegetarian big breakfast.
Me too, actually. I went down that road with extra spinach.
Ooh.
I ordered extra
Nice.
spinach. If you order extra spinach, you too can overtake your fellow commentator.
That was a very gentle jog for me today. I think I was going backwards at one point.
There's a lot to admire about the run, though. It's there's a lot to see. Lovely scenery. That lock's magnificent, isn't it?
It's huge, yeah.
Gates.
Wouldn't fancy being in the middle of that.
No. Dungeon-like.
Yes.
Callum Parkinson is into the attack from the Diglis end. Goes in and bowls to Dane Willis, who defends a ball that's well pitched up. Gets to the pitch of it, pushes it out to Rhodes, who's at a fairly conventional extra cover position. In fact, it's fairly conventional field by Ackerman's standards. He's at slippers. In goes Parkinson, and again Willis is forward, pushing it out to Rhodes, and there is no run. Tom Smith, who's been trying to walk a wicket, is heading back towards the cafe that has been converted into Leicestershire's dressing room. In goes Parkinson, bowl, back goes Willis to delivery just short of a good length and forces it away from just outside off stump out into the gap in the covers. Klein comes in off the cover boundary, and Willis almost walks a single, moves on to 40, 144 for 4. Croft is taking his time, just making sure his gloves are properly fastened. He's ready now as Parkinson is in to him. Half a step down the wicket and a play and a miss. He went for the drive, trying to get to the pitch of the ball. Kind of did get to the pitch of the ball, whether it's straightened or he just played down the wrong line, but that'll give Parkinson and Leicestershire just a little encouragement. Might be something of a weakness, they'll be thinking. It was wide and tossed up, and so is that one slightly, but the length is a little bit better from the batsman's point of view, and Croft can wait before stepping out and just driving it through the offside along the ground out to Klein and taking the single. He didn't turn the previous delivery, having seen the replay, just missed it, essentially going for the drive. Croft didn't miss it, didn't miss the second delivery. In goes Parkinson to Willis, looking to turn on the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the pad, bounces back down the wicket, and Parkinson, sort of having beaten the shot in a way, turns with his arm raised and a sort of howl towards umpire White. It couldn't be described as appeal, I don't think. He was about to start one, but realised he was on his own, a choir of one. So the appeal stopped quite quickly. End of the over, 145 for 4.
Chris Wright's asked for his jumper. Peeling on the jumper, extra layer on. Slightly chilly breeze across New Road. Well, that spin from one end in Parkinson, his first over of the morning, and then Mike will continue from the New Road end. What's bowled 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. Ben Mike. He's got Stephen Croft on strike, 12 not out. Croft is driving through the offside, bouncing out towards deep point, where Parkinson comes up to field. Croft gets a single, moves on to 13 not out, 146 for 4. Tom Taylor's chatty. He's been speaking to the Leicestershire balcony out to our right hand side. He's now having a little chat. There's somebody on the upper tier of this stand watching. And natter to him as well. Willis whips the bat away at the last moment, just leaning onto the front foot, and withdraws the bat quite dramatically and into the gloves of the keeper. And there is no run. 146 for 4. 86 deliveries for Dane Willis last night and through this morning for his 40 runs. Half an hour left. An important half an hour with Lancashire 59 in front, 6 wickets remaining. But their most experienced pair currently batting. Mike to Villas. It's pushed full, but it's wide. You see a little puff of dust burst up as the ball landed wide of his off stump. And through to the keeper. No run. Content to lean on his bat, Dane Villas. Half an hour left of this morning session on the final day. Lancashire 146 for 4. They've lost just the wicket of Rob Jones. It went early on, however. Jones out for 16. Caught at the short mid-wicket, a ball which deflected off the inside edge of his bat onto his pad. It ballooned up into the air, and Jones Rose took the catch, and Leicester went cartwheeling away in celebration because they got the early breakthrough. But Stephen Croft and Dane Villas have settled things down for Lancashire a little bit here, as they did in the first innings. Actually, these two put on 130 runs, and Lancashire were 97 for 4 in the first innings. They came together with a score at 101, I think, for 4 this time round. And that means that Lancashire now lead Leicestershire by 59 runs. Lancashire 146 for 4. Mike over the wicket to Villas. It's well stopped by Slater, just backward of point. He cuts that into the ground, Dave. But it's not a full-blood cut. But more of a kind of a chop playing away from his body down into the ground. One bounce. Slater low to his left. He stops the ball and instantly tucks his palm of his hands under his armpits. He may have stung the palm of his hands or his fingers. He might just be a little bit chilly. Actually, he's rubbing his forearms, and now his hands together is Ben Slater. So the breeze might be a little chilly. Mike balls to Villas. And he shoulders arms, and that's through to the keeper. Completes the over. Mike's ball 13 now, so 146 for 4. Lead is 59 runs. I mentioned the fact that Derbyshire had lost a wicket, that the runs required for victory are down to 200. 165 for 2. They're taking an early lunch at the Riverside. Yorkshire needs 68 to beat Durham. Elsewhere, we know the result for Somerset. They've beaten Glamorgan by 285 runs. That's in the central group. Elsewhere in that central group, Gloucestershire are playing Worcestershire. Game taking place at Bristol. Gloucestershire 194 for 5, lead by 33 runs. Bringing the Warwickshire Northants game in just a tick, but here comes Parkinson to start his second over. And that's Croft. He's striking the ball behind square on the offside. 2 chasing after that. Kadeem decline with a very good effort to scoop the ball up, and the throw comes in from Slater. And Croft has run 3 in the meantime to take his total on to 16, and Lancashire to 149 for 4. Northants 400 for 6 in their second innings against Warwickshire. Villas goes back and works the ball into the onside for no runs. That's a lead of 173 runs. That could be quite an interesting finish. 400 for 6, lead of 173 at Edgbaston. And there are 2 currently live games in the South Group. Villas defending off a front foot, a good stride down the pitch and pushing into the offside. And 2 of them are into a run chase, albeit the Essex one looks like a more likely conclusion, because they need a further 153 runs to beat Kent. Dabbed into the onside by Villas, no run. 49 for 2. Essex second innings need 153 more runs to win. Alistair Cook and Tom Wesley are batting for Essex at Chelmsford. Parkinson to Villas. Worked away through extra cover. And, Villas moves to 41. That brings up the 150 for Lancashire as well. 150 for 4. And Surrey are playing Middlesex at the Oval. Middlesex have declared this morning on 248 for 6. So Surrey, as Parkinson concludes his second over of the morning, and Croft defends it into extra cover for no run. 150 for 4. Lancashire lead of 63. So Surrey have Stoneman and Patel batting. They're 11 without loss, and they need 303 further runs to win that game. You are up to date with the scores across the Bob Willis Trophy, heading all these games into their final day. And there's been some good cricket being played as the county season returned. There's been some good matches.
Well, Taylor, it looks like he's going to have a go from the New Road end. Replacing Ben Mike. So a relatively short break for Tom Taylor. Certainly they've decided Parkinson is the bowler from the Diglis end.
So here's Taylor, 13 overs, 6 maidens for 28. Balls to Villas, eases the ball behind square on the leg side for 2 runs. Will be, I think, a 50 partnership as well for these two. Yes, it is. Came together at 101.
They did.
A pair of them have put on 51 runs. And between them so far,
16 of the 51 to Croft. That's very much the dominant partner in terms of run scoring.
Taylor balls to him. He defends to the onside, no run.
But it's very similar to the, in a way, to the partnership in the first innings. Croft just playing a very, very solid supporting role. Willis taking the lead. It's a little slower than obviously it was in the first innings, but equally hugely effective.
Tom Taylor, right arm over the wicket to Dane Villas. Meets it with a forward defence. With that back leg, his knee almost touching the turf as he squeezes the ball into the offside. Removes his helmet and mops his brow. With the wind picking up, again looking out towards beyond the Graham Hick Pavilion, where the skies are quite grey as Villas and just drops it into the offside for no run. We've got any forecast for showers today, I don't think, but it just feels like it's all a little grey and that it could rain. But, forecast is pretty dry, albeit it's been dry on the first 2 days, and we had little showers, didn't we? Had a bit of a 20-minute delay for rain yesterday. Forward in defence is Villas. Done so with such purpose, isn't there? Such meaning behind that forward defence. It's not just about keeping it out. It means it's so much more than just defending. It's done with purpose and aggression, and try and sap a bit of enthusiasm from the bowler in the process as well. I've dealt with it. I've gone to the front foot. It's easily defended, that one. And again, something similar, a little half shuffle forward, and tucks his bat under his arm as he deals with that final delivery of Tom Taylor's latest spell. 152 for 4. Villas has 43, and Stephen Croft is unbeaten on 16.
The two Lancashire batsmen having a chat in mid-pitch, doing a super job for their county at the moment. Leicestershire sticking at it. As I say, they're not sort of panicking. They're not trying to bowl jaffers all the time. They're hitting their lines and lengths and just hoping for that little bit of an error, perhaps.
What can Parkinson conjure up here? He bowls to Croft. Drops it into the offside for no run. And a short leg slip. And a deep square leg. Backward point. Parkinson to Croft. That's cut. Late cut down to third man. He might get 4 for it. Chase it on as he comes down towards the boundary rope, and slated us really well. Terrific stop. Diving forward, you could see the determination etched across his face to try and get to it. Did ever so well there with that dive to flick the ball back and to save a run for his team, because Croft had run 3, moves to 19, 155 for 4.
He did. Total commitment from Ben Slater, as we saw during his innings.
In comes Callum Parkinson, forward goes Willis in defence, no run.
Just seeing a replay of it on this screen now. Just got there.
He's had a good debut, hasn't he? Ben Slater, goodness me,
Yeah.
career best 172. Been good in the field. Welcome to your new team, at least for a couple of games. Willis defends, no run.
Well, of course, he, as I say, he knew Callum Parkinson, he knew Will Davis, both from the time at Derbyshire.
Parkinson to Willis, who paddling the ball, at least attempting to. With deliberate shot, he was in position nice and early, Willis, just to clip it around the corner for a single, but because he was in position early,
exactly, yeah.
Colin Ackerman, who was at slip, was able to quickly adjust his position and went skipping behind the keeper to stop the ball. Willis going back and cutting this time, but with no timing. It's a little thin bottom edge on it.
Touching off the stumps, that was a bit risky.
End of the over, 155 for 4.
Having just seen the replay of that little predetermined paddle sweep, it was, believe it or not, Swindles who'd anticipated to such an extent that he started the sort of fielding. Really, he got half a glove to it, not on the full. It bounced well before, of course, but he was more or less at short leg when he dived across and made it. If Willis had realised, if he changes his shot to a reverse paddle or something like that, the offside had completely vacated. They'd all run around to try and cut off that little paddle sweep. End of the over. And it was the ball after that Leicester would have given Leicestershire real hope.
Tom Taylor starts his latest over. Croft defends. This will be some news of interest to Lancashire supporters. We've had a lot of people kind of getting in touch with us over the course of the last few days with regards to where Lancashire are with their availability of players. So Lancashire have just issued some updates on that. And I'll read through the details of what's going on. There's Taylor balls to Croft, who defends again, and there's no run. So Lancashire will welcome back Liam Livingston, Richard Gleeson and Saqib Mahmood from England duty this week, and all 3 players are expected to be available for selection for the Bob Willis Trophy match against Durham starting next Saturday.
Will be a very different side that heads up to the northeast then, you would think.
In addition, Matthew Parkinson continues to undergo rehabilitation after an ankle sprain sustained while training with England. Taylor again to Croft, defends and there's no run. Graham Onions suffered a back spasm on the morning of the game against Leicestershire, and he'll undergo further assessment and treatment. And all-rounder Luke Wood is returning to full fitness after experiencing hip stiffness during the warm-up in friendlies, and should also be available for selection at the weekend. So it will be news that a lot of Lancashire supporters have been getting in touch with us with regards to these players. Left alone by Croft and through to the keeper, no run. So Livingston, Gleeson and Mahmood and Wood all set to be available for the game against Durham, and I think they're optimistic that Onions will be available too, but Matt Parkinson continuing to be assessed.
Well, though the youngsters have done, they've given everything to the cause, you would anticipate probably all 3 might miss out up at Durham on that basis.
Tom Taylor over the wicket balls, and Croft content just to stride forward and drag the bat out the way through to the keeper, no run.
I guess you could argue that given those selection issues for this game. This hasn't been a bad pitch for Lancashire to play the game on then. Relatively placid and benign. Yes, that made life tough for the youngsters when they were bowling, but it has made it a very savable game in a way.
Final ball of this over, Croft easing the ball back down the pitch. 155 for 4, a lead of 68 Lancashire. Yeah. Oh, sanitation break. There we go. Yeah. And it was Lancashire's pitch to prepare, wasn't it, as well? With it being their home game, they were in conversation with the Worcestershire ground staff, and were able
to what extent. Yeah, I don't know to what extent they could have influenced it one way or another. From what I understand, the pitch had actually been prepared for a friendly game, which wasn't played. So it had been, talking to Alex Swan, that is, it had been sort of ready for the previous week. In a way, then, almost kind of over prepared, and it's played a little like that.
Yeah.
There hasn't been. It's been very dry. There hasn't been. But it hasn't crumbled, but it's been very dry, and not really the juice in it that perhaps either side would have liked to have seen in a 5-game competition, and in the circumstances for Lancashire to come away from the game with 12 points and then get a much stronger side out for the game up at Durham is probably as much as they could have hoped for, I think. Really, well, you can hope for the win, but realistically.
Lewis Deploy is gone, I'm afraid, for Derbyshire. So they've lost their 3rd wicket, 168 for 3. Need 197 further runs to win.
Swings it back to the outlaws.
Oh, Essex have lost a 4th wicket. They're playing Kent. In fact, I think they've lost a couple. I think they were only 2 down the last time we checked. Yes, they have. They've lost Tom Wesley and Varun Chopra. So 61 for 4, Essex.
In goes Parkinson, and he has bowled Dane Villas. Well, goodness me. The breakthrough has come for Leicestershire just before lunch, and that they were playing so well, Villas and indeed Croft. Well, Villas, basically chopped on. It was outside off stump. He was looking just to force the ball away through the offside, got the inside edge, and onto the stumps it has gone. He'd played with such a degree of comfort, Dane Villas, that really it was hard to predict that happening, but it was a good foot outside off stump. Just went to steer it away, didn't even try and hit it too hard. Maybe it stayed a touch low. Came off the bottom edge and it ricocheted into the stumps, and from having been a strong favourite, the draw is now beginning to recede again, and perhaps Leicestershire can sniff a little bit of an opening. 155 for 5 Lancashire.
Previous Parkinson over, Villas was going back and looking to cut the ball. It was quite tight to the stumps, and he bottom edged it, and it went out to rolled out towards point. On that occasion, he again one that maybe just kept a little lower than he was expecting, and that bottom edge went back onto the stumps on that occasion. And you heard the yelp of Callum Parkinson and indeed these teammates, because as we've been saying for the last kind of half an hour, 40 minutes, if Lancashire get to lunch with Villas and Croft there, they'll feel quite calm about things. But losing Villas, in particular Villas, is a big breakthrough for Leicestershire, and it brings out George Balderson to join Stephen Croft.
68 for 5 essentially. The lead is just 68, but batted well in the first innings. Well, initially a little bit tentative, Balderson, because he came out on the first evening, didn't he? But in the following morning he was pretty impressive.
He was, yeah. I think he said to me that night that he felt as though the new ball helped him. It came onto the bat a little quicker for him. But I think after making his debut and getting through the nerves of that first period, I think, having slept overnight, I think he did seem to come back a lot more confident and a bit more fluid, but this is a completely different challenge now, because Lancashire are batting here to try and make the game safe, and he's going to have a bit of company around the bat.
Partnership was 44 off 22.1 overs between Willis and Croft. It has been ended. Patience has paid off as far as Leicestershire are concerned, and Parkinson again on a wicket that isn't really giving him too much assistance. He's sitting on figures of 9.1 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 20, and young Balderson, as a left-hander, has the footholds to cope with. In goes Parkinson and bowls to him. He goes back and plays calmly enough on the back foot, just drops it out into the offside. It's Ackerman who's at slip as the trolley. Son's watermelons, I'm assuming, is about to go past us. In goes Parkinson, bowls, back goes Balderson, turns a ball that perhaps just keeps a fraction low down into the ground, half stopped at short leg by Hassan Azad, and there's no run. Rhodes has gone in closer to very silly mid-off. Taylor is at leg slip, so he's surrounded as Parkinson over the wicket goes in, bowls to Balderson, who goes back on his stumps, and again he's quite a tall man, so he has to sort of, if it is going to keep low, and that one didn't really get up too much, he's going to have to crouch slightly, and crouch he does, manages to get something on it and keep it out. 155 for 5, a different feel now 10 minutes before lunch as Parkinson is in and bowls. Better from Balderson, he gets forward to that one and smothers any nascent spin before it can turn. 155 for 5, 68 the lead. In goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Balderson, plays it just wide of Rhodes, runs out towards Dearden at extra cover, and there is no run. The end of a wicket maiden for Callum Parkinson. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 20, and another huge twist in this absorbing game of red ball cricket in that over.
Couldn't really have wished for a better game to get the season started. You know, really good, tough cricket, nice and competitive. Heading on towards a lunch on the 4th day, and you're still not quite certain which way it's going to go. Terrific stuff. Good fun to watch.
105 balls Willis for his 43, and he really was looking in pretty much control out there. Tom Taylor has Stephen Croft to bowl at. Croft is hit on the pads and appealed for leg before, but immediately Nick Cook was looking at the sky. The decision was instant. He sort of looks away to his right and into the sky. Whether he actually says no, but anyway, he's explaining to anybody and everybody why that wasn't out. Let's have a look at the replay. It was going down the leg side for me. Good shout, but just a little bit too much on that one to be given. Fair comment?
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, just looked to be heading off down the leg side. In goes Taylor again, bowls, and Croft is forward on off stump. There is no run.
Yeah, it was a good shout, and I say there's enough uncertainty about that with the way that was shaping towards leg that he would have gone on to miss it. And I think the body language from Nick Cook was almost saying, no, that's going down leg side, I think. Is that one?
Immediately, wasn't it? He's got his hands plunged deep in his pockets. Umpire Cook at the moment, keeping them warm. The left-hander's come out now as Taylor is in. Bowling, Croft just adjusts. It was a good delivery, just coming back in to him. Bat in front of pad, just has to turn one. If Croft had gone there, you'd say Leicestershire were absolutely
yeah,
in the driving seat. While he's there, forming an immovable object, there is plenty of hope for Lancashire. In goes Taylor and bangs it in, and he does pull Croft, but he's looking to get his head out of the way, and it wasn't entirely convincing. Put it around the corner. Ackerman at close backward square makes the stop. Might get another bouncer or two. Got right on top of the ball, but the way his sort of head was looking to get out of the way. In goes Taylor, bowls and brings Croft forward, pushed back past the stumps. Ben Mike runs to his left. Yes, yes, says Croft, bringing young George Balderson through. Balderson, who'd sort of retreated into his ground slightly to make sure he wasn't run out by the bowler deflecting the ball on the stumps. Has a bit of running to do, but he does. Mike had a lot of ground to make up. And the young man is quick over the ground. Balderson laid his ground comfortably enough. Big test now for the youngsters, says Mark Gratian, with the veteran Croft.
Veteran status, Stephen Croft.
And Ross McR1 has been doing a rain dance for the last hour.
I don't think it's going to rain. Keep dancing if you want, but I'm not certain it's going to work.
Now Andrew Ware says that actually Livingston may not return as he has sprained an ankle while training with England. But as far as Lancashire as official communications are concerned, Liam Livingston very much available. So Balderson on strike for the first time to Taylor, who goes round the wicket but bowls outside off stump, and it's too wide. And Balderson lets it go through to Harry Swindles. End of the over, 156 for 5. The lead 69. There's some difficult sums going on now. It's 87. Why is it never a round number?
It's never on the scoreboard, neither is it? No. But it's across the bottom of the stream on if you're watching the live pictures.
I'm doing the sort of minus 100 plus 13 is how I'll... Do you see what I mean?
No.
No? Fair enough.
I'm doing check the online scorecard and it'll tell you.
Yes. How many overs to go? 63. Before lunch, 2, I would suggest, because 1 is going to be bowled by Callum Parkinson. Short leg slip. Silly-ish. Mid-off / short cover as round the wicket he goes and bowls. Croft forward. Look at the shuffle to make sure that he gets to the pitch of the ball with his as he leans forward. Parkinson in again, bowls. Croft gets a fuller delivery that he sort of jams out rather, bounces hard down into the ground. Rhodes goes across to his right from that short extra position and makes the stop. Some threatening to come out again. Parkinson in, forward. Goes Croft, doesn't need the little shuffle on that occasion. Got to the pitch of the ball. Pads the pitch down. Ackerman summons Taylor from deep backward square to a fairly conventional backward square position. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Croft goes forward, defends, and there's no run. Rhodes has actually retreated from that short extra position to a reasonably conventional extra cover. This is all because they want Balderson on strike for the final over. Leicestershire. Parkinson is in, and again rather dug out by Croft on the front foot, played firmly into the ground. Rhodes makes the stop. There's no run. 1 ball to go in the over. Can I'm sure that Croft trusts his young partner, but Leicestershire nonetheless. As forward goes Croft and defends that one. Clearly he does. Leicestershire will be pleased to be starting what is almost certainly the final over before lunch by bowling to George Balderson. Well, I reckon they needed 3 before lunch. They've got 2, but one of them's Villas, so it's still right in the balance, isn't it, the game?
I think it is, yeah.
69. The lead, 5 second innings wickets in hand for Lancashire.
They had to get one of these 2 out, didn't they? In that bit before lunch.
It felt that way. Ackerman's going to bowl the last over. I think that's a good shout with the left-hander. Off spin, looking just to turn it away, out of the footholds.
Mm-hmm.
He has something of a knack of picking up wickets, Colin Ackerman, as we saw in the first innings. Balderson surrounded. Ackerman, high stepping, goes in and bowls. Balderson goes back on his stumps. A straight delivery, unlikely to be footholds there. High noon. No, it's not. It's 1 o'clock. Just the one we've had that. Yeah. Figuratively. In goes Ackerman, bowls, and Balderson stretching forward, slightly outside edgy as it goes along the ground, past silly mid-off. Balderson wanders forward. No need to waste time. We know this is going to be the last over. 1 o'clock having struck as Ackerman is in. Balderson goes back, defends competently down the wicket on the on side. Parkinson walks in to pick up. There's no run. Composes himself, George Balderson, then waits as in goes Ackerman. Turned past short leg by Balderson, the ball drifting towards middle and leg, along the ground all the way there. Ben Slater is at backward square. There's no run. 2 balls to go in another absorbing session of cricket. Ackerman is in, Balderson is forward on middle and off. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but solidly behind it nonetheless. 56 for 5 with a delivery of the session to go. Ackerman on his toes, in, bowls, and turned past short leg. Lots of oohs and ahs because it was in the air for a foot or two, but no chance for Hassanazad. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is lunch. Lancashire 156 for 5, lead by 69 with 5 second innings wickets in hand.
Fascinating as well. Brilliant morning session. Really good cricket. Really intense and competitive stuff. And we started the 4th and final day a little uncertain as to which way it would pan out. I mean, we were kind of guessing what might be the favourite outcome. But we get to lunch, none the wiser really. But Leicestershire will feel, having got rid of Dane Villas, and Lancashire just 69 in front, that an opportunity has opened up for them after the lunch interval. Stephen Croft is 20 not out, and he's going to resume after lunch with George Balderson, who's faced 12 deliveries, but he's on naught. Leicestershire make their way off, as indeed did the Lancashire batsman, and the umpires, Nick Cook removing his cap, and he's still chatting away. Little chat with Stephen Croft. And we'll enjoy a little bit of lunch, still with an enormous amount of intrigue and interest in the way that this game will unfold. Lancashire have got to lunch on the 4th and final day of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture on 156 for 5. Croft on 20, Balderson on naught, 2 wickets to 4 in the session. Rob Jones for 16, and Dane Villas, the captain. Crucially, Dane Villas bowled by Callum Parkinson. He chopped onto his stumps, and Villas out for 43. Lancashire's lead is 69. And we're at lunch on the final day, and we're set for a fascinating couple of sessions here, because Lancashire are 156 for 5. They lost their captain right on the stroke of lunch, out for 43, bowled by Callum Parkinson. Stephen Croft is still there, 20 not out, and George Balderson unbeaten on naught. But Balderson, a lad from Stockport, is making his debut for Lancashire, so a big test for him later on today. But Lancashire at lunch on the final day, 156 for 5, lead by just 69.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the latest edition of chatting to a cricket legend, great friend of the club, a true legend of the Red Rose County, a great teammate of myself, and a guy that brought cricket right to the fore of people's living rooms in 2005 with the Ashes. Freddie Flintoff, how you doing, Andy?
Andy, I've not been called that for so long. How you doing, Andy? I'm good, Aggie. It was quite the build-up that I wasn't sure if I was on Jonathan Ross Oh.
We've been doing it for a fortnight now, mate. So it's these introductions are kind of rolling off the tongue a little bit.
Yeah, and you got your own studio there. What room are you in there, Eggy? You got the wardrobes up.
I'm in the spare bedroom.
What? But for any reason, or you just choose to be in there?
So what have you been up to, mate? Isolation. You're like everyone else. What have you been doing?
Pretty much. I went to Australia. I was in Australia. I was meant to be there for 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. I filmed Ninja Warrior over there.
Yeah.
So I went out there, and then lasted 5 days, and then had to fly back. Paddy McEwen, ex-Lancashire, my best mate, he comes with me for that one. So he comes out for an holiday in Melbourne while I'm working. And there was some debate whether we should go back or not. He was keen for staying, doing the isolation in Melbourne. But I said, Paddy, I've got to get back. I've got 3 kids. We just had another one. I need to get home. And since then, I just whatever else you're doing, I don't leave the house. We've got a cricket net coming out the garage, which I've erected for the kids to keep their hand in at cricket. Got a basketball net, got football stuff in the garden. I've taken a job on TalkSport, 6 till 10 on a Monday to Wednesday, which is a shock to the system.
Brilliant.
Strange thing is, under different circumstances, I think this lockdown would be all right, to be honest. I'm just spending a lot of time at home with the family and chilling out. I'm actually enjoying it. And the other thing is, I've realised how much I do miss cricket, because there's just nothing about, is there, to watch with the kids or on telly or anything.
Well, I was just going to say that if you had a net put up in your garden, you're not putting the pads on or having a bit of a bowl at the lads.
Yeah, we have test matches, so I've had a game against Rock a couple of times. Do you know the worst thing about it is that I coach my kids, and I'm sure every other father who they try and talk to the kids and they look at it as if they don't know anything about it. And then it's over. But then also I try and give demonstrations. And in my head, I know exactly what I can do, and I know exactly what I'm trying to do. But I always inside edge it, or I get it wrong, or I go in the net. I say, "This is what you do," and it gets me out third ball. But yeah, we're just trying to make the best of it, to be honest. But I didn't realise how much I would miss it until I do now.
No, I'm exactly the same, mate. And it makes it worse as well, doesn't it? The weather outside, it's cracking the flags. Yeah. It's beautiful. Sod's law, if the cricket was on now, it'll be chipping ice off the covers and 2 or 3 jumper weather. But looking at it outside, it's ace. But your career was, you're a Lancashire lad through and through, and you make no bones about the fact that you're a very, very proud Lancastrian and a very proud lad from Preston that we've always known, and cricket's always been in your family.
Yeah, well, Preston, we've called the youngest now. He's 16 weeks old. We've called him Preston.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'll keep his feet on the ground. But yeah, I've lived in and around Manchester now for years, but I see home as Preston. And I know it's not for everyone, but I think wherever you come from is your home, and there's a certain amount of pride that comes with that. And then playing for Lancashire, it was a dream come true. I remember at 9, we had a coach come to the cricket club just to ask my dad if I wanted to trial, and I didn't think I'd get in. And I got into under 11s and got my first red rose on my cap and my jumper, and then that excitement's never left. And even now, Eggy, I don't know what it's like for you, but my career's long gone, but I still feel a massive belonging to the club. And every time I go in and you see the red rose on the stand, you do feel a sense of belonging. And you go around, you see the likes of you, and you see the lads in the office or ex-players. And it's, out of everything I've done, it's the one place where I probably feel most comfortable around cricket, and especially around Lancashire with everyone.
Yeah, and it is funny because to me and to all the lads you played with, you'll always be Fred. You'll be Fred who from Preston who enjoyed a giggle, was a terrific cricketer. Now you come in the office and it stops as if the Queen's walked in or something like that. It's just Fred. It's just Fred.
It's an absolute joke, Eggy. I used to work in them offices. One of the best things I ever did, and do you know what I'd do, Eggy? Do you know, like young players coming through, I would advocate this. I was going to say, if I was in charge of the club, I'm on the board, so I've got a little bit of say, but they still pat me on the head and look at me as if I'm like a little kid in the corner. But I would advocate the players going working in the office, because one, you get a sense of what the club means to everybody else, not just people on the pitch. And you must have had this, Eggy, since you retired.
Definitely.
You get to know people. and two, it's enjoyable. I used to love it. I used to love going in there. I started in accounts, and it was obvious pretty quickly I couldn't do that when I was 16. So I got moved into the ticket office with Connie and Val and Kath, and then I wasn't very good at that either. I kept falling asleep, but other women used to bring me food in and all sorts, and Ken Grime and Gary Porter and Pete Ash, and then I got moved into a club shop and worked with Joy, Ron Spriggs' missus. And I tell you what, Eggy, I used to love that. I just used to sit there, stand there, talking to old Joy. Every now and then a customer would come in trying to find a signed Warren Egg cup or any.
My mum had bought all them.
Oh, I used to see mum all the time coming in buying plates. If she's anything like you, Eggy, she was trying to sell them to us. But do you know what? I reckon that was so important for me because every time I played, I appreciated what it meant to so many people, not just us on the pitch. And even now, I go back. And I still work with a lot of people who are still in the offices, and it's such a nice thing to do. That Paul Allett, he has all his plans. Get him working at offices. We're talking about him doing nothing. Get him going on ground with Will and Matt and that. Get a sense of the club, eh? I mind all this training, Eggy and David Blade. We don't care. We don't care much how much you can deadlift. Get some wickets. Get some wickets and work with Pete Ash.
There was only one gym in my career, mate. It was Jim's Cafe down the road in Bolton.
Oh, I tell you, Eggy, do you remember the pre-season training? It's like, I know we started doing it and we started training before the season, but I remember when I was, 16, we used to go to that shed, which was the indoor centre where the new ones.
Right. Yeah.
You go out for one Cholton, run to Cholton.
Yeah.
And I always used to cheat. I never completed one. I used to find shortcuts and all sorts.
When I first joined the staff, we used to have an indoor net about the end of February, not too early, like everyone. And we used to come back to that indoor shed, exactly what you're talking about. We used to have a net for maybe an hour and 15, and because it was too cold and there was a bit of a leak coming through onto a length, they used to open the bar, and it used to be a free bar and a plate of sandwiches upstairs.
Yeah, I remember the sandwiches. I remember the sandwiches because I love corned beef, and there was always corned beef on this. It's funny how it changed. You probably saw it through your career, again. It got more professional, and then we started doing the pre-season stuff in the Total Fitness in Anforth. And
God, with Steve Hampson.
Oh, I'm poor taking as I used to feel so rough because me and Paddy used to live with each other. We used to go out, and then we have to turn up for training, and we just be there. Oh, it was horrible. It was horrible.
Oh, those were the days. That's when the stuff got real then, didn't it? We weren't even allowed in that Total Fitness in Ampleforth. I remember we used to have them dry sandwiches, and we cottoned on and started bringing little bottles of salad cream and mayonnaise to put on it, and we get a right rollicking for doing that.
Well, you talk about like players now. I'm not one of them who's going to go in my day and how well they're looked after now. So it should be professional. They should get paid well. They should get looked after. However, though, the feet won't touch the ground, would they? They're whinging about the temperature of the swimming pool and the dressing room. Come on, lads. Come on. Yeah, if you had a hot shower, you was happy. The swimming pool is the current of the water able to swim against it. Come on, lads. Come on.
Let's talk about you breaking into that team, Kurt. Because if I'm right, Fred, and I'm right, you made your middle of the 90s, was it?
Yeah. I'm not sure exact dates, but I played in the second team when I was 15.
Yeah.
I was playing for Lancashire under-15s against Yorkshire at Elm, and I got about 30 odd. Gareth Batty got me out, actually. I got caught. Right. Tried to hit him over the top, got caught mid-on by Gareth Batty.
Yeah.
And then I came off, and John Savage, who I knew John, I was never quite sure what he did. He was always around watching cricket, and he was one of them. He's from the club.
Yeah.
He came up to me and said, "Do you want to play in the second team tomorrow against Glamorgan?" And I genuinely didn't know what he was on about. I had no idea. I said, "I don't know. You have to ask my dad." And it was to play a 3-day game against Glamorgan with the professionals. So he said, "Yeah." And I'll never forget going. Turned up in your blazer and your tie and everything. John Stanworth was coach. I love Stanley. And then Dexter Fitton was playing, Peter Martin, Roddy Irani's last season with Lancashire.
Yeah.
And I never forget, I just thought I was out my depth. I was in the dressing room, and a lot of the conversations going on in the dressing room, I was 15, I didn't understand. I know they've changed it round now, but used to sit sideways on.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was in the days where the wicket was so fast. And I was watching this lad bowl called Bastian and another lad called Frost. And the ball seemed to be travelling for ages.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, I shouldn't be batting in this. And I went out to bat. And Peter Martin Digger was batting. And about third ball, I got hit in front of my face, fending one off. And Digger, brilliant, says, I'd watch your head, you're going to get a few more of them. It's, cheers, Dig. And I ended up getting 20 odd and loved it. Second innings got, 10, 12. Got out to Robert Croft, I think, second innings.
Yeah.
I started getting paid, and I realised you can get paid to play cricket, so you get cash, 60 quid for the game. And then it progressed from there. And then when I played the first team against Leek in a Nat West game.
Yeah, at Derbyshire at Leek, I remember it, yeah.
Yeah, I got one wicket. Mike Watkinson took a blinding catch at mid-off. I think I was 16. Bumble was coach. I love Bumble. He looked after me through my under-19s with England.
Yeah.
And then at Lancashire, then he picked me for England. He'll pick me for anything, Bumble. I tell you, he'll get me in any team. I remember that game at Leek in the Nat West. I was gutted because I thought I was playing as a batter because I didn't really bowl.
Yeah.
My back was bad. So I'm thinking, I wonder where I'm going in. I thought, well, I'm not going to get in above Crawley, Atherton, Fairbrother, Galleon, Lloyd. I'm thinking, I'm not going to get in before Egg. I'm thinking I'm going to be number 8 here. I'm going to be number 8. And then Bumble, he says, you're going in at 10. He's like, what, 10? 10? He's sitting chapel in before me. Come on. And I managed to get a wicket, but I was so nervous, Eggy. You got no idea what it was like as a young lad. You walk into a dressing room, and I'd seen you about a little bit at Penwitham at the Nets on a Sunday in the winter.
That's
and
right.
I've seen a few people, but I can't tell you how nerve-wracking it was, Eggy. You come in with your bag as a young lad who knows nothing, wet behind the ears, and you're surrounded by people that you've seen on telly, people that you look up to, and you're meant to be in the same team and mixing it up. It was so daunting.
You know what, Fred? You're talking about that, but you came into our dressing room, and you seemed to fit in. You seemed to fit in straight away, and it wasn't too long after that I remember the banter we had and the fun we had doing warm-ups, and you're pulling people's pants down, and you're sticking my head in the dirt and rubbing my head in the dirt because I called you something you didn't like or something like that.
I think all that started was because the hardest part about it was you look around at all these players and you know how good they are. And these are proper cricketers. And one, you want to prove yourself as a player before you can be even accepted as a person, which is probably the wrong way around, but it's probably how you look at it.
Mm.
And when I started having a little bit of success, I think that's when I became more confident around the lads. And my debut was a disaster. Played against Hampshire down at Portsmouth on the Army ground. And
Was played, didn't he?
Oh, Wazin was playing, and then Bumble, he said I was the best slip catcher he's ever seen, I think, and I catch pigeons. I do, but in kids cricket, so I got put in the slips in my first game, which is unheard of. Second slip to Wazim Akram. I dropped 3 catches before lunch.
I remember.
And then Wazim shouted, "Get him out of there! Get him out of there!" It's like, come on, man. It was awful.
I have to admit, Fred, I was killing myself laughing behind my glove. I had my glove up and you didn't know where to put your face.
Can you imagine how it felt, Eggy? Can you imagine, right? I'm there, I'm in pain because I've got 3 marks on my body where the ball's hit me because I've not got an hand on it. I'm 17 years old. I'm surrounded by home heroes dropping catches. One of the world's greatest ever cricketers, Wazim Akram, has just shouted, "Get him out the slips." Neil Fairbrother has had his nose put out of joint because he's been standing there since time began. You know what Arb's like. If you can't handle change, that lad. So can you imagine how I was feeling, Eggy? I just wanted the ground to just take me now. Take me. I don't want to be here.
it does. That does make me giggle thinking back on that. But like you said, you had success. You came in, you had success. You took your great mate Alex Tudor apart in a game at Old Trafford against Surrey one day. You hit him for 75 in 1 over or something like that, if I can remember. And then you moved on. Your career moved on.
Yeah, my career went fast. It moved fast, which was one of the things I really struggled to keep up with. I was never any good at making debuts. I was never any good at starting. I think, for all the bravado and everything, I think you're just that little bit unsure of yourself, especially in new surroundings. Because at every step up you make with cricket, you're playing with better people, and you're playing with people around you that you look up to so much that you just don't want to do well for yourself, but you want to impress your teammates as well. And I found that a bit with Lancs, and not in a bad way, but in a good way. And when I started making a few scores, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. I don't know if you experienced this when you started, Eggy, but imagine, like, as a kid, all you want to do is play cricket for Lancashire.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, every week, you're standing at slip to Wazim Akram, you're batting with John Crowley. It does have its downsides. You got Mike Atherton. But Af was one of my heroes growing up. He really was. And getting to play with him was another one. That it was brilliant. And if you did have success, the nice thing about them days was everybody celebrated the success.
Yeah, I did.
I played in teams and I played with people, and they're not always happy that others do well within that side. But I think in that side, we can honestly say that there was a great team spirit.
Yeah, Bumble brought that in, Fred. Bumble brought that in, and his words were, you got to enjoy your teammates' success.
Yeah,
and that was the big thing. It wasn't just that. You touched on it before as well. It was the whole club. Remember, the whole club would go out and celebrate and have a drink in the old Tilsley, bar on a Sunday if we had a good win, and we'd all. So it was a case of, when we said it before, you punch one of us in the nose, and the whole club hurts.
But I think it wasn't us and them, was it? It was a club. So, all the office staff would come out and watch, and everybody had a lid on how the team were doing. You go in the bar afterwards and you drink with some, not older members. Why would you? But you drink with some of the members, and you'd know people. I think the players were so accessible.
Yeah.
I think that's so important within sport and within a club like ours, that it remains that way. It's becoming increasingly difficult to do that.
Yeah, it is. And then we touched on it, the England career. You went on to play many times for England, and captain in it. But probably one of the highlights of your career playing for England, mate, must have been the 2005 Ashes series, which was, even if you're not a big cricket man, that series for me is still spine-tingling, hairs on the back of your neck. Brilliant to watch.
Yeah, it's a strange one because it was 2005. It's a long time ago now.
Yeah.
And although we all dine out on that series, and I reckon there's a bit longer left in it as well. You do get a little bit embarrassed by it from time to time. Yeah. But what a time to be an English cricketer. And 2005 was like a build-up for the previous 3 years. We were beating everyone in the world.
Yeah.
And then when we played against Australia, I'm not sure if we thought we were going to beat them because they were so good, but we thought we'd have a chance. And then the way in which that series just took off, from the first game being beat at Lords, where I bottled it and a few of the other lads did, to Edgbaston winning by a couple of runs.
Yeah.
And then Old Trafford, that test match was it was something else. In the fact that I didn't do it often. I didn't play many home games for England at Lancs, but this was like the best game ever, even though we drew.
Yeah.
England started well. We had a real sense we were going to beat Australia. And then on the last day, when test match tickets are so cheap and nobody comes, there's 20,000 people trying to get in the ground. And you look around and it was people that you knew, it was people urging you onto balls or trying to take them last wickets. It was so special. And the nicest thing about it for me was after the game, in my whites, I sat with Pete Marin in his office and the lads, because I used to live with Pete on the car park when I first signed. We just sat there till God knows what time in the morning, just drinking cans in my whites. And that for me ties it all in, where it's obviously a place where you play cricket. There's a real sense of a club. Pete Marron, someone that I'd lived with. It was just perfect, apart from the result, but we got the best side of a draw.
Absolutely, and we spoke to Harv last week, and he mentioned Pete Marron. He was the head groundsman at the club. He was everyone's mate, wasn't he? And he had barbecues on the pitch, and like you said, you lived with him in his groundsman house for a while. Yeah,
I did when I was 16. I couldn't drive, so I couldn't get to the club. And the whole reason I worked in the offices was I wanted to play cricket in Australia, but my mum wouldn't let me. She said I was too young to get the job. So I worked a bit behind the record counter at Woolworths in Preston, and then I worked in the offices at Lancashire. And I got put up with Pete Marron. And I used to go on a Sunday, and I used to go back to Preston on a Friday to my mum's. But the first Sunday I got there, he was waiting for me. I've gone in with my bags. And he was quite a formidable character, Pete. One day he was hard as nails, wasn't he?
Salford's finest.
Yeah, so everyone's putting me off moving in with him. Anyway, saying you're in for hell here with him. But the first day, he took me to the Quadrant pub around the corner of the ground. And it's before it had been done up. And I've sat with his mates. And he said, "What do you want to drink?" I said, "Let's have a Coke, Pete." He said, "Not having a Coke, you want bitter or lager? You're in my pub now." I said, "Go on, have a pint of lager, Pete." So I had a few pints of lager with Pete and his mates. And then the following week, I came back to Manchester and he wasn't in. Nobody in the house. I'd not got a key. So I thought it would be in the pub. So I went round to the Quadrant pub and I sat with all his mates, but Pete wasn't there. So I was in there till about 10:30 and about 5 or 6 pints. And the door flung open. It was Pete. He grabbed hold of me and he's like my dad. He marched me off. He marched me out the pub. Put me back home, but it's brilliant days. And
so we talked about your career and Lancashire and England, but you're doing all your TV stuff now, and you're here, there, and everywhere. But you keep touching back on family with your mum and dad. They've been a massive support for you in your career.
Yeah, they are, and I'm finding out. I think now I'm a father. Of lads, well, 2 of the lads are 14 and 12 and they play cricket with a junior setup at Lancs. How much that they've been through and how much they go through, because I'm living very differently to how they did. They on a shoestring budget, and it was only after that I realised that when I was playing all these games for England juniors up and down the country, mum and dad used to be there. I didn't sleep in the car. We was in hotels with the team. And the sacrifices they made and the support, I was so lucky, and without them, none of it had happened. And now having kids, I'll tell you what, it's a nightmare. Like playing cricket is one thing when you're doing it yourself, and I get a bit nervous and I walk out, and when I see my kids doing it,
horrible.
I tell you what, every time I sit there, and I don't want to be near any other parents because I can't be with chat. Oh, they all know everybody else's kid's getting on and all this, and he's done that. And then everyone's got a theory. I'll be sat there, right, and they'll be talking about the club Lancashire. And they talk about things. I think I'm on board of this club. I know it's funny how things get filtered down and stories start. But watching the kids is so nerve-wracking. You just want them to do well every time. Yeah. And it doesn't work like that. But now I'm loving it at the same time.
What about the TV work, Fred? Do you enjoy doing all that stuff?
Yeah, I do. The hard part with it is that all I ever wanted to be was a cricketer.
Yeah.
That's all I ever wanted to do. I wanted to play cricket. And that was so good that nothing's ever going to live up to it. So when people ask about the jobs, I like them, don't get me wrong, and I'm so grateful I do the stuff I do. But I never set out to do it. It was never a plan. I stumbled into it. And nothing's ever going to be like playing cricket. Nothing's ever going to be like being in the dressing room or going out on a field and playing. So I feel ungrateful some ways. But if you'd have said, like, League of Their Own's one thing, been there from the start, doing Top Gear, and it's...
What about... I watched something the other night. It was on telly in the background, and you crashed your chippy van.
Yeah.
You were and you were supposed to be flying in down south Plymouth or somewhere. And you drove into a car park, and
Eggy, listen to that conversation. The question you just asked me, Eggy. I used to play cricket for Lancashire in England. You've just asked me a question about crashing my chippy van on Sky. It's bizarre.
What's he doing? And then you blame the other bloke.
Well, you know what I'm like. I blame everyone for everything. It's never my fault, is it? Eh? Ask Duncan Fletcher. Ask Dav Watmore. Ask.
It's all their fault.
Ask Bobby Simpson. Ask them all. No, but it's so strange. And do you know the TV stuff? I genuinely, and I'm not after compliments or I'm not fishing.
Oh.
I genuinely don't know how I get work because you know what? I see people doing TV, and I think I'm not like these. And I'll go with it for as long as I can drag it out.
Yeah.
But I keep getting confused. I think I'll be on Test Match Special one day, I'm sure.
A quiet life.
Yeah.
Nah.
But the TV stuff, because I was meant to do the 100 this year, and I was looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Just being around cricket, working with Rob Key, one of my mates, and
Correct.
You go. Do you know the nice thing, Warren? Do you know you come to the club or you up around cricket and you bump into people you've not seen for a while, and it's like nothing else where you just pick up from where you left off the last time, and that's the nice thing about the club and cricket is you've got all these shared experiences with so many different people, and like with you speaking to Bully, who I love Bully, you've done this with, and Wazim and Arv.
Yeah,
it's so nice, isn't it?
It's brilliant, mate, and I'm the same as you. I count myself so lucky to be still working at a stadium. There's no better job than working at a sports stadium. If you're playing, if you're walking onto that green stuff out there with the jumper on, whatever shirt you're wearing, or B, you know, your office is based at an international sports stadium, and you can see that ground every day.
Do you know when you say you see the ground every day?
Yeah.
Do you just look at it now, or do you now think about days you've had on it? And
it's a really good question, because I'm lucky enough to looking at the fact that virtually every day in the summer I walk over that field, whether it's to go to the dressing room or to the umpire's room or to the media broadcasting suites, and I feel a little bit embarrassed that I take that for granted. I'm a bit like you. I take it for granted. Yeah, if we take a sponsor on from Emirates or from Heineken or something like that, and they walk onto the middle of Emirates Old Trafford, they want to soak it all in. I'm saying, come on, we need to go. We need to get off and just need a photograph. And that's how. And we take it for granted of being in that place that's 150 years old.
And there's not been that many people who played for the county, and we're one of them. The other thing which I find really hard at times, though, is that I look at the ground or I walk on it, and then now because I'm 42, and I realise that I'm not young or as young as I used to be. Oh no, but it's bittersweet because you walk on the ground and you're all happy and you're all excited. Yeah. But then the other side, it's home. I'm never going to play again for these. That's one thing I struggle with because now I'm 42 and I realise that I'm too old and my body don't work anyway. I can let it go a little bit, but when I was in my 30s, I found that really difficult thinking. And then the lads will come walking out to do the warm-ups and that. And they're a good set of lads, but I get a little bit jealous. I do, I curse a few. I curse a few of them. Don't get me wrong. It's like because I'd love to be doing it.
Yeah, that's never going to escape any sportsman. I'm lucky enough to speak to Will Greenwood and to Peter Reid, and that's something that's come up away from cricket. That when you do finish, you miss that camaraderie and that sense of friendship that you're used to every day, and little things like having a brew with your mate at 8:30 in the morning when you rock up to the dressing room. You can't replace that in any form of life.
No, you just get into that. You get into a routine, and it's not real. And yeah, it's the simple things you do miss. It really is. That's why I think while you're playing, you got to cherish it. And you probably think when you look back, you should have cherished it a little bit more. If we did whinge as well, didn't we, when it was cold?
Absolutely.
And then you're staring down the barrel of a day in the field. And it's like, oh my word. It was so much fun.
It was fun, and this conversation's been great. Obviously, we've known each other a long time. listen, you know, and I have to mention before I stop that you are a Freeman or whatever you call it of Preston now. Preston's part of your life, and am I right in saying you've even got a road named after you? Is it Flintoff Way?
Well, it's a bit of conjecture over that, Eggy.
Is there?
Well, I got the Freeman of Preston after the Ashes, which lets you do all the things that I'll never do. Well, apparently, this is how it goes: is that you can drink in all the pubs for free, which. Well, yeah, this is the. Well, I don't even drink now. 5 years ago, that would have been handy. And then apparently the police have got to take you home if you get too drunk.
Really?
Yeah, I tried that when I was younger, but they took me to their house. And then you can. I don't know if it's sheep or cows. You can walk through the city centre. I don't know how true these are, and they were all brought in back in the day for like. Politicians and that, but yeah, it is a nice thing to have. It makes me smile actually when you think you've got the freedom of Preston, because I love the place. But yeah, there's been a few accolades knocking about, but yeah, I get a bit embarrassed by him, to be honest, Shaggy. Even the BAFTAs.
Well, did you sometimes have to pitch yourself? Did you think, what am I doing here?
Yeah, I work on a show that got a BAFTA, and essentially I just pulled Jack Whitehall's pants down. Who said that amount to nothing?
that is class, and like you say, we always catch you. We've known each other for a long time. You're part of you're part of the scenery at Emirates Old Trafford, and we love having you. We love having seen you, and we'll never take you for granted. You know that, and we'll always take the mickey out of you. And you
know what? I get more out of that club than I get more out of the club than they'll ever get out of me. It is honestly, it's just somewhere to go where you just switch off and you can just see all your mates and you can watch the cricket. Yeah. It's so good. I just hope in the next few months, especially with no cricket being played, everyone's worried. You know, you got the hotel, you got the conference in, the banquet in, and you got all these counties up and down. You know, furloughing players, which is something I hope we don't have to do, but could be an option at some point if this carries on and on and on. Yeah. But I just hope we can get through this as unscathed as possible, but it's going to take its toll. When you've seen all these football clubs in the Premier League, you know, struggling for money, and then you see the money that's involved in cricket, I think, you know what, it is going to be a struggle for everyone, but just got to stick together.
You nailed it. You've got to stick together, and this club of ours has been through 2 world wars and deep struggling times financially, but we've got through it. So, but I think the message for everyone is that, you know, keep safe, keep indoors, let's get this out of the way, and then crack on as much as we can when it finishes.
Yeah, I think you just got to feel for the cricket clubs out there as well, up and down the county, where, you know, there'll be so many clubs are struggling for money, and then they're going to need the members and they're going to need the players and the other people so much more. I see it on Twitter where people are trying to raise money and do all types of things. So, yeah, good luck to everyone out there. But hopefully we're going to get some cricket this year. But at the minute, I don't know, Eggy. I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, and like you said, recreational cricket, Fred. The recreational cricket message. That's where we came from. And at the end of the day, that is where the pipeline of our new Lancashire players and England players are going to come from. And that for me is an area that we all need to stick together and make sure that once we're out of this bit of a dip, that them recreational clubs are giving as much support as they possibly can.
Yes, because I think in a lot of ways before all this, cricket was doing all right. England team performing well last year in a World Cup. Yeah. Always had a knock-on effect. I think us as a county on the field are getting better and better. I still think we can produce more England players. I think that's got to be we've got Jimmy. Now we've got a couple of lads knocking on the door, but I think we can always improve. But I think the hard thing for us at the minute is through all this, I know there's a lot of important things going on in the world, but we still need to keep that message of cricket out there. We still need to start looking after our own and encouraging kids to keep playing at home and just hoping that they'll get some sort of season at the back end. But we still need to do whatever we can.
It's Lancashire and Leicestershire are the combatants in the Bob Willis Trophy on this ground. Final day of the game. Richard Ray and Scott Reed, your commentators, and it is wonderfully poised. Lancashire about to resume their second innings on 156 for 5 lead by just 69 with those 5 second innings wickets in hand. Stephen Croft, on whom much depends as far as Lancashire is concerned, is about to face the first ball of the afternoon from another Lancastrian, actually young Callum Parkinson. Left arm spinner for Leicestershire is in, bowling to Croft, who stretches forward to a line and length delivery, makes sure that he gets to the pitch of the ball, pushes it out on the offside, and there is no run. Croft on 20 of 73 balls. At the other end, young George Balderson on debut, yet to score. In goes Parkinson, bowls, stretches forward and plays and misses. Did that straighten just a fraction from Parkinson? Went into the gloves of Swindles, who whipped the bails off, and the way Croft is wandering forward suggests that may indeed just have straightened past the outside edge. It did. In goes Parkinson and bowls again to Croft, who drives pleasantly hard down into the ground, and it bounces up towards Slater, Ben Slater, who's at extra cover. Now then, a little bit of hope for Leicestershire. Huge amount of encouragement given to them just before the interval, when young Parkinson slightly fortuitously bowled Lancashire captain Dane Willis. In goes Parkinson and bowls. The ball is turned back past him along the ground by Croft, reaching forward, and there's no run. Willis went back to steer off the back foot, a delivery from well outside off stump, out into the offside. It might have stayed a bit low. In goes Parkinson and bowls, and turned towards short leg this time by Croft, and there's no run. Got a bottom edge, and somehow the ball went into off stump.
I think it did, yeah. And the reaction of Parkinson and the Leicestershire players would signify just how insignificant potential that wicket could be.
In goes Parkinson, bowls, and is driven into the offside, but Slater, falling rather than diving to his right at extra cover, makes the stop a maiden for Callum Parkinson to open proceedings post-lunch, and one huge amount of encouragement from a ball that did actually turn, well, pretty much off the straight, off the pitch, rather than out of the footholds. You would expect a little bit on a dry pitch on the 4th day, but it has been pretty placid by and large. 156 for 5.
Well, a terrific delivery to Stephen Croft in the first innings, didn't he, Callum Parkinson, which came out of nowhere, really. There was no any evidence really of turn, and he produced a beauty of a delivery. Was it just on the stroke of an interval? I can't remember if it was lunch or tea now, and just did enough, didn't it, to bring him forward, and it turned just past the edge of the bat. The Parkinson factor is quite intriguing here, isn't it? To see what he can, how threatening he can be throughout the course of the afternoon. I suspect if he continues like he's done either side of lunch, he'll be in for a pretty decent and lengthy spell.
Indeed. Could be intriguing. Remember, Lancashire have a young left-arm spinner of their own in Tom Hartley, and if the pitch is starting to turn, if they can get 150 ahead, 160. Chris Wright in from the new road end, beats the outside edge of George Balderson's bat, pushed the ball across him. It was a tentative little half shot really from young Balderson, and it just missed the outside edge and thumps into the gloves of Harry Swindles, the Leicestershire wicket keeper. Just pushed across him really, it didn't do too much, the ball. Balderson just finding his way early on. He's faced 13 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Leicestershire, seeing his nervousness, have packed the slip cordon. In goes Wright, bowls again to Balderson, who does get it through the outside the slip cordon, really through the gully area. Klein has to run back from, well, wide backward point down towards third man, and Balderson picks up a couple of runs. He was in control of the shot, he was leaning forward, he got on top of it and steered it away. But even so, it was the thick outside part of the bat. It's interesting, we're sort of looking directly at, we're in line with the slip, so to speak, and it's very, very staggered cordon In goes right to Balderson, who leaves outside off stump. In that fourth slip from where we are commentating is more or less in front of the wicket keeper. The slips are almost in a direct line, fourth, third, third, second, first, and then the wicket keeper. And the third slip is obscuring all three of his colleagues. It's hard to describe, but if you think we're at sort of deep long off, that might help you. In goes right and bowls to Balderson, back foot defensive shot, a stentorian bellow of no from young George Balderson as the ball bounces out towards backward point where Klein picks up.
Welcome back, medium wave listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire, into the just starting the afternoon session here at New Road. And for those watching on the live stream, hope you enjoyed the lunchtime entertainment, Lancashire Legends episode in the company of Warren Hegg and Andrew Flintoff.
Right turns. In he goes, bowls to Balderson, who just waits on the back foot. Not quite such a loud bellow of no that time as the ball thumped into the outside part of the bat. He's right on top of it though, deflecting it out towards Klein again, and there's no run. Was the Flintoff interview, is it relatively recent?
It was recorded during kind of lockdown, part of some of the clubs. They did various different things to keep engaging with supporters and members, of which one of them was catching up with some legendary figures of the club, and Andrew Flintoff was one of those.
Top Gear presenter. Now in goes right and bowls. Balderson again on the back foot, pushing out into the offside, sees it's gone into the gap, and although Slater scurries to his right to try and get there as quickly as he can, a good call from Balderson sees him pick up in the end a comfortable single and in fact keep the strike. Well, there's no reason for a number 7 batsman and an all-rounder to be protected. Croft happy to take the single. And I think at this stage, Lancashire have to, don't they, really? All these runs have to be scored by Leicestershire if and when they get into bat.
Yeah, well, I asked George Balderson to a little bit about him and as a cricketer and where he feels his strongest suit is. Is it with bat or with ball? And he couldn't really answer yet. So I'm kind of working that out myself a little bit. But I thought he did really well on debut, the 29 that he got. And in particular, well, he did two very different approaches. When he came out to bat the previous day was very much defensive and cautious and making sure he was still there, and he was slightly more aggressive and expansive the following day. But all round, a very solid first innings for Lancashire.
He has a tricky job now. Parkinson's going to go over the wicket, and he's got footholds to bowl into. In he goes and bowls, and it's a fullish delivery. Balderson's quite a tall young man, and he leant forward, biggish stride, got to the pitch of it, played firmly, but a little bit off the inside edge as it went back up the pitch to Parkinson, who will be encouraged by that. Short leg is in, and silly mid off as in he goes and bowls and waits for that one. Balderson plays with great care. A leg slip and a conventional slip, and the 2 pigeons, or just one. Oh, it's getting very cosy in that nest, but one has just clambered in. Anyway, we can't quite see once into the nest. In goes Parkinson, bowls, forward defensive press from George Balderson, and solidly behind it, there's no run. To get a little webcam or something up there, or see if there are some baby pigeons. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and puff of dust as bat and ball hit the ground together almost, and it's pushed out into the offside. Parkinson picks up again. Good Cal, come on Cal, say the Leicestershire fielders. In he goes, bowls, Balderson forward again, this time just closes his bat face as he plays the ball, and it's Hassan Azad at short leg who steps across to his right to pick up. It's the coldest day of the 4, and Azad hasn't got his skins on that he's had on previously. In goes Parkinson, bowls back and a leave from Balderson, and it does thump into the pad. Dangerous game, but it didn't really spin, so it hit him well outside. Off stump, and that is the end of the over. Another maiden over from Callum Parkinson, 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 20 for him, 159 for 5. The lead is 72.
They're underway at Durham, having lost the morning session. They had an early lunch, but play has started, and Yorkshire needs 68 runs to win at the Riverside, and they have 7 wickets in which to get them. And Derbyshire have lost 2 wickets, haven't they, today? They're Duploy and Godalman, the men out, 180 for 3. Need 185 more runs to win, with 7 wickets, Critchley and Madsen.
Well, where Madsen is, there's always hope, isn't there? He's a wonderful cricketer. Sterling service given to Derbyshire over the years. Chris Wright to continue from the New Road End, comes in, bowls to Stephen Croft, who is pressing forward, not a huge stride, but pressing forward in defence, and playing firmly off middle, pretty much middle stump, middle and off towards George Rhodes, who's at that straight short mid-wicket position. There is no run.
Essex need a further 128 runs to beat Kent at 75 for 4. And Surrey,
4 down, eh?
They're 4 down now. Yeah, they lost a couple of quick wickets. I'll bring a bit of detail onto that in a minute.
Some great games going on, you know. As in goes Wright and bowls. Croft is looking to drive, doesn't really put his weight into the shot, but to his surprise, sees it's gone past Harry Dearden, who was a little careless there, might just have bobbled as it went past young Dearden in the covers. He just went down to it two-handed, and as a result, Parkinson has to clear up behind him, and that's 2 runs conceded that Leicestershire will feel should not, and they will feel rightly, should not have been conceded. 161 for 5.
And they lost Tom Wesley and Varun Chopra within the space of an over or 2. So 4 down, 75 for 40, 127 to win.
Right, in, bowls, that one comes back in, but solidly played again by Croft. Nice high left elbow as he defends it. Off middle, down into the onside, picked up by Taylor, who's at mid-on.
Alistair Cook's on 34 there for Essex, and Surrey have lost 3 wickets, 29 for 3 against Middlesex, with a further 284 runs required to win for Surrey, and now 7 wickets needed for Middlesex to win.
Right is in again to Croft, who goes back and plays defensively down the pitch on the onside. Delivery in swinging towards him, a little bit of in swing towards him, shaping in. Taylor again the fielder.
Gloucestershire and Worcestershire and Warwickshire and Northants, looks like those 2 games heading towards draw. And Gloucestershire 213 for 5 in their second innings, and they lead Worcestershire by 52 runs. Northants 424 for 6 against Warwickshire, and they lead Warwickshire by 198 runs.
Right, into Croft drives, and this time Dearden, diving to his right, does affect a stop. Not cleanly, deflects the ball a foot or 2 to his right, but Croft stays firmly in his crease. There's no run.
And England are playing Ireland in the 3rd and final one-day international. That's starting in the next 10 minutes or so.
Oh, that's of course, that's Tuesday, isn't it?
And Saqib Mahmood plays again for England, so he'll have played in all 3 of the ODIs against Ireland.
Great for him. That's at in goes Wright and bowls. Croft forward defensive again. Wright tries to deflect it onto the stumps, but A, he misses, and B, Balderson has been around. Even though it's his debut, he's been around long enough to know to have his bat back down. End of the over. 161 for 5 Lancashire.
Yeah, it's at the Ageas Bowl is that one-day international. And the test match starts tomorrow at Emirates Old Trafford against Pakistan. Ireland are batting first in in that game. The England team, if you want it, is Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow, James Vince, Owen Morgan, Tom Banton, Sam Billings, Moeen Ali, David Willey, Adil Rashid, Tom Curran and Saqib Mahmood.
Tom Banton.
I think he's played in the certainly played in the last one. He may have played in all three.
Did he? Yeah. Two completely separate England teams. It's Parkinson who goes in over the wicket, and back goes Balderson. Defends comfortably enough on the back foot. The ball off stump, down, well no, off middle stump really, down towards Hassan Azad, who's at short leg. Parkinson, 4 or 5 yards, and then he's in, a thick outside edge along the ground, out through the sort of gully area. It's Ackerman who runs back from first slip to pick up, and a single is taken. Balderson moves on to 4, Lancashire 162 for 5, the lead now 75, 5 wickets in hand.
I was reading some stuff about Stephen Croft, who was saying that when he made his second team debut for Lancashire was the year that George Balderson was born.
Round the wicket goes Parkinson. Croft, the veteran Croft, stretches forward and defends back up the pitch to Parkinson. I'm sure there was a wry smile playing around his lips as he said that. In goes Parkinson and bowls to him. Forward goes Croft again, out into the offside, picked up by Ben Slater. There's no run. Leicestershire sweaters, that the white of the sweaters, well, either it is a slightly different white to their trousers, or in goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Croft in defence. Again, there's no run. Oh, Tom Taylor's trousers are slightly creamier than his whites, but it does look to be, they do look whiter than slightly different shades of white, is what I'm trying to say. Parkinson in to Croft, who goes back this time. Dust flying as the feet move in the crease.
Yeah, there's a cream, kind of a creamy colour to the trousers, more of a bright whiter colour to the tops.
End of the over, 162 for 5. 75 remains the lead. 56 overs remain in the day. 2 obviously for a change of innings. Starts to become a factor before too long.
Does, yeah, runs that Lancashire acquire and overs in which it takes to get them. Something to bear in mind. It's actually quite a calm start for Lancashire. I mean, I appreciate we've only been playing for 20 minutes or so, but yeah, relatively calm since lunch, which will be pretty pleasing for Balderson and for Croft.
They know it's a good track still, or they know it's a track you can stay in on, that's for sure, so no need to get too concerned in that respect. Just play each ball on its merits. It's Chris Wright to continue from the New Road end. Is in to Balderson, who drives a little loosely. That won't discourage Leicestershire. He got plenty on it, steered it along the ground towards backward point, and went straight to Dieter Klein, who made the stop. But Leicestershire won't be too unhappy at seeing Mr. Balderson play shots like that. Just reached for it, rather. 2 for 31 for Wright. As he turns, charges in and bowls. And Balderson is forward on off stump, defensively, getting to the pitch of it, pushing it out to Dearden this time, who's in the covers, and there's no run.
Heard some cooing for the first time then, Richard. Yeah. It's an afternoon thing, isn't it? Quiet in the morning, and okay, here they go. Get a bit chirpy after lunch.
They're in stereo now, because there's one in that nest away to our left, and one has flown up onto the ledge away to our right as well, and disappeared into its nest there. They don't look very comfortable structures, they really don't. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump. Not so very far outside off stump, taken to his right by Swindles, but a good leave by Balderson.
No, the one to our left looks a little flimsy. In fact, there's bits of twigs hanging down from it. It looks like it's losing part of its bed.
Sure, there's some sort of physics principle which shows that it's actually a very solid structure, but yeah, trolley time.
Oh, it's quiet, the trolley. Oh, it's very full, that's why. I think she's been
It's
quite
heavy.
Careful. Yeah, yeah.
Box after box of all sorts of bits and pieces. There's Wright with his hair flowing, goes in and bowls to Balderson. Slightly hurried on off stump as he's half forward, just waiting though for it, and defends it out into the offside. No run. 30 balls George Balderson has faced now for his 4 runs. 88 Croft has faced to his 22, but to a certain extent runs not as important as occupation of the crease at the moment. 2 o'clock.
Derbyshire have lost a 4th wicket. Madson's gone for 43.
Looks like a valiant effort might be in vain. In goes Wright and bowls Fuller this time, but again Balderson right behind it as he defends out to mid-off. 1 ball left in the over.
Jake Ball trapping Wayne Madsen, LBW for 43. Peter Trigo's currently bowling for Notts. I'd forgotten that he was an addition to them.
Looks a good sign, good cricketer. Bat and ball. Looks very fit. Obviously appeared for Notts against Leicestershire last week in the friendly. As Wright comes in to finish us over. And bowls to Balderson. Nice and straight, but Balderson equal to the delivery on middle and off. Defends off the back foot, drops it down into the offside. End of the over, 162 for 5.
Yorkshire within 56 runs now of victory against Durham. We have a sanitation break, and with Richard disappearing into the box next door, I shall sanitise my hands all by myself on this occasion. Keep them nice and clean. There we go. A little sanitation break. Chance for the 2 batsmen to have a little natter. Stephen Croft, George Balderson. Croft on 22. Balderson on 4, 162 for 5. Elsewhere, it's like a couple of games heading towards the draw. I mentioned the Warwickshire Northants game, the Gloucestershire Worcestershire game that like draws. Yorkshire, obviously, great chance of a victory. And Derbyshire should have a result in that fixture as well. In the South Group, Essex need now another 118 runs to beat Kent at 89 for 4. Alistair Cook beaten on 40. And Surrey 34 for 3, needs further 280 runs to beat Middlesex in the London Derby at the Oval. So Callum Parkinson, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 21. Comes into Croft, who's forward and easing the balls gently back towards Parkinson. No run. And Stephen Crossan beaten on 22, and Stockport's George Balderson is 4 not out. Lancashire are 162 for 5. They're up against a spinner. Callum Parkinson is a Bolton lad playing for Leicestershire. He's picked up 2 wickets so far for the Foxes. Lancashire 162 for 5, and they lead by 75 runs. Parkinson to Croft, just guided out into the onside to mid-wicket. There's no run. Paul Allett is doing his first laps of the day. He was lapless yesterday because he wasn't here. He was busy with other appointments and engagements as Croft defends. It was his first little lap of the outfield for the Lancashire Director of Cricket. Hands buried deep into his pocket. Slowly edging around the perimeter of the outfield. Parkinson spins the ball from one hand to the other. Croft settles into his crease, into the front foot, dropping it into the offside with Azad at silly point to field. And there's no run. Ackerman at slip. 2 extra covers, quite nice and tight. There's a backward point. It was a mid-wicket, but that's now been relocated.
Mr. Allen's on the move. Well, not very quickly.
It's a gentle one. It's like me this morning.
A gentle stroll around the outfield. It's not a racking up the steps job, is it?
No. Got a forward short leg and a silly point now. As Croft drives into the man close in on the offside, which is George Rhodes. It's the final ball of that Parkinson over. 162 for 5. Balderson has 4. Croft has 22.
Impressive stoicism from Rhodes. He did not flinch there, did he? Just walked away. I think it sort of hit him on the fleshy part of the top of the shoulder, so that is a little bit of extra coverage.
Now there's a big meeting taking place here. 3 or 4 involved in this little chat.
The bowlers, the seamers, trio of seamers.
And then a little bit of advice from Harry Dearden, thrown in for good measure. But yeah, the 3 seamers, Taylor, Mike, Wright, with a conversation.
Appears to be a democratic setup in Leicestershire these days, isn't it? Everybody's entitled to have an opinion and voice it.
Every view is valid. We'll take it all on board. Chris Wright, 2 for 31. Right arm around the wicket to George Balderson. Angles the ball into the offside, no run.
Now you'd be thinking now, under normal circumstances, Leicestershire, 75 overs, only 5 overs till a new ball. And unfortunately, from the Foxes' point of view, it's in fact 15 overs, or 14.5 overs. It could still be a factor. If Leicestershire, it might be they might have a last burst with it, so to speak, if they don't get a breakthrough before then.
Right to Balderson, playing and missing. Gathered to by the keeper. It may have done. Swindler's took it kind of, knee shin height, didn't he? Maybe more knee height than shin.
He just bobbed at the knees slightly as Balderson, as he tried to play the shot, suggesting it might have stayed a fraction. It just sort of dies a bit, doesn't it, in the pitch? It's a bit slow and a little bit low and hard to get it away. Likes the new ball though as a batsman, Balderson.
Right, comes in to him. He's popped away into the offside, no run. Yes, he said that. He said he enjoyed coming out to bat the morning after he walked out to make his first-class appearance with the bat, where he very much cautious and defensive and start. I'm sure there are plenty of nerves in there and for him to deal with, but he did seem much more relaxed the following morning. But he did say he quite enjoyed the feel of the new ball coming onto the bat, and that helped him a little bit. Right to Balderson, who drives Dearden at cover fields. 1 bounce in front of Dearden, and he gets down pretty well to his right hand side, gets his body in behind it and stops the ball. There's no run. Remains on 4 from 36, but the little bits I've seen from Balderson, and I watched him bat in the warm-up match against Yorkshire, he didn't seem at all flustered about the idea of not accumulating runs. He seemed very content in the idea of getting himself in and being patient. Right to Balderson. And that's a deflector into the onside. Chris Wright's asking a question and asking it pretty firmly as well to umpire Nick Cook. He kind of got himself into that appeal, did Chris Wright? Yeah,
it was a bit late going up for it, wasn't it? The slips went up in impressive style. Wright's question was in response. I think that was going down leg again. Yeah, it was really. It was a reasonable shout. But umpire Cook immediately was looking up at the sky.
Telltale sign, isn't it, from Nick Cook if he starts glancing towards the clouds.
And he's explaining to Taylor and Wright why that wasn't out.
Leg by signals. So Balderson remains on 4. Lancashire to 163 for Fry, but brings Croft on strike. Got this field set to Croft as they did before lunch, with short straight mid-wicket, forward short leg as well. There's a bit of width there, and he cuts the ball down into the ground and well stopped at point. That's the end of Chris Wright's 17th over of the second innings. 163 for 5 Lancashire, with a lead of 76.
Tom Taylor jogs off the field, Will Davis jogs on. I think we can therefore assume that Taylor will be on before too long. That has been the pattern of things. He goes off, whether they go off to have a, I don't know, a special stretch with the physio, or as I say, to put on bowling boots. But it does seem to be something of a pattern. Harry Swindells is carrying helmets everywhere. One under his arm, one in his hand, one he throws to George Rhodes, who hands it to Will Davis. This is because Parkinson's obviously going to be bowling from the Douglas end.
4 men around the bat, and then the keeper. Slip, leg slip, silly point, forward short leg. All creeping down into position. It's Parkinson balls to Balderson, who's defending, no run. Yes, it was the way he batted against Yorkshire. And again, it was a friendly and a warm-up match, but still it was the first opportunity for him to play some kind of game in the first team. And his willingness to leave the ball as Parkinson balls to him and he defends is no run. Made me think, well, this lad obviously seems to be used to seeing a new ball and having to deal with the challenges of that. And his leave and his defence, I thought, was a real highlight in that warm-up match against Yorkshire.
He's got character, the boy, hasn't he, clearly.
Here comes Parkinson to Balderson. He's gone right back. He's gone back, and that's dangerous. And the umpire raises his finger, and Parkinson's wheeling away in celebration. And Balderson's been trapped LBW for 4, going right back into his crease. And Lancashire have lost their 6th wicket. Balderson out for 4, trapped LBW off the bowling of Callum Parkinson.
Span out of the footholes, back into him. Dangerous to go back, and it looked pretty plumb, it has to be said. Tall man, but it hit him around about the knee roll. Spun back in, was going on to hit, it looked about sort of 3/4 of the way up middle, to be honest. Maybe it's nearer the top of middle, but it did spin back in. And umpire White's been hard to convince in terms of LBWs in this match, but yeah, he raised the finger. And another breakthrough, 163 for 6. The lead is just 76 with 4 wickets in hand. Good effort from young Balderson. He hung around for a long time and he looked pretty good, but out of the footholes it spun and he'd gone back. He couldn't get any bat on it.
And Parkinson, off he went.
Yeah,
it was like Jeetan Patel type celebration. It was brilliant.
Well, the thing is, it was a proper dismissal, wasn't it? It was a spinning ball dismissal. It wasn't a sort of inside edge from outside off stump onto the stumps as with Willis. I don't want to be. That's not a criticism of Parkinson, who managed to sort of strangle a couple of wickets essentially by dint of his accurate bowling. But that was a proper left arm spinner's dismissal. Yes, it was out of the footholes, but it ball bit and spun.
Danny Lamb joins Stephen Croft. He was a victim to Parkinson in the first innings. He made 27, but was bowled by Callum Parkinson. So 163 for 6. Parkinson in and balls to Lamb. Oh, that's running down towards the 3rd man boundary. Lamb comes stomping back. Croft already has made his mind up that there's a 3rd there, and Lamb gets through for 3. Off the mark with that, but off the edge of the bat, down through 3rd man.
Ooh, that spun as well. Ooh. And that wasn't out the footholds.
166 for 6. Callum Parkinson absolutely in the game at the minute.
Mark Gresham. Oh dear, I think the larger lady is starting to sing. No, there's a long, long way to go yet, Mark. Long way to go. Croft is still there.
Keen to get on strike, Stephen Croft. He was determined that there's 3. And Parkinson balls to Croft, who's onto the front foot, striking it through the offside, but there's no run. 166 for 6 on the afternoon of the final day of this Bob Willis Trophy game. 79 is the lead that Lancashire have got so far. Parkinson balls to Croft. It's just trickling its way past the Leicestershire spinner and up to mid-on. And there is no run. 166 for 6. Well, well, well. We have a terrific afternoon in prospect here, potentially, with Lancashire 6 down, 4 wickets remaining, and 79 in front.
And the ball just starting to show signs of turn. If Lancashire, if they can somehow get another 50, 60 runs, you know, this could be a really interesting. There could be an interesting conclusion to this game. All results are still possible here. Never quite know. Steve Judge, big thanks to commentators Ray and Scott, has complimented the excellent stream coverage. It's Richard.
Should have said Ray and Reed.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the comments.
But the sentiment is much appreciated.
Indeed.
Chris Wright is giving his close fielders very clear instructions. He wants back sort of leg gully as in he goes and bowls, and a late adjustment from Lamb, but behind it, pressing forward as that one swung in a little bit towards him. There's no run. 3 for 24 for Callum Parkinson from 16 overs, 7 maidens on a wicket which until now hasn't really given him too much help. He's bowled with confidence and some skill, young Parkinson, and he can maybe sniff a 5 for here as Wright in past umpire Cook bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through by Danny Lamb. He has one slip behind him, who's Ackerman. You can hear clapping his hands, but Ackerman is at almost 4th slip, so that one slip is a 4th slip. There's a short leg, there's a short mid-wicket. It's not really leg gully, it's backward square now, sort of going back sort of 5 yards from gully. It's not a catching position as such, as Wright charges in and bowls to Lamb, who goes back everything behind it as he defends off stump, and there's no run. Wind just beginning to get up a little bit. Sometimes it does here in Worcester, and the trees, which are obviously in full leaf along the banks of the Severn, rustling in their response. Lovely to see. That D'Oliveira stand is essentially a temporary stand, isn't it? But that has kind of become permanent over the years. It feels, or it looks a bit temporary. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump. That perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it just looks. perhaps I've insulted the Worcester club there. I apologise if I have, but there's just a slight whiff of sort of.
I think I mean, walking behind the back of it, looks pretty solid.
Isn't
yeah.
It? Yes, thinking about it, yeah.
Complements the ground nicely, though. It's it's a terrific venue, isn't it?
It is a terrific venue. That I won't argue with. In goes Wright and bowls, forces Lamb back, hopping back, defends, and then indicates with his right hand, Lamb, that it just stayed a little bit low. I'm not sure it did too much, but you just have to get used to the sort of slight, not lack of bounce, but that it just doesn't really get up that much, that the placidity of the bounce, if you like, it's not sharp and it's not pronounced. It doesn't die, it just dies a fraction into the pitch. In goes Wright and bowls to Lamb, fuller delivery that he strokes out towards Rhodes at that short mid-wicket position, and quickly gets his back down in his crease, so Rhodes doesn't bother hurling the ball at the stumps. End of the over. 166 for 6, which means the lead is 79.
Just when Lancashire seemed to get a little partnership going to settle things down, Leicestershire have been able just to chip away at a wicket or two. Obviously Jones and Willis got through last night and then started this morning. Jones went, then Croft and Willis together looked to have calmed things down. Then Willis goes, and then just as mentioning that it was quite a calm start after lunch for Lancashire with Balderson and Croft. Again, that wicket falls. So they just keep chipping away, don't they? It keeps the game interesting.
They do. But they've never flagged, in fairness, Leicestershire. Well, how many overs have been bowled with this ball now? 78 overs have been bowled with it. The run rate just 2 per over as Parkinson goes in and bowls to Croft very solidly forward. He holds the pose. He's pleased with that one. Stephen Croft pushed the ball back off the front foot down the wicket to Callum Parkinson, who's in past umpire White. Bowls Croft forward again. Just pushing out into the offside this time, picked up by Rhodes. Just a sort of little shuffle that Croft does. Whether he's batting in his crease and just moving forward to get into position, or whether he's actually batting out of his crease, he goes forward this time. Doesn't do the shuffle on this occasion, but again it's a solid forward defensive. And there is no run. Intent purely on defence. Stephen Croft at the moment, 100 balls he's faced for his 22. As Parkinson goes in and he goes forward, plays it back to him. And there's no run. We're whipping through the overs now. 51, 50 after this one, 48 then. Given there should be now a change of innings as Parkinson goes in and forward goes Croft. Turns a face on that one, closes the bat face on it, so it goes into the on side, out towards Chris Wright. And there is no run. Just looking around, there are no boundary riders now for Leicestershire, as Parkinson is in and Croft is slightly hurried. He pushed it through and pushed it up, but just waited and again closed the bat face on it, pushed it into the on side. No run. And that is the end of a very rapid over indeed. A maiden over, another one for Callum Parkinson, his 8th in 17. 3 for 24 his figures. 166 remains the score. 79 therefore remains the lead.
Devon Milan on 61 and Harry Brook on 46 for Yorkshire, who are almost there. 138 for 3 Yorkshire, so need 33.
David Milan's at Yorkshire now.
He is indeed, yes. 33 more runs to win.
When did that happen? Was it over the close season sometime? Well, obviously.
It was, yeah. I mean, it's easily done, isn't it? You can lose track of the players that crisscross up to different counties, and I'd completely forgotten that Trigo had gone to Notts. Until I saw his name on the scorecard there. And Essex are not far away as well. 86 more runs required for Essex to beat Kent. Alistair Cook, 53 not out. 117 for 4. So 85 required, 6 wickets in hand.
Chris Wright has been replaced at the New Road end by Dieter Klein. Will his extra foot of pace affect another breakthrough? He's got Danny Lamb to bowl at. In he goes and bowls to Lamb, who is sort of half forward to a length delivery, defending it. And these two, of course, the protagonists in that first innings incident.
Is Klein the quickest of the Leicestershire bowlers?
Yeah,
or?
yeah, he is. Sometimes when it comes out well, he certainly is.
Okay.
Sometimes you think, oh, maybe he's not, but in he goes and bowls, and Lamb solidly right behind that one as it swung in towards him. You reckon Wright might be as quick? Or?
I wasn't sure. He's got this whippy action, hasn't he, Klein? He looks a little quicker with the way he bowls.
If it comes out right, he is.
Okay.
But by, you know, probably by sort of a distance. It doesn't always come out right, though, that's for sure. In he goes. The left armour bowls down the leg side, pulled around the corner. I don't think he got anything on it. Might just have come off the pad, or did he get a little inside edge onto the pad? He did get an inside edge onto the pad. It trickled down towards short fine leg, and as a consequence he's going to pick up a single, and does. He moves on to 4. Brings Croft down on strike.
Jason Roy and Johnny Best are both out early on for England. England 22 for 2 against Ireland.
I always, especially now that the series is won, so to speak, you want Ireland to do well, essentially. I always want the sort of smaller countries to do well. You want a strong international game. In goes Klein and bowls, back a long way in front of pad for Croft as he plays that one. Swinging in again.
I think Klein's got the ball to swing quite through this game. I think we noticed yesterday, towards the end of play yesterday, that Klein was able to get the ball to move.
Tends to be from the arm a little bit. In he goes and bowls, and that one is turned neatly off his legs, very neatly indeed actually, by Stephen Croft, down to long leg really for 4. The man at backward square chased after it, but he didn't try and hit it too hard. He just turned his wrists on it, closed the bat face, and picked up a fairly easy 4, to be honest. 171 for 6. Scoreboard hasn't been really moving very much post lunch, which was taken on 156, but just beginning to again, so 15 added in, well, the 45 minutes since the interval. In goes Klein again. That's a better line, but slightly short of a good length, and standing up tall, Croft plays it from just above off stump out into the offside, and there is no run. So 171 means that the lead is 84.
It's 84 with 49 overs remaining in the day's allocation. 84 run lead, 4 wickets left for Lancashire.
Squirts time.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. It is still, I mean, if you were having a bet and putting a little flutter on it, you probably would go edging a little nearer towards a draw, just about, but not with an enormous amount of confidence. Still, the results across the board are open, aren't they?
Absolutely. Absolutely, all 4 results possible. You never know. Harry Swindles, who doesn't need to sterilise his hands, because of course he's got both inner and outer gloves on. Wanders up the wicket, festooned with helmets, which he hands around, because it'll be Callum Parkinson to resume from the Diglis end in a moment. The players return from the boundary. The trolley returns from the catering area in the Graham Hick Pavilion, empty as it heads down. There's a sort of corridor. Why it makes such a racket is obviously it's a sort of rackety old thing, and it's going across concrete, but it's in a sort of tall tunnel which hasn't got a ceiling that goes between the scoreboard. As in goes Callum Parkinson, and oh goodness me, forward went Danny Lamb and played it into the ground, and it landed about 3 inches short of the reaching George Rhodes at mid-off. Goodness me, that almost was just played straight into his hands. Lamb got to be careful. Parkinson, sun comes out, is in and bowling, and that's better from Lamb, who stretches forward and plays it firmly down into the ground, and very straight, nice straight back down the pitch past Rhodes. It rolls back down to Parkinson, who picks up, and he's back in, bowling. Forward goes Lamb again, not getting to the pitch of that one, but no great turn, and plays it without discomfort. Down the pitch on the offside. 3 Lancashire players, or, well, you can certainly see Keaton Jennings out there with that distinctive sort of bubble hair, sitting in front of the cathedral. Josh Bohannon too. In goes Parkinson bowls, a big stretch forward, and a nice defensive shot from Lamb. Pushes the ball back to his protagonist, Parkinson, who's ready to bowl, but Lamb isn't, steps back. Lamb isn't ready to receive, steps back and undoes the Velcro straps. Somebody perhaps said something, and that was enough to put him off. And entitled to step back in those circumstances. I'd dearly love a microphone out there just for us. In goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Lamb, and oof, says Parkinson, because he was stretching for it, didn't get to the pitch. Played it solidly enough back down, but it was in the air for a foot or two. 81st over with this ball. As Parkinson is in again, bowls, Lamb forward, thick outside edge, but well wide of any grasping hands or reaching hands. Taylor runs back from slip down towards short third man, picks up, and it's updates time.
Right on cue at the end of that over as well. Lancashire are 172 for 6 in their second innings to lead by 84 runs, but the game beautifully set up, really. They've lost the wicket of George Balderson since lunch, LBW to Callum Parkinson for 4, Dame Willis for 43, Rob Jones for 16, the other 2 wickets to fall on this final day. But Leicestershire sense it's a chance to try and force a win here. Lancashire, I think, determined to try and make the game safe, and who knows if they can get some distance in front of Leicestershire, might be able to also apply a bit of pressure later on in the day. We shall see, but there's 48 overs remaining in the day's allocation. Lancashire 172 for 6, and they lead Leicestershire by 85. With Dieter Klein left arm around the wicket to Lamb, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. 17 runs needed for Yorkshire to win now, but they have just lost a wicket. 4 down. Milan out for 73. So 154 for 4. Yorkshire need 17 more runs to beat Durham. Lancashire up to Durham on Saturday. Well, they'll be going on Friday for the game that starts on Saturday. Yes. Klein balls to Lamb, defending, and there's no run. And Leicestershire welcome Derbyshire to Grace Road this coming weekend. The Bob Willis Trophy. There's a game starting on Saturdays right the way through August, until the back end of August at least, and then there's a bit of a break actually, and there's well, at least a little gap for the start of the T20 Blast. I think he's scheduled for the 27th of August, and then the final round of Bob Willis Trophy games in September. Lamb just turns the ball down to Leg Gully, where it's fielded by Harry Dearden, and there is no run. I think it's the first weekend in September is when the final round of Bob Willis Trophy games are taking place. Actually, it could be the 6th of September, I think is the date. Thinking about it, it's in my mind. Which is indeed the first weekend in September. Trying to Lamb, a short ball, and doesn't need to duck too much, Danny Lamb, but does just bend his knees a little. And through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's a busy few weeks of 4 games all back to back to start the competition. As Richard was saying before, you don't want to lose your first game, because then you're putting an awful lot of pressure on 3 quick games through August, which you're probably going to have to win to try and finish top of the group. Climb to Lamb, it's wide, and through to the keeper there's no run, which going back to the point so right at the start, just about trying to make the game safe for Lancashire primarily, and Leicestershire having earned the right to try and be positive and talk up their chances, because they managed to get a lead of 90 runs, or the thick end of, on first innings. decline to Daniel Lamb. That's nicely driven by Lamb. That would be 4 runs. Actually beats the man just at point. Ben Slater trying to cut that off, but crashed its way towards the boundary. Slater, landed a little bit on the ball, but perhaps more likely on the hard square as that ball disappeared underneath his body, and he's just rubbing his right elbow as a result of that. But 4 runs to Lamb. He moves to 9, and Lancashire advance on to 176 for 6 at the end of that over.
My stomach's starting to hurt. I don't mean I'm hungry. It's just, that sort of tenseness that I haven't seen too many Leicestershire victories over the last 6 years. Certainly not against counties as strong and august as Lancashire in red ball cricket. And yes, 3 debutants and a weakened Lancashire side, but even so, it would be a hugely encouraging start to what is being touted as a new era at Leicestershire, with 2 of the more senior players no longer involved, a new captain, new sort of coaching setup, new people behind the scenes as well. So it would just lift the club. That is for sure.
Without doubt, it would be what a terrific way it would be to start the competition for some Foxes. Right then, Callum Parkinson, 3 wickets in the game so far. 3 for 25 from 18 overs, 176 for 6. Here comes Parkinson in and bowling. Oh, and that's a thick edge as Croft goes back and plays a late cut, but he's bringing Tom Taylor at slip into play up, and he went quickly in his direction, and it's down towards the boundary for 4 runs for Stephen Croft.
Oh, cut in the air, top edge. He wasn't in control of the shot at all.
No. It would have flashed past Tom Taylor in a blink of an eye.
Went through about 3rd slip, didn't it? And very difficult one. He's not there for that shot, really.
No.
But goodness me.
Parkinson to Croft, who's a little bit more tentative, careful, cautious and calm as he leans forward and prods it back towards Callum Parkinson.
Is that Luke Wood?
That's Luke Wood,
okay.
Yeah.
He's been walking around with Messrs Bohannon and Jennings.
Croft into the onside, and there is no run. 30 from 109 deliveries for Stephen Croft, but crucial time out in the middle. But he'll need to bat the majority of these overs, you would think.
Leicestershire mustn't fall into the trap of sort of waiting for the new ball now, must they? They can't afford to sort of think, well, only 7 overs to go. If they were to concede 20, 25 runs off those overs, that takes Lancashire's lead up well over 100, and the batsmen establish themselves.
Parkinson to Croft, back down the pitch, is no run.
But it's been a magnificent rearguard effort from Croft. Splendid knock in the first innings and an equally dogged effort in the second.
It's not with the pad this time by Croft, it deflects right into the offside. Yeah, and I guess that's what you want from your experienced guy in the middle order there. If it's a little tricky and the team's in a bit of bother, to show that type of resistance. Playing this neatly through the onside, dragging back into the crease and clipping it out towards square leg for 1 run. Moves to 31, 181 for 6. It's the end of Parkinson's 19th over. Yeah, that new ball due in 7 overs' time. I see what you mean. I don't just want to let it drift until that point.
Exactly.
But understandable Parkinson continuing, because he's still doing enough to be absolutely offering a threat.
3 for 30 off 19 for him. He's not going really for runs either.
No.
Yeah, Ackerman, it's about time really. He's going to have a bowl himself from the new road end. Aaron Lilly's coming on. Chris Wright is going off, perhaps to sort of prepare for the new ball, which is only sort of, well, with 2 spinners bowling, half an hour away, really, if they want, if they take it straight away. And don't imagine a reason why you shouldn't in these circumstances.
They've got to, haven't they?
Lancashire didn't, because they were at that stage all about just making runs, scoring tricky, the ball not coming onto the bat, and so on and so forth. But Leicestershire want a hard, bouncy, swinging cherry.
Let's see what Ackerman can do. He fizzes one in to begin with. Croft doesn't offer a shot, so they're just asking the question there.
Too high, surely.
That was darted in pretty quickly by Ackerman to begin with. 3 around the bat. Leg slip and a forward short leg. The fact that Croft didn't offer a shot, I think, encouraged the... Oh, it's nowhere near.
It's also about a foot outside off stump.
Nowhere near, is it?
When it hit him, yeah. Might have turned a bit, but it didn't jag back like that.
Loosens the vocal cords for the skipper. Bowling in the shades. Croft onto the front foot.
Leading is a bit risky though, isn't it, against the off spinner? If it's, you never quite know, he could have spun back a lot more. Safe enough on that occasion. 8 down in a hurry.
Ackerman bounces his way in. Croft plays forward.
It's always add 2, isn't it? They always add 2.
It's always 2, isn't it? Yeah.
Bang bang. 7 and 8. 8 down in a hurry.
They're always going bang bang, aren't they? Yeah. Always add 2. Add 2 to it. Looks a different game. Back in comes Ackerman to Croft. Guides it into the onside. No run. 181 for 6. 94 lead.
Leicestershire probably have a go at chasing anything really, but 150 or 160 off 30, they'd have a whack, I think.
Croft smothering it. Ball rolls out to the leg side, where Azad, who's at forward short leg, has to just move a pace or 2 to his left to field the ball.
For a while, anyway.
You can come out and have a go, can't you? Definitely. Always pull back. Croft back to Colin Ackerman. Well, that's the end of his over. Whether it's just a little experiment from Ackerman, or whether he's in for just a few overs before a new ball becomes available, remains to be seen. But it's all pretty sedate stuff. Lancashire 181 for 6. Croft 31. Danny Lamb on 9. 45 overs, a minimum of 45 overs remaining in the day's allocation. Lead is 94.
Less 2 for the change of innings. 43, you know, they've still got 4 wickets to take. Could be looking at 30 overs left, or less even, or fewer. Less, fewer.
Now 2 right underneath the nose of Daniel Lamb, of which one of them is on his knees. Azad crouching down on his knees. 2 on the offside as Parkinson bowls, and Lamb punches to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Steve Judge wants to be kept up to date with how many overs are left. 44.5 to be precise, but remember, 2 off for the change of innings.
Well, again, Lamb just steps away and removes his glove. He might be, I think, getting a little...
Is it too much chuntering going on out there?
Yeah, I think it probably is.
Umpires aren't getting involved, though, are they? But Lamb is talking back. I can't imagine Harry Swindles is saying too much. Tom Taylor doesn't mind a chat. He's at second slip. But Lamb really is taking his time there and walking back down the pitch. I'd say the umpires aren't concerned, don't appear to be.
Parkinson around the wicket to Lamb. Down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Well, he's got some friends around there, hasn't he? He's got Colin Ackerman and Tom Taylor at slip 1 and 2. He's got Azad on his knees, right underneath his nose.
I promise you Azad wouldn't be saying anything.
He's got George Rhodes just next to Azad, crouching down as well. Parkinson to Lamb, forward defending. No run.
My guess is, of those 4, although he looks angelic, My guess is it just might be Taylor having a little chunter at him, but we'll see.
It's always the innocent looking ones, isn't it?
You never know about the history of these things either, do you?
Parkinson to Daniel Lamb. Comes off the face of the bat into the ground and rolls up towards the left knee of Azad, who hands it to George Rhodes.
What's happened in the past between them, anything like that, you never quite know. They never tell you.
Oh, Daniel Lamb's old mate Dieter Klein is not too far away at backward point. He's quite tight in as well.
Yeah, but he's close to Nick Cook.
Yes, he is.
Umpire,
Yeah, that's
and
true.
He was so chastised. He was so sort of repentant, Dieter Klein. I bet he's zipped at the moment.
He's remaining silent.
But he usually does, in fairness, you know, when he's out there, he's not a great chunterer.
Callum Parkinson to Daniel Lamb, forward again. No run. This is good drama, though. This is a good battle, this. The way that Leicestershire are just trying to get underneath the skin of Daniel Lamb, and all these men around the bat, and someone's on their knees right underneath his nose. It's good fun to watch. He's got one more ball of this particular over to get through. Parkinson's into him. Oh, and he leaves that one through to the gloves of Swindlers, who clips off the bails. Good fun to watch. 181 for 6, Lancashire lead by 95.
Now, I just said about the umpires not getting involved, but they're going across to have a word with each other. Leicestershire, remember, have already incurred some penalty points in this game for a transgression of Law 42 regarding players' conduct. In that case, it was a level 2 offence under Law 42/3, throwing the ball at another player in an intimidating or dangerous manner. And Dieter Klein received 3 penalty points and a reprimand. Stays on his record for 2 years. If he goes to 9 points, he could face a suspension. Is it me?
It is.
In goes Ackerman and bowls. Foolish, just clipped by Stephen Croft out to Harry Dearden, who's at shortish mid-wicket. No close fielders on the offside for Croft. In goes Ackerman, bowls 2, other than first slip. There is a leg slip and there is a short leg. No close fielders on the offside in front of the bat, I should have said.
At Yorkshire have won. They've beaten
That was quick.
Durham by 6 wickets.
That was quick. Ackerman is in, bowling, and again just turning his wrists on his forward defensive there. Croft playing it out to Dearden. No run. Sunshine and a lot of blue sky heading our way as well. That was the forecast I heard on BBC Leicester, actually. The afternoon to improve and to get warmer. The day to improve and get warmer as it went on. And that seems to be happening here. Now, they do have a fielder in front on the offside because leg slip has come out to silly mid-off as Ackerman goes in, bowls to Croft, who goes back to that one, waits for it, defends it off stump. Down the pitch on the onside, Dearden hops across and picks up. No run, 181 for 6, so the lead just beginning to build, 94. It is now as Ackerman is in, forward, reaching a little bit for it, but trusting the fact it isn't going to bounce, which is a fairly safe thing to assume on this pitch, is Stephen Croft, and he defends it back down the pitch. 31 off 123 balls, beginning an epic defensive effort from Croft to make that 31 off 124 balls as he defends another one. From Ackerman, none for none. Ackerman of 3 overs, 3 maidens he's bowled, and everybody heads for the gels, except Aaron Lilly, who heads off the pitch, the hipster barman, to have to come off the pitch so that Chris Wright can come back on, but Lilly might just sanitise anyway. Let's just see. Ben Mike's going to do likewise. He is using the gel, so we ought, I think.
Indeed, yeah, good habits.
There we go.
Good habits and all that. I agree.
Indeed.
I agree.
Umpires likewise. They did come together though and have a chat after that last over when Lamb, actually after one ball of Parkinson's over, he made a real point of stepping back, didn't he? And
he did, yeah.
Recomposing himself. Something had been said. There we go. Screen sanitisation. Here comes the trolley. Not missing any cricket because the batsmen have shed their various helmets and gloves and bats and are having a drink. Brought out to them by the Lancashire 12thers. 181 for 6. The lead 94. 41 overs remain.
Managed to see a little glimpse of the trolley on the live stream then.
41 overs remain, given that there'll be a change of innings. That includes the change of innings.
What
a racket.
It is a rattly old trolley, that one, isn't it, on this occasion?
We'll just briefly turn down the effects mic. Well, he's deliberately taken as long as he can in front of us. No, he's not. I'm sure he's
It's
not.
quite a well-stacked trolley, is this?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, there's a lot on that. Oh,
Bottles of Harrogate spring water. Parkinson is in, bowling forward goes Lamb. Solid defence back down the pitch, and there is no run. Yeah, you don't want to lose your bottles of your glass bottles.
Be messy.
Yeah.
Expensive and messy.
Disappears. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Waiting for that one is Danny Lamb. Forward, but just letting ball hit bat, really. 3.4 overs until the new ball. That's going to be the key. Clearly going to be the key, isn't it? If Leicestershire can take wickets quickly with it. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Thick inside edge that resulted in Azad leaping into the air. Now, have Azad and Rhodes have sort of swapped positions.
Yeah. I think Azad's knees must have been hurting because he was the one on his knees before, and now he's swapped with Rhodes. But actually, they've changed it around.
Well, Rhodes has gone across to short leg. Ackerman has gone to leg slip. So Nick Cook, with two men there, is going to point instead of square leg. Parkinson is in, bowling forward in defence. Solidly goes Lamb. Back up the pitch to Parkinson. No run. So in fact Nick Cook possibly didn't need to do that, but he has anyway. Hands plunged deep in pockets. He's very close, Nick Cook. In goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Lamb. Goes there, no run.
And they're making the most of these overs heading up to that new ball. I mentioned about not wanting it to drift from Leicestershire's point of view. Actually, the intensity is really good. It's a difficult passage of play for Lancashire. So they're making the most of these final few overs with the old ball.
Parkinson in, forward goes Lamb, getting right to the pitch of the ball. Pushes it out into the offside, picked up by Slater. And there is no run. 163 for... Well, 163 was the score when these two came together, when Balderson was palpably leg before on the back foot to Parkinson, the left-hander. Went back, the ball span out of the footholds and hit him plumb in front. He was gone for 4, but Lamb has offered almost equally solid support to the immovable object that is Stephen Croft. 87 overs of the innings have been bowled. 88 to be bowled by Colin Ackerman goes in. Bowls, and well, the implication from Croft as he waited for that one and brought his bat down rather late on it was that the ball stayed a touch low. Tom Taylor beginning to warm up, anticipating the new ball perhaps. Ackerman is in, bowls, and he drags his length back, and although so Croft plunges forward, but it hit the bat quite high. He had to sort of adjust and lift his bat. There was it was sort of normal bounce for the length of the ball, but Croft is so used to plunging forward now. He waits as Ackerman goes in and bowls, and that's better as far as Croft is concerned. The ball was a few inches further forward, and he was able to get close to the pitch of it. It didn't spin. Push it out into the offside. Ackerman bowling in sunglasses, white sunglasses, is in, bowling. Croft goes back and turns it neatly past leg slip for 4.
England have lost their 3rd wicket. James Vince out for 16. So Vince, Bairstow and Roy, the 3 wickets to fall. England 64 for 3 in the 11th.
Respectable run rate, but 3 wickets down. But that's how they play there. One-day cricket, they're 50 over cricket, isn't it? It's attack from the start. Croft moves on to 35 with that little tickle around the corner. Lancashire 185 for 6. Ackerman in, bowls. Croft, who was about to get forward, just adjusts there and goes back slightly in defence. Wanders forward, taps at the pitch. 1 ball left in this 88th over of the innings. Ackerman is in, bowls, forward goes Croft. Defence, that was a straighter delivery, middle stump. Back down the wicket it goes. End of the over, 185, so the lead then 88. Number of overs to go, 41. Brackets always, -2.
Derbyshire have lost their 5th wicket, 209 for 5. We need a further 154.
Yeah, it looks like not going to do it, doesn't it? Parkinson, might be his last over, is in, bowling forward. Goes Danny Lamb, solid in defence. Out to Slater at extra cover, and there's no run. Applause from Tom Taylor at 2nd slip. Ackerman's at 1st. Rhodes is at, I was going to say short leg as Parkinson goes in, and Lamb again plays in defence, but he's behind. I'm just looking at his feet. He's just behind square on the, well, it's still short leg, isn't it? On the leg side. And Azad is a very silly mid-off. Parkinson is in, forward, takes the thick outside edge and goes through the point area, trickles out to Klein, who's at conventional backward point. Parkinson, little jog as he goes in and bowls, brings Lamb forward. Solidly this time, again in defence. It's always solid, always neat. Lamb looks around him. Whipping through the overs, Leicestershire here. I suppose there could be more than 90 in the day if they're bowling them, but they won't be towards the end, possibly back this time. Goes Lamb. Lancashire certainly are unlikely to exceed their quota. And to finish the over is Callum Parkinson. Bowls, Lamb forward in defence as ever. Out into the offside, picked up by Slater. End of Parkinson's 22nd over. I made it his 11th maiden. It is his 11th maiden. So exactly half of those overs have been maidens. 3 for 30 for Callum Parkinson. And if that's it for him, it's been a pretty good effort.
It's been really absorbing cricket to watch, hasn't it? And if that is the end of Parkinson, then Lamb will face a fresh challenge, clearly, if they take the new ball and turn to Taylor or to Wright. But a little victory too there for Danny Lamb, having got through that, because there was a lot of pressure on Lamb. I think we think he's probably received a little bit of chat from the Leicestershire players, and he's had loads of company around the bat, and they've tried to really crank it up. And if that is the end of that spell from Parkinson, of which he bowled certainly towards the end of it, predominantly at Danny Lamb, then Lamb will be pretty pleased with how he got through it.
Yeah. Ben Mike's being sent to deep backward square. You wouldn't imagine Croft sweeping hard, but you never know. One more over for me, and then it'll be updates time and a new ball time. In goes Ackerman, bowling. Croft drives, big puff of dust out to the man who's quite deep, deliberately so, in the covers. They think that they're more likely to get Lamb out, Leicestershire. Always a danger in starting to give a senior man in the partnership singles. But Lamb may not have faced Ackerman yet, because Ackerman's only that's the second scoring shot he's conceded, and the first in the previous over was a 4 from Croft. All the rest were maidens. 186 for 6, the lead 89. Lamb surrounded by Leicestershire fielders. Close fielders, that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 now. In goes Ackerman. Bowls thick inside edge as he stretched forward there. Hence the shouts from Swindles in particular. I say almost 5 because Klein is a short-ish mid-wicket. Maybe 2 and a half pitches back. He's walking in though. In goes Ackerman, bowls, and Lamb forward plays with the angled bat so it goes through second slip very slowly, and Taylor runs back from first slip to pick up about halfway back to the boundary. Single taken. 3 o'clock tolls from the Cathedral Church of Christ and the Blessed Mary, the Blessed Virgin Mary. Over on the other side of the Severn, Ackerman in, bowls, forward goes Croft and defends back up the pitch on the onside. Dearden jogs in and picks up. Taylor, we can assume, is going to take the new ball, judging by the amount of loosening deliveries he's bowling at first slip there. Everybody's coming in now. They want to keep Lamb, they've decided, down this end, down at the new road end of the ground, so he's first to face the new ball. 2 balls of the old ball to go as Ackerman goes in and bowls. And Stephen Croft not looking for the single, solid in defence, nor should he really. Croft has acquitted himself perfectly adequately, it seems to me. Ackerman, 1 ball of his 5th over to go, none for 6 for him at the moment. Steps in and bowls. Croft defends as ever off middle and off stumps. Out into the offside it goes. 90 overs have been bowled. Lancashire 187 for 6, lead by 90 runs.
Tom Taylor is peeling off his jumper. So Parkinson's spell has come to an end. He bowled really well. Terrific by Callum Parkinson. And it added to some great drama either side of lunch and through the part of the afternoon today. But his work for the time being appears to be done. Taylor will replace him. The new ball is available for Leicestershire. And Danny Lamb, I think in particular, who was under pressure there, will can take a great deal of credit from the way he batted. So he was surrounded by Leicestershire players. He had 2 close in right under his nose and a couple of slips. He's obviously getting a little bit of tap as well from 1 or 2 of the Foxes boys, but he's got through that particular battle and that particular challenge, but now faces a different one because he faces a new ball and he'll face Tom Taylor with it, bowling from the Diglis end of the ground. But all round excellent to watch. That really intriguing cricket. Great battle between bat and ball, and added drama of the presence of some close-in catches. We'll see what this new ball, and for Leicestershire, new ball with Lancashire 100 in front now. I need this to work for them. What have we got left in the day's allocation? 39, but as Richard has mentioned, you lose a couple for the change of innings. Crofton in particular, led by Croft, really. And now Lamb, who's faced 42 deliveries, will be thinking, right, that's a little challenge which we've got through. There's that spin from both ends. Leads above 100, so into 3 figures. Overs are down to 39, which is effectively 37 when you lose a couple. Start to think, well, job's not done by far. Not done, but just breathe a fraction easier than perhaps they were doing, certainly when Willis departed and then when Balderson went shortly after lunch. Obviously more attacking field here. And Lancashire 187 for 6 with Stephen Croft on 36 and Danny Lamb on 2. Leicestershire just taking the new ball now with 39 overs remaining in the day's play. Lancashire lead by 100. As Taylor bowls the first delivery, but down the leg side, there's no run. Assuming they've taken it straight away, or that he's having a couple of loosenings with the old one first.
He like glints a bit, doesn't it? A bit hard. Did he hold it up?
I don't know, I didn't see that, but
I'm sure.
With Taylor into Lamb.
It's a bit dull, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Trying to catch the scorer's attention, Phil Mellish. The Worcester scorer who's scoring in place of Paul Rogers. Yes, the scorer says their new ball has been taken.
Short leg and 2 slips. Taylor balls to Lamb, who hops back into his crease and defends into the onside, no run. So you've got 2 slips and forward short leg, short mid wicket, point, cover, mid off, mid on. Callum Parkinson lurking out on the square leg boundary, having a little slurp of energy drink. And again back into his crease and guiding the ball to Ben Slater. The Centurion in the first innings, 172 career best figures for Ben Slater. He fields no run, 187 for 6.
Effectively 100 for 6, but those overs ticking away now.
Taylor from the Diglis end over the wicket, Lamb right forward. And defending to mid-off, no run. Well, he's made him play.
Klein's been off, so maybe he's going to take the new ball at the new road end.
Started well this morning, didn't he? But interesting from the captain, if that is the case, just assuming it would be right. That, as you say, that the pattern has been that they go off to get ready to come back on to bowl as Lamb is forward and defending. We shall see, because Dieter Klein is now jogging back over the boundary rope and enters the field of play.
Who's going to take that cap off? Chris Wright.
It will be Chris Wright, leading wicket taker from last season for Leicestershire. 47 wickets and an average of 30. 2 fifers. He'll open up from the new road end. 187 for 6. So Lamb has seen off that first over from Tom Taylor. Stephen Croft, 134 deliveries for his 36 runs.
Right, already bowled 18 overs, 9 of them maidens, 2 for 31, so he's doing some extra stretching, understandably. He's obviously the oldest member of the side, 35 I think he is, to be 36 now. But very, very fit. During the lockdown, he was Instagram pictures, posting pictures of his home gym. Weights everywhere.
Right balls to Croft, who leaves his first delivery through to Swindle as the keeper, no run. A homemade gym.
Oh, the works. Serious sort of barbells.
Oh,
you know, all this sort of weights racks. Rack being the appropriate word, really. As in torture.
You content with your jogging, keeping you fit, and a bit of cycling?
Yeah, the odd push-up, but nothing, you know, nothing that like these boys do.
Right to Croft, who's shuffling a little forward and playing defensively to mid-wicket, no run. Ben Mike at short mid-wicket. Hassan Azad at short leg under the helmet. George Rhodes at first slip, Colin Ackerman at second. Deep point and a deep square leg. Dearden at extra cover. Mid off and mid on. Right. And again to Croft. And gnaws it. Nestles into the gloves of Dearden. Sorry, of Swindles. And there is no run. 37 overs remaining in the day's allocation after this one. Today with some wins for Yorkshire and for Somerset. Essex are closing in on a win in the South Group. They need 53 more runs to beat Kent. So the two central group games between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire, and Warwickshire and Northants heading towards draws. Right down the leg side to Stephen Croft. Swindles has to take it a pace or two to his left. And there is no run. Removes his gloves, Harry Swindle, and alters the strapping on the back of his right pad. Slow walk back to his mark for Chris Wright, and Tom Taylor loops the ball into him. Comes bouncing his way back in again, past the umpire now. Croft waiting. Turning into the onside, it bounces in front of Azad, who stops it and then rings his left hand there. Hit him on the hand. He's just shaking the ball, shaking his hand about. Gets a little tap on the back from Ben Mike, saying, "Well done, lad. Did your job, stopped it." And he's still looking at his left hand. Is Azad? I think he's okay, but
timed it quite sweetly off his legs, yeah. Croft, so it was moving. Put his full weight into it, but even so, good effort from Azad.
Dieter Klein's come up from the deep square leg to square leg. Right comes right on over the wicket to Croft. Presses forward. It zips past and through to the keeper. It's the end of Chris Wright's first over then with the new ball. And he starts off with a maiden, wasn't it? I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah. So 19 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 31, Chris Wright.
It was a good ball because it just swung away a little bit. By and large, he's obviously an outswing bowler, but by and large, especially with the older ball, he was trying to get reverse and sort of make it move into the right-handers, but that one just went away. Good delivery. Beat the outside edge.
Taylor to Lamb.
Shot.
Clipped off his hip. And that's down to 4 runs. Down to fine leg for 4 runs, rather. Just drifting onto the hip of Lamb, and a flick of the wrist eases the ball down towards the fine leg boundary. He does get 4, so yeah, moves to 14. 191 for 6.
Yeah, not a great ball, but neatly played, nonetheless.
Well, there's been very few scoring opportunities for Daniel Lamb over the course of the last half an hour, 40 minutes or so. So a little nudge off the hip for 4 takes him to 14. He'll have enjoyed that chance to score.
That one almost went into the hotel, judging by Harry Swindles having to emerge from the sort of tunnel that goes underneath the stand.
Taylor to Lamb, who this time gets forward and defends into the offside. Dearden fields at extra cover.
Bags of rubbish on the trolley, folks. But at least it's moving quite quickly this time.
It's a busy little alleyway, isn't it?
It's a noisy little alleyway, that's for sure.
Taylor bowls, Daniel Lamb leaves, gathered by Swindles, no run.
Ginnells, we used to call it in North Yorkshire, where I was brought up.
Yeah, Ginnells,
East Yorkshire,
yeah.
Ginnell. All sorts of names for them, aren't
Just about enough room to fit the trolley down as well. Very narrow.
Unfortunately, yes.
Taylor over the wicket, Lamb leaves. through to the keeper. There's no social distancing in that little alleyway, is there? You have to wait at one end, or you have to. There is a little exit bits, little holes in the wooden wall that allows access to the seats in front of it, which you can just nip into if someone's coming the other direction. Try and social distance where possible. Taylor to Lamb, through to the keeper, no run. 191 for 6.
Odds beginning to move towards the draw. I hope they'll move markedly towards the draw if Lancashire can get through to tea without losing. Another half hour until tea, 3:45 I think it is on the final day in this competition.
Final ball of the second over for Taylor, again not making Lamb play for the last couple of them. And Lamb happy to allow them to disappear past him and through to the keeper, so he remains on 14. 191 for 6. 36 overs remaining today.
Yeah, that is what Leicestershire have done well today. They have been patient. They have made the batsmen play, which they have done successfully for the most part. Just the 3 wickets have fallen throughout the day. Rob Jones was the first. He went quite early. Remember, Lancashire resumed on 96 for 3. Jones was on 13. Dane Willis was on 7. Jones went for 16 with a score on 101. He got an inside edge onto the pad delivery from right that sort of looped up, and George Rhodes, running in from a shortish mid-wicket, took the ball two-handed, roundabout short leg position. That was 101 for 4. Dane Willis batted really well in company with Stephen Croft. They put together a partnership of 54 off 22 overs or so for the 5th wicket before Willis went back, tried to steer Parkinson, a wideish delivery from Parkinson out through the offside, got an inside edge that deflected back onto his off stump. He went for 43, 155 for 5. Post-lunch, this afternoon session has seen only 1 wicket fall. George Balderson, leg before to Callum Parkinson, ball span back to the left-hander who was on his back foot, out of the rough, hit him in front. He was gone for 463 for 6, but Danny Lamb has offered Croft, who's been splendid, excellent support, and Lancashire have moved on to 191 for 6, so they lead by 104 now. There are 36 overs remaining to be bowled, and 34 if you take off 2 for the change of innings. Chris Wright pushing for the breakthrough. In he comes and bowls, back foot turn off his legs by Croft neatly down towards wide long leg. A run around the boundary for Harry Dearden from deep backward square, and 2 comfortable runs taken by Stephen Croft, who moves on as a consequence to 38, 193 for 6. 106 the lead. Leicestershire are getting to the stage where they may need a bang bang, as they may need 2 wickets to fall quickly, as cricketers put it. In charges right and bowls very straight but very solid in defence is Croft on the back foot, defending the ball back down the pitch. No run. Lamb has a 4-arm guard. Croft doesn't. 54 balls Danny Lamb has faced, 142 Stephen Croft has faced for his 38. Marathon effort from Croft. A successful one so far. Right is in and bowls. Oh, that one stays a little bit low. Well played by Croft. He was on the back foot and had to adjust. And adjust he did. Great puff of dust from his feet mainly, as he sort of flexed at the knees and sort of jumped backwards and lowered his bat and defended it, kept it out. That was the main thing. He kept it out.
He had a wry smile on his face, Stephen Croft, as soon as that came off the bottom of his bat. He looked it towards the bat.
Right in again, bowls. That one rises a little bit outside off stump, but neatly played by Croft down towards third man. A run around the boundary for Slater, is it, out there? And he gets to the ball. That wide third man picks up, gets his throw away, but a comfortable 2 for Croft. He's into the 40s now. 40 off 144, 195 for 6. The lead then at 108. Sounds like a sort of lawnmower starting up somewhere. There's another cricket fielder joining this one. In goes right and bowls. Big stride forward from Croft and an extravagant leave. Lets it go through. I think it's a school cricket field, or not quite sure, to be quite honest, whether it could be shared. Just to the west of New Road, along New Road. Very nice field it looks. The ladies on the gate were telling me they were watching that game on the second day, on the Sunday here. There was a game going on there. They couldn't see this one, but they could see that one. Right in, bowls forward solidly. Again, Croft nicely angled back. Might pick up 4 actually. That's a long chase round for Slater. He's not going to get there. Nice shot from Stephen Croft. Just used the pace of the ball, leant forward, played it with the angled bat through the vacant gully, let it run away to that short boundary down there at third man. Picks up 4. Is Stephen Croft steering Lancashire to safety? Well, at the moment, yes, he is. He's taken them on to 199 for 6. The lead is 112. 35 overs remain in the day. In theory, it would be 33.
Well, say, you mentioned the ladies on the gate. Everybody at Worcestershire has been really friendly and helpful.
Yes,
since
they have.
We've been here.
They have. In goes Taylor, bowls, thick outside edge. That's probably going to be for 4 as well. He was pretty much in control of the shot in Danny Lamb, but it was a thick outside edge. It was along the ground, and you wouldn't say he was definitely playing to steer it away through gully, but he was right on top of the bounce. So consecutive boundaries for Lancashire will begin to stretch their lead. It's 116 now.
It's all been very nice and relaxed. I mean, all the protocols have been in place. You have to have your temperature checked, and you sign your form, and you know, little self-medical that you have to do, but it's all been done really well.
Taylor is in. Bowling instead. It seems back in, but it hits Lamb very high. Did a bit too much, that one, I think. Bounced a little bit, and although Taylor started to roar, he quickly choked it off, and certainly there was no response from behind the stumps.
Half century up for Owen Morgan, the England captain, off just 39 balls.
Taylor in again, bowls, and looking for the cut off the front foot, the sort of square drive. Lamb plays the shot and misses. That may not impress Stephen Croft, who's wandering down the wicket whether to have a word. Interestingly, Danny Lamb stays in his crease. He doesn't go and meet him. He knows he shouldn't have played the shot. I think he hit over the top of it, which batsmen have done because of that placid bounce, usually placid bounce, and Lamb divests himself of his gloves and just composes himself, as he does sometimes between deliveries. Puts his gloves back on and gets himself sorted out. Ready to face now, as Taylor is in and bowls to him, and that's a solid defensive press forward from Lamb.
Morgan's now 61 not out, 50 balls, 9 4s, 2 6s. England 114 for 3 after 17 overs.
Leicestershire supporter Mike Jelfs is pessimistic. He thinks it's definitely going to be a draw, as Taylor is in, bowls outside off stump, big stride forward, and then a leave from Danny Lamb, lets it go through. crucial runs, says Mark Gratian and Joseph William Smith. Ball staying low though, says Russ. Occasionally, yeah. Not, you would say, for the most part, dangerously so. Dangerously as in the threat of losing a wicket. Croft had to dig one out, didn't he? From Chris Wright. Taylor in. Bowls, thick inside edge. Sounded very wooden because Taylor didn't really appeal. The slip started to go up, but it sounded like the bat, didn't it?
Yep.
Onto the pad. Would have been a big shout. Otherwise, Taylor was getting it to move back in a little bit. Off the seam, I think, yeah. 204 for 6 at the end of the over.
It's just he'll bowl a little bit too wide, I think, Taylor, in the previous over. It's a good way to end that latest one, though, from Tom Taylor. Actually, I think it's what he's aiming to try and do, isn't he? Get the ball to come back into to Danny Lamb.
Then Mike starting to swing his arms.
You know, well, they've got to make this new ball work, haven't they? So Ackerman might be of the opinion, if it's not happening for one, it doesn't feel like it's happening for one particular ball, well, let's just change it around a little bit. They've got Klein and Mike waiting in the wings. They've got to try and make this new ball work for them.
It's only 5 overs old, and Mike's being sent from mid-wicket to leg gully, really. He's asking for instructions, a few paces to his right. Yeah, almost leg slip, in fact, now. 2 slips, leg slip and short leg as Wright is in and bowls and comes off the pad, bounces in the air past the reaching Hassan Azad, put out his right hand, no bat on it, I don't think, and judging by Nick Cook's left knee being raised, neither does he. 205 for 6. The lead then 118. Number of overs almost as relevant now. 33.5. Interesting if they have to chase 140 off 20 or something like that, wouldn't it, Leicestershire? Could be a T20-20 game. In goes Wright, bowls outside off stump, and a big leave from Croft. Who's well, he came in pretty early, didn't he? It was only
He did, yeah.
maybe 20 minutes into the day when Rob Jones was dismissed. Certainly just 5 runs had been added this morning when Croft came out to join his skipper Dane Willis, and ever since he's been rock-like in his determination to stay exactly where he is. In goes Wright and bowls to him. He's really bending his back, Chris Wright, but that one again was a little bit too wide. Stephen Croft let it go through. Very pleasant afternoon here at Blackfinch New Road now. Well, 2 sort of greyish clouds around in the distance, but they look sort of flat and they don't look as though they're carrying a shower with them. And anyway, they're proceeding to the south of the ground. Right in again. Bowls, back foot, defensive shot. You heard the no from Croft as he pushed it out towards cover. Moving to his left from extra cover is Klein to make the stop. No run.
Looking forward to Grace Road, to seeing Grace Road again this weekend coming.
It's been a while. Since last September. We've not been obviously allowed in since. And yes, it'll be grand to see it. Newly refurbished cupola clock and scoreboard and all. I suppose if it'd been newly refurbished, it shouldn't look too different. In goes Wright and bowls down the leg side. There's appeal for a catch behind. There's lots of noise, but nothing from Nick Cook, and a few teapots out there, but I wasn't convinced. Might just have something. There was a little bit of noise, and it might have flicked the pad, or. But either way,
It wasn't an enormously.
out.
Yeah, it wasn't a particularly convincing appeal, was it?
It wasn't really. And Nick Cook not given any decision today, I don't think. Agreed. You need the old snickometer on that one. One ball left in Wright's 21st over. Leans forward, then charges in and bowls to Croft, who turns a delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Dearden, running in from mid-wicket. And that is the end of Wright's over. 2 for 39 for him. Lancashire continue to defend stoutly and battle their way towards a fighting draw. 205 for 6.
Indeed, and I think having conceded a first innings lead of 87, and with a very young and inexperienced attack, they'll be relatively content if that does turn out to be the case. Here's Taylor running in to Lamb. Defending to extra cover, no run. And we're watching Blackpool's Stephen Croft battle manfully here. 44 not out. He's playing a super role. He's faced 151 deliveries as Lancashire try and get themselves into a position where they can disappear back up the motorway with a draw alongside their name for the first game of the Bob Willis Trophy. They're 200 for 5, Lancashire. There have been a few moments of certainly of uncertainty. The dismissals early on of Rob Jones for 16, then Dane Velas just prior to lunch for 43, and then George Bollerson straight after lunch for 4, giving Leicestershire hope that they could try and force victory themselves. But Croft has provided real stubborn resistance for Lancashire. He's 44 not out. Daniel Lamb's unbeaten on 19. So Lancashire lead by 118 runs at 205 for 6. As for England, they're playing the final one-day international of their 3-match series against Ireland, and England are batting first. The captain Owen Morgan 70 not out. England 123 for 3 after 20. Lamb defending as a little round of encouragement and just to the bowler as we come towards the back end of the afternoon session. We saw just prior to, well, we saw in the morning session that wicket on the stroke of lunch, giving a different feel to how the afternoon perhaps could look. It's Taylor bowled to Lamb, a bit of extra bounce there. He's on top of it though, and able to steer it safely into the offside. There is no run. Essex need 33 more runs to win, but they are 6 wickets down now. But got 10 discarters there. He'll get them over the line. What did last to Cook made? Cook made 66. Essex 170 for 6. They need 32 more runs to win. Taylor running towards us past the umpire, and Lamb leaves. A little hopping, skipping swindle as the keeper takes it, shuffling a few paces to his right-hand side, and hands the ball to George Rhodes, who gives it a shine, walking forward, using the bottom of his shirt there to polish the ball. Stands and waits for Ben Mike at mid-off to be in a position to take the catch as Rhodes throws it to Mike, who hands it to the bowler. He's back into Lamb. Dropped away into the offside, and there is no run. Derbyshire, well, that's the end of the over as well. 205 for 6. 32 remaining in the day's allocation. Derbyshire perhaps still with hopes of trying to win, but I suspect now just trying to save the game at 5 down. But you never know. They need 131 more runs to win. They got Matt Crutchley unbeaten on 35, and Flynn Hudson Prentice on 27, so 5 down Derbyshire. 131 more runs required to beat Nottinghamshire. That would be a fabulous win for them, but Notts themselves need 5 wickets to win. Somerset have already wrapped up victory today. They've beaten Glamorgan by 289 runs. Surrey 100 for 5 against Middlesex, so requiring still 214 more runs, Surrey, to beat Middlesex at the Oval. Of course, the first winners, the first team to win a Bob Willis Trophy match was Sussex yesterday when they beat Hampshire. Bowling change. Ben Mike going into the attack as the wind picks up. The trees now blowing quite firmly in the breeze on the far side of New Road. So here's Mike from the New Road end. Croft on 44. Mike comes over the wicket and bowls to Croft. It's short and it's swatted out through the onside. Pulled, but pulled safely into the ground where Harry Dearden at deep square leg probably has to jog 20 yards or so to his right to field it. Croft gets a run and moves to 45. What's the umpire's seen here? No, I think he just clipped. I think he may have clipped the helmet of the short leg fielder. He did.
Indeed. Could have knotted it up in the air and caught it. Hassan Azad.
Just flicked off Azad's helmet, and Stephen Croft just goes across to make sure he's okay. He gives Azad a bit of a tap on the backside with his bat.
We might have hit it quite... Well, it seemed to go quite quickly to Harry Dearden. That said, Dearden didn't move in the right direction initially, so it could have actually deflected it quite a lot. We might get a replay of that in a moment. Hassan Azad is grinning, and Nick Cook is gesticulating. Where is the new helmet? Luke Garvey is running on with it. Maybe it's a new visor or something. Let's see what part he actually changes. Maybe it's just a concussion check. He has got a spare helmet with him as he runs out. He's going through the protocols with Hassan Azad. I suppose it just is like a batsman getting hit on the helmet, if not worse.
Well, he caught it pretty sweetly, didn't he, Stephen Croft?
Seemed to, yes. So there'll be a short hiatus now while Mr. Azad's vision and balance and things like that are all checked. 206 for 6, 119 the lead.
It's the second time in the game we've seen a fielder at short leg struck on the helmet. Rob Jones was hit firmly right on the top of his helmet from a ball that Hartley dropped short, and he actually broke his helmet, didn't he?
Did. I mean, that one we could see it. Yeah. it clanged,
didn't it?
Tolled like the bells of the cathedral.
Yeah, it did.
But there was no obvious, from where we're sitting, change in direction of the ball there. But Mr. Garvey has effected any repairs that needed to be effected, and Hassan Azad stays in there at bat pad, short leg. I haven't seen a replay, alas, so you'd need to see it from sort of square leg to see if it did change direction. But I thought when I saw Harry Dearden, he hadn't picked it up at first because he sort of seemed to stop and change. But that may be why.
He's okay, everything's fine. He's been checked out, and Mike comes back in to bowl to, this time, Danny Lamb, because Croft took a single off that. So Lamb plays it in to the offside for no run. 19 from 68 deliveries for Lamb. He's got his head down and worked really hard here at Lamb, but under pressure from a spell from Callum Parkinson, now having to try and get through this new ball. Mike into him. It's a full-length delivery, an appeal for LBW, and he's gone. Nick Cook raises his finger, and Lamb departs. He's gone for 19 off the bowling of Ben Mike, and Lancashire have lost their 7th wicket, 206 for 7.
Early tea now. They'll take them off for tea as we're within 10 minutes of the interval. But that looked to hit him on the back foot, the back pad, to me. And it's a little bit of a swing again. It was a really solid defensive effort from Danny Lamb. Here's the replay. Oh, it was, yeah, absolutely, almost hit him on the foot. It was full, and it just sort of swung a little bit, and it hit the right foot, I think, right in front of off stump. So I don't think there was much doubt about that one. Curious sort of shot. It was a very full shot, and whether he was just trying to dab it out down to third man, but it just seemed to deceive him slightly. And Ben Mike's ability to, he certainly isn't the most consistent bowlers, but he kind of makes things happen, and he's affected what could be another key breakthrough for Leicestershire. Lamb goes for 19 off 70 balls, I think. 206 for 7.
What's the lead there?
The lead then is 119. 3 wickets remaining and 32 overs. Less 2. It's going to go the distance, this game, isn't it? It's got that feel for it. Tea time, folks.
Indeed it is. We shall have a break and we shall return for the final session of this opening Bob Willis Trophy game. And guess what? We got to tea uncertain as to where it was going, and we're at lunch with the same way as well. Your guess is as good as ours. We're back in 20. So folks, ready for the final session on the fourth and final day of this opening Bob Willis Trophy fixture between Lancashire and Leicestershire. And the equation, or the state of the game, is that Lancashire are 206 for 9 in their second innings. And Stephen Croft 45 not out. Daniel Lamb unbeaten on 19. And 32 overs remaining in the day's allocation, and the lead for Lancashire 119 runs. So 119 in front, 32 overs left, 3 wickets remaining because Daniel Lamb's LBW off the bowling of Ben Mike, 3 deliveries into his 14th over. Saw the arrival of T. Just looking to see who is Tom Bailey. It is Tom Bailey who joins Stephen Croft. So Bailey on strike then. So Mike will complete this over. 3 balls left of it. Oh, it's a terrific delivery. As he edged it, he has, and Bailey's gone. It's a great take by the keeper. What a wonderful grab by the Leicestershire keeper, Harry Swindles, and Tom Bailey edges the first ball after tea, and Ben Mike is on a hat-trick, and Bailey's gone. He'll have to make his way back, and Lancashire have lost their 8th wicket. So 206 for 8. Bailey departs, first ball duck, lead 119, but what a start either side of tea for Leicestershire. It's 2 in 2 for Ben Mike, and an outstanding catch, brilliant catch, watching that back on the replay just then from Harry Swindles, one-handed, low to his right-hand side, kind of barely ankle height really, and what a delivery as well, just shaped in and then moved a fraction away, and it's got the edge of Bailey's bat, and backed up by a brilliant catch by the Leicestershire wicket taker. So a lively start to the final session. We've had some fun in this game. We got to lunch and we weren't really any clearer as to where the game was heading. We got to tea and it's still results are possible, and that only further reinforces that theory, because Lancashire now just have 2 wickets remaining and they're just 119 in front, and there are 31.2 overs left, plus you lose a couple for the change of innings. We've had tea, so you lose a couple for the change of innings. Now Tom Hartley comes out. He made 5 in the first innings, but this is a hat-trick ball for Ben Mike. Well, goodness me. Where will this final session, where will it take us? Leicestershire sniffing the possibility of a fabulous win in the Bob Willis Trophy. Just 119 in front, just 2 wickets remaining. Hartley and Ed Moulton. So the field, well, there's a leg gully, there's 2 slips, make that 3 slips, point and a forward short leg. Here we go, hat-trick ball for Ben Mike into Hartley, and taken down the leg side by Swindles. That really was a fantastic catch by the Leicestershire wicket-keeper. He was, I said to watch it back on the replay, but from the first replay, or the only replay I've seen, is he's just going to, he was leaning, he went one way onto his left foot, then quickly had to readjust onto his right side. His weight was going one side, had to adjust to the other, and the ball was heading at, let's say, barely ankle height, and he got a great glove on that. Wonderful take. Mike back in to Hartley. Has that come off the face of the bat? They reckon so, but I suspect that a little kidology involved in all that, but understandably so from Leicestershire, because the tails are up and they feel as though they have a golden opportunity here, because 31 overs left and 119 runs is the lead that Lancashire have got. Croft's still there on 45. And Lancashire have lost 2 quick wickets either side of tee. One just on the stroke of tee, which actually produced the tee break, which was Daniel Lamb, LBW to Ben Mike for 19. And then the very first ball after the tee interval, Tom Bailey edged behind to the wicketkeeper Harry Swindles, who took a great catch, again off the bowling of Ben Mike. So Bailey out for naught. So Stephen Cross on 45, Tom Hartley on his Lancashire debut on naught. Lancashire 206 for 8 in their second innings, and they lead by 119 runs. Dieter Klein looks like we'll get things underway from the Diglis end of the ground. He will. And Croft, who has been an example of calm since he replaced Rob Jones this morning. He's batted since about 15 or 20 minutes into play. He's Klein into Croft. And taken by Swindle. He just prodding forward Stephen Croft through to the keeper. But yes, it's he's been an epitome of calmness and showing some great resistance. It bounced in front of Swindles. It did, actually. Apologies, it did. Looking that back on the replay. Bounced probably a yard in front of Swindles. It's Klein back into Stephen Croft down the leg side. And that'll run away for 4. 4 leg byes. Croft remains on 45. The score moves on to 210 for 8. Richard Ray's back alongside me.
Well, that was the ball of the day from Ben Mike, poor Tom Bailey got, and it was the catch of the match that Swindles take. It just a little bit of late out swing. It was a wonderful delivery. Bailey did brilliantly to edge it, to be quite honest, and an outstanding catch. And as you said on air, he was almost starting to go the other way. It was so sort of, it looked like it was almost going straight on.
Klein balls to Croft, who's in behind and defends, no run.
And suddenly it was going the other way, and out went the right glove, the gauntlet of Swindles, and he scooped it up low. Goodness me. 2 and 2 for Mike.
On 23, the lead. 210 for 8. Well, Stephen Croft, 155, delivers his face with 45 runs. He needs to keep going for Lancashire. Here's Klein into Croft. Played up to mid-off for no run.
Tom Hartley in the first innings. Was he not out at the end?
He was, yeah, 5 not out.
Yeah, so we didn't really see, get a chance to have a really good look at him. Come in at number 10, Ed Moulton. The only other player left to come.
Klein balls, Croft. A little late on it, perhaps, just a fraction. Keeps it out, ball squirts into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
Sometimes happens this, doesn't it? You just get the glaze off the new ball and then it starts to swing nicely, and Leicestershire's bowlers are getting it to swing nicely.
Mike certainly did. That was just a beautiful delivery. Everything about that was just really good, wasn't it? It's a terrific ball from Mike, and then backed up by brilliant work by Swindles. Klein to Croft. That'll be 4. Down to third man. Yep. A little bit of width served up from Klein, and Croft says, I'll take a bit of that, thank you very much. He moves to 49. End of the over. So 30 left, but as Richard's been saying, you take away a couple for the change of innings. 30 overs remaining as it stands. -2. Lancashire 214 for 8, and a lead of 127. 27 in front with 2 wickets remaining. But Hartley on debut, and then Ed Moulton, who got a first ball duck on his debut.
Even if Leicestershire take these 2 wickets reasonably quickly, then they're still going to be looking at, you know, maybe 5 and over, and that's if they take these 2 quickly. 5 and over is quite a lot when you can put the fielders back and put on a bit of pressure. So they do need these last 2 quickly.
Mike comes over the wicket and balls to Hartley works the ball into the onside, and there's no run. Yes, I guess it. I mean, you would think they would come out and try and absolutely have a go. You can always pull back in, can't you? You can always change your mind. But
yeah, no, absolutely, they would. I mean, they'll go for it if it's sort of 7 or 8 and over, you know. But for a while, at any rate, I think they prefer 5 or 6. Play a bit more sensibly, just a bit.
Hartley's a tall man, waits for Mike, and just squirts the ball into the offside. No run. Fielded by Callum Parkinson at point.
Been an epic knock from Croft. 49 off 158 balls. Epic defensive effort. Not over yet.
No.
Nor is this game.
Three slips, point, leg, slip, forward, short leg. Mike over the wicket to Hartley, and that'll help Lancashire's cause, because that's off the thigh pad and run down towards the boundary for 4 more runs, but their leg buys. Nick Cook hopping up onto one leg and slapping his thigh with the other.
Yeah, pitched outside leg. Clipped the pad and bounced away down to fine leg.
Almost stopped it, didn't he, Swindles? Almost got a glove on that.
Fine, didn't it? But valuable runs.
They are.
Lancashire.
Yep. Hartley and beyond in this next delivery from Mike. Turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 218 for 8.
131 then the lead.
Mike 3 for 32, Richard, and we mentioned a few times in the first innings actually how perhaps of all the Leicestershire bowlers he was maybe searching for it a little bit more and didn't quite have the rhythm he was hoping for, but he's bowled really well today.
He has. He makes things happen.
Comes in and bowls to Hartley, a little tentatively, but pushes the ball out into the offside. No run.
It's nice to watch him. He smiles a lot. He loves his cricket. His Instagram account is amusing. It usually consists of him posing in his latest gear. loves his kit. I don't mean his cricket kit. You know, his
cities.
Casual wear.
Final ball of his 15th over. It's a short ball which he just drops his hands and allows that one to fizz by. 218 for 8 at the end of it. Hartley still on 0. Stephen Croft on 49 from 158 deliveries. As Richard said, it's an epic effort from Stephen Croft.
So if they were to take, if they were to take the 2 wickets in this over, for example, they'd have 27 overs, Leicestershire, to score 132 to win. So as I say, it's already over 5s. That you'd expect them to get that, but you know, if it gets down to sort of 22 overs needing 150, 160, might not get to that. You know, Lancs might bat it out, but beginning to creep up, as I say, over 5 and over now.
His deep decline moves into Stephen Croft. Crashes the ball into the offside, but 2 extra cover where Slater fields, and there's no run.
Ackerman and Leicestershire will be conscious of the runs as well.
Yeah, overs remaining. Runs being added. 2 things that Leicestershire skipper keeping a pretty close eye on. Crouches down at second slip as Klein balls to Croft, a wide ball through to the keeper, no run. He's just assured, he's emitted a sense of calmness, hasn't he, Stephen Croft, ever since he came out to bat. Actually, and he did so in the first innings with Dave Willis. He's not been hurried at all. He's not been kind of hopping around or forcing it or reaching for it. It's just all the experience that he's acquired over 16 years of playing first-class cricket. Evident and on show. Flying into him. Content to leave it through to Swindles. No run.
Leg before wicket to Ackerman in the first innings.
A little wander down the pitch to Stephen Croft. We see a little bit of sun trying to burn through as well. There's a little brighter, some blue sky above us. Tom Smith has his Leicestershire hoodie on and he's going for a little wander around the outfield. Klein, left arm over the wicket. Croft cuts through the offside, out towards the man at deep point, gets a single and gets a terrific half-century. It's a wonderful effort by Stephen Croft. See, 50 not out from 162 deliveries. And it's a very casual, almost sheepish acknowledgement to his teammates. He knows that the job's by no means done, but it's a fabulous effort by Croft to get to 50. 219 for 8.
7 fours in that 50. Now, Klein has 2 deliveries at Hartley. He'd be looking for the full, slightly out-swinging delivery that zones in on middle and swings away and hits off.
In comes Klein looking for that. Worked away through the onside. Gathered by mid-wicket and there's no run.
Played that one well enough. Hartley does a little dance.
He does, yeah.
Gets his feet moving. Bobs at the knees.
It's been certainly some experience for the 3 debutants, for George Balderson, for Tom Hartley, for Ed Moulton in this game. Final ball of the over, Klein into Hartley. So clipped away out towards a backward point for a single.
And they take the single off the last ball of the over.
Hartley moves to 1. Off the mark with that. 220 for 8. 28 overs remaining. And Lancashire lead by 133 runs.
Mike will continue as you would expect. After a little burst of wicket taking. Nearly picked up another in that over as well. Nearly made it 3 in 4 balls. Appealed loudly for catch behind off Tom Hartley. Tense. As Mike is in and bowling to Hartley, a bouncer, and he just ducks at the very last second. Decent bouncer from Ben Mike, and Hartley seemed to just pick it up a fraction late. Suddenly realised it was hurrying up towards his noggin, ducked underneath it. Beating a little bit faster. Went over his shoulder actually. Got out of the way comfortably enough. Very difficult for the bowlers to bowl a threatening bouncer because the bounce is so slow. In goes Mike and bowls, looking to drive. Thick inside part of the bat from Hartley. Doesn't time it, it bounces towards mid-on. Right moves to his left to pick up. No run. The sound of the wind in the trees susurrating. Over there, between ourselves and the River Severn and the cathedral, there's Mike in again to Hartley, solidly behind that one, a straight delivery on off stump, and there's no run. Hartley acquitting himself with some sang-froid at the moment, getting right behind everything. Adjusts his front pad, takes his stance, shuffles across. Quite tall, about 6'2", something like that. 6'1", 6'2". Looks up, slightly wide stance, bat raised as Mike comes in and bowls to him down the leg side, and very nicely picked up. It was a leg side ball, slightly short, and just whipped it away really. Didn't try and hit it too hard. A safe shot. It was in the air for a long time as he clipped it nicely away, bounced about halfway back to the boundary and ran down to fine leg for 4. 224 for 8. Hartley on 2-5. 137 for the lead now. Food for thought for Leicestershire, and Ackerman has set a leg slip deepish now as in goes Mike. Bowls again too hard, again slightly short, straighter though this time, and the young left-hander just gets up on his toes, drops at his feet, plays it pretty solidly.
He's done okay, hasn't he? Actually, to be fair, I think Tom Hartley in the first innings hung around for a little bit. He got 5 not out, faced. Yeah, he was there for 40 minutes, batted for 40 minutes for his 5.
How many balls did he face, does it say?
Faced 18.
18. About that sort of level now. 15 he's on at the moment. So yet to be dismissed in the game. Mike's going to go round the wicket, bowls to him outside off stump. He steps forward, and Nick Cook, as is his wont, sort of sticks his right arm out, and you think, oh, it's a no ball, but it isn't. He's just, I think, telling the fielders or the wicket keep hold of it or whatever, that is over. 27 remain, so it would be 24 if they take the 2 wickets in this over. It would be 138 needed off 24, 5.5-ish. Don't ask me to do it exactly.
Ish, yes.
5.5 inch, bit more than 5.5 actually. It's creeping up. Decline. Going to be bowling to Stephen Croft. In he comes over the wicket, bowls to Croft right back on his stumps with a really nice high left elbow. Defends as solidly as you can imagine. Back out into the offside.
Whether Leicester should go on to win the game, whether it turns in the end is a draw, I'm sure they will take an enormous amount from the way that they've played. I mean, they bowled Lax out for 320 in the first innings. They've got them at 220 for 8 second time round.
On a pretty placid track. In goes Klein and bowls, crashed away into the offside off the front foot by Croft. Along the ground all the way, a square drive out to deep backward point where Harry Dearden fields, and again Croft more than happy to take the single. He moves on to 51. Lancashire on to 225 for 8. General post in the outfield as the left-hander comes on strike. I just wonder whether Ackerman might take a chance and bring the spinner on against the left-hander, just to try and get one to bounce and turn out of the footholds. But he's quite tall and might be able to step beyond them. Klein over the wicket to Hartley, flicks on the left, or tries to flick down the leg side, and moving to his right, Swindles takes the ball. Parkinson Callum, who's in front of us, is walking towards us, and his arms are turning. He's rolling his shoulders and swinging his arms as though he's had the word. Might just be hinting. You never know. I don't know if they do that in county cricket as they do in club cricket. In goes Klein and bowls, and a plain a miss from Tom Hartley. It was a quickish delivery just outside off stump, went through to Harry Swindles without taking the edge. Yeah, we used to do it a lot at club cricket. You see me warming up. So I remember asking the captain once, did after blooming side warming up after yet another heavy defeat. Klein is in and bowls, and Fullish looking for that sort of swinging Yorker. Dug out nicely though by Hartley, solidly enough, got down to it, pushed it out to mid-wicket. Picked up by Slater, and there's no run. Parkinson down on one knee, his right knee is on the ground, and sort of stretching his, what would you stretch there?
Yeah. Oh, there he goes, yeah.
On the quads, I suppose. Klein, hoping to keep hold of the ball and take the wickets himself, goes in and bowls to Hartley again, back foot, but again solid in defence. Hartley pushing, turning closing the bat face on the ball as he pushes it into the leg side out towards Chris Wright at mid-on. And again, no run. Overs ticking by. Deep square. Ben Slater's gone out there from mid-wicket. They'd give Hartley a single here as Klein goes in and bowls to him. Slightly short of a length on off stump. Hartley right behind it, up on his toes, dropping it out in the offside, and it's the end of another over. 26 remain. Less the 2, always less the 2. 227 for 8, the lead 140.
How are we looking elsewhere? Should we start with that one-day international between England and Ireland, where Owen Morgan eventually out for 106 of 84 deliveries, 15 fours and 4 sixes. England are 214 for 6 after 32 overs. Tom Bantam with a 50 as well. That would be his first 50 for England. He made 58. That's the one-day international between England and Ireland. We know that Yorkshire have beaten Durham. Derbyshire, well, still going. Need 108 runs to win with 4 wickets remaining against Nottinghamshire.
Ben Mike to continue from the New Road end. In he comes to bowl to Croft, one of his big loopy bouncers, and it's called a no ball anyway, overstretched, and it was one of those that pitches in his own half and unreachable by anybody. Even Peter Crouch with a bat in his hand would struggle with that one, wouldn't he?
We've seen a few of them from Ben Mike, haven't we?
Like 1 or 2, haven't we?
Yeah.
And he bangs it in really short and the pitch just can't absorb it, can it? It just like a trampoline. Boing went Mike in again to Croft, who's a forward, leaving a delivery outside off stump. A little bit of swing away.
Plays
Plays it well.
Slightly nervy end to the game at Essex, because they need now 15 to win, but 2 wickets left. Wheater and Cook. So 15 to win with 2 wickets remaining, Essex.
Some super games going on then. Some close games. Then Mike turns. Can he summon up a bit of magic? Comes in, bowls to Croft, who gets up on his toes to a delivery slightly short outside off stump and steers it out into the offside. Happy again to take the single from what he's seen of Tom Hartley. Full confidence in his young partner, his young left-handed partner, who's on 5 at the moment of 21 balls.
And Surrey are 113 for 5. They need 201 to win. Further runs. Middlesex need 5 wickets. The 2 Clarks, Jordan and Ricky, currently batting for Surrey.
Another close one, potentially. Ben Mike staying over the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, who drives, or looks to drive. It may just have swung back in towards him a little bit. He stepped out and hit it firmly down into the ground, but he had to adjust a touch, so didn't travel very quickly to right.
Some more crickety news today. That's mentioned that the availability of Lancashire players for the next game. Yorkshire have announced that they're going to have Johnny Bairstow for their next 2 Bob Willis Trophy games, of which one of them will be against Lancashire.
We don't go to Headingley until early September, as Mike is in again, bowls. A good line and length delivery, solidly played by Hartley, just sort of half forward, waiting for it. Defends it.
That's not true. I've misled the Lancashire public. Don't worry. Bairstow will not be available against Lancashire.
Right.
The next, it's the
penultimate.
Yeah, it's the penultimate game is the Yorkshire match. Yeah.
By which time will he be playing one day as against Pakistan?
Presumably, yeah.
Mike round the wicket to Hartley, looking for the full ball. The Yorker dug out by Hartley with a puff of dust. Plays it well again. He's standing up to everything that Leicestershire can throw at him at the moment. Leicestershire spread out rather, because there are now, well, there is now just the one delivery left in Ben Mike's 17th over, 3 for 39 his figures at the moment, and Leicestershire will be happy for Hartley to take a single, and if he is down this end, I would guess that Parkinson might be brought on. Round the wicket comes Mike. Whoa, and he's given up on his run about 2/3 of the way along. The wind is gusting a little bit now, so maybe he just got a little gust extra. Maybe just feeling it at the moment. Just composes himself at the end of his run and runs away from us, round the wicket, bowls foolish again, and a little bit of swing back into Tom Hartley. Was on the front foot as he played that one, adjusted neatly, pushed it firmly out into the onside, the end of the over. 230 for 8, 143 the lead, 25 overs remain, so it would be 22 left for Leicestershire were the 2 wickets to fall in this over, needing 144 to win. It's getting quite high, that runs per over equation, isn't it? 144 off 22.
25 overs remaining in the day's allocation, and Lancashire 230 for 8, with Blackpool's Stephen Croft batting superbly. It's a terrific half-century, 52 not out from 167 balls faced. But Lancashire did lose 2 quick wickets, in fact 2 wickets in 2 balls. Danny Lamb LBW to Ben Mike for 19. And then the very next delivery after a tee, Tom Bailey was caught by Harry Swindles, superbly caught by Swindles, off a brilliant ball from Mike for naught. And at that stage, Lancashire again were starting to wobble. So the lead for Lancashire is 143 runs, but they still do have 2 wickets remaining, and there are only 25 overs left in the day's allocation, set for a really good finish though. Lancashire 230 for 8. There's a change in bowling with Callum Parkinson coming into the attack to replace Klein. I mentioned that Johnny Bairstow news for Yorkshire. If you missed the little update that Lancashire were able to bring us in a couple of hours ago, is that they are set to welcome back Liam Livingston, Richard Gleeson and Saqib Mahmood from England duty this week, and all 3 players are expected to be available for selection for the game against Durham on Saturday. They add that Matthew Parkinson is continuing his rehabilitation from an ankle sprain, and Graham Onions, again, he'll be assessed ahead of the game. He had a bit of a back problem before this match. Luke Wood expected to be fit for the match, so he'll be bolstered by the news of a few players back from international and injury problems. Here comes Parkinson to Croft. It's played off the back foot, played nicely off the back foot to Harry Dearden at cover for no run. Now he's got 4 around the bat, Stephen Croft, as Callum Parkinson comes in and bowls. Keeps it a little low, and Croft brings his bat down and pushes it back towards Parkinson. No run. There's 2 slips, Ackerman and Taylor. There is a forward short leg, and there's a silly point as well. They're all creeping down into position as Parkinson comes in to Croft. Jabs the bat down. Into the onside. I think that is George Rhodes at a silly point with Azad at forward short leg. It is Rhodes under the batsman's eye line on the offside as Parkinson bowls. Croft is forward defending, no run. And then a couple of slips, Ackerman and Taylor, both waving their hands above their head because they want the field to come in. Keep Croft on strike. Have a little dart at Hartley, who's faced 25 deliveries for its 5 runs so far, but it's Parkinson. Croft goes back, hits the ball, it's gone straight to George Rhodes, who has removed his helmet. I'm not quite sure whereabouts that's hit him, but Croft off the back foot hit it cleanly. And it's caught Rhodes, who has removed his helmet, and the Leicestershire players are waving on the physio just to come and check he's okay. I mean, he stood up, he's having a little, whilst sort of he's kind of bent over now in conversation with his teammate. Stephen Croft goes to tap him on the backside with his bat. Say, hope you're all right, mate. He seems okay. They'll obviously have to go through the protocols and have to perhaps change the helmet as well. But he seems to be rubbing his chin, so I suspect that's gone straight into the grill. With a smile on his face, and he just, Aaron Lilly says, "Have a look inside your mouth. Make sure your teeth are all there." he's going to be okay. Yeah, and now he's not the only. Oh, he may have chipped a tooth. He may have chipped a tooth, because there's a couple of Harry Dearden's having a little look there. Don't crack, yeah, a bit of dental work required maybe. So the Leicestershire physio comes on to have a closer look at George Rhodes, and he's having a little peer inside his mouth to make sure everything is roughly intact. 230 for 8. Where Lancashire find themselves in their second innings. Stephen Croft, 52 not out. His old teammate Tom Smith is doing another lap of the outfield. Croft 52, Hartley on 5. So 1 ball left of this over, and then there'll be 24 remaining in the day's allocation. A lead of 143 runs for Lancashire. It's at New Road. I'm grateful for Worcestershire County Cricket Club for staging the game, and everyone's been very friendly, and all the protocols that are in place to make sure the game can be played safely have all been done very calmly, and everyone's been very friendly. It's been an excellent 4 days, and we're going into the final session on the 4th day, and we've got a great deal of intrigue in the match as well. So it's been good cricket staged here at, well, it's now quite a blustery, windy New Road. George Rhodes is okay. He's had his bottom teeth checked out. And he's popped a new helmet on. I presume it's a new helmet. It could be the same one, but his helmet back on, and now he's crouching down underneath the nose of Stephen Croft. Final ball of Parkinson's over, and Croft punches to mid off and tells Tom Hartley to stay where he is. End of the over. 230 for 8. So 24 left in the day's allocation on the BBC Sport website and app, and on BBC Lancashire, Leicester and Manchester, and live pictures across the stream. There's the players, as you can see now, walking towards the edge of the outfield for a sanitation break. Time to clean their hands and put some gel on their hands.
It'd be 21 now, wouldn't it, if they take these 2 wickets that they need Leicestershire in this coming over. They'd need 143 from those 21 overs. So in T20, remember, you can only have a certain number of fielders on the boundary. That said, the boundary on that far side of the ground as we look across from west to east is a short one. Each time you think the game is okay, it's going to be a draw, Leicestershire seem to pick up somehow a wicket out of nothing almost. Can they do so again? Colin Ackerman's bringing himself on, the captain. See if he can work the oracle.
A short boundary and an inexperienced bowling attack.
Well, you would think Bailey would just basically
bowl them all.
Certainly half of them.
Yes.
But yes, there might be some interesting questions for Dane Willis. To whom does he turn? not even have to answer that question.
Indeed, yes.
Shake hands with 2 wickets still needed.
Here comes Colin Ackerman to Hartley. He's a tall man. He uses his height and his reach to get forward and turns the ball down into the onside. Oh, we've got the sound of a goal. Yes, we've had pigeons and now the gulls are making themselves striking away as it lands on the outfield. Ackerman in to Hartley, doesn't offer a shot, and off slightly bent knee watches the ball fizz into the gloves of Swindles. And there's no run. These white framed sunglasses on as Colin Ackerman. As he comes right arm around the wicket to Hartley, playing 4, big appeal for LBW, he's gone. Hartley's gone for 5. It's a 9 down.
Big stride.
It was 330 for 9. Umpire Nick Cook, even with the stride, decided that was going on to hit. Lead of 143 with 1 wicket left.
Yeah, kind of fair. I think it hit him on the back pad, actually.
It's a fair
I think
decision,
it hit him on the
yeah.
back pad, in which case, fair enough, it did turn. It did straighten. And Ackerman, well, I suggested the captain might work the oracle. Here's the replay again. Let's have a gander. Yeah, I think it hit him on his left pad, his back pad, as he put in that big stride and was going on to hit off stump. So, well, what were we saying? Each time you think the game is drifting towards a draw, something happens, a wicket falls. Tom Hartley, solid effort, 5 off 29 balls. He goes 230 for 9. The lead is 143. Number of overs remaining 23.3 at the moment. So if Ed Moulton were to fall in the next 3 balls, Leicestershire would need 144 from 21 overs.
Ed Moulton was out for a first ball duck in the first innings. The last person to make a pair on debut for Lancashire was Bumble. It was David Lloyd against Middlesex in 1965.
How was he out, Ed?
He was,
Edwin?
He was LBW to Parkinson.
All right. Well, that is what Leicestershire will be hoping for. LBW even Ackerman. But it would be not untypical of the way this game has gone if Moulton digs in and gives Croft the support he needs to steer Lancashire to safety.
Yes, that will kind of continue the pattern of the game, wouldn't it?
It would.
Yeah.
It absolutely would. It's been a brilliant game of cricket. If somewhat attritional at times, but that's been the nature of the pitch. That's been necessary because the pitch has been relatively placid. I would imagine Mr. Moulton will find himself with company for these 3 balls.
Aye, there's a bit around the bat there, isn't there, for Moulton? 4 plus a short straight mid-wicket. Slip, leg slip, forward short leg, silly point. Ackerman in to Moulton, who survives and pushes it back down the pitch, and there is no run.
So it's not a king pair for him.
It's not.
That's little victories.
Can he get himself a run? Ackerman in to Moulton again, working it to Mike. And there's no run.
If a single is on offer from this ball, I would wager he wouldn't take it. But you never know. You never know.
Ackerman over the wicket and bowls. That wraps the pad. They asked the question, but without any real conviction in truth.
No. Ackerman didn't really, did he?
No. End of the over. Wicket taking 1 for Colin Ackerman. 230 for 9. So a lead of 143 with 23 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, it was turning down the leg side. Azad tried to catch the ball as it looped off the pad. He certainly didn't get bat anywhere near it. What will Croft do you think? Just try and play the first 4 balls and go for the single, or try and pick up a few runs? Or
Well,
logically, that would be the thing,
yeah.
wouldn't it? The first, I would have thought of those rather than throw the bat or anything.
I think so. He's had quite a lengthy chat there, hasn't he, with Ed Moulton? So he's obviously got a plan in mind, Stephen Croft, and he's relayed that to his young partner, Parkinson, to Croft. And ignores that one as it's fizzed wide of off stump and through to the keeper.
Leicestershire, put it this way, they're giving him the single. Everybody's on the boundary except Taylor, who's at second slip, Ackerman at first, and Azad at leg slip.
Parkinson to Croft, nudged into the offside.
Parkinson walks to get the ball at extra cover because Croft is going nowhere.
Moulton leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. He probably knows he's not in business for another couple of deliveries. Parkinson to Croft. And decline the run. Stay where you are, I think, Ed, for the time being.
Ackerman summons his team in from the boundary after just the 3 balls. That's go on then, Mr. Croft, if you want, try and hit one through.
And he's waving everybody in, isn't he? It's first slip there, Colin Ackerman. It's like someone directed an aircraft in. Waving here and pushing there.
Parkinson came running in.
He did.
Ackerman was still.
He was altering his field.
And all sorts.
Parkinson to Croft, turned into the onside. Azad first to it at short leg and throws the ball back to Parkinson. 2 left of the over. Clutches the ball and bounces in. Croft plays forward, defends. Back down towards Parkinson. No run. So, final delivery. Can Croft try and find a single? Moulton getting ready to face Hanover from Ackerman. Parkinson to Croft. And he goes back and tries to tickle it just behind square leg, which would have given him, I think, that single he was hoping for, but just rolls it out to square leg and kind of kicks the ground in a bit of frustration there, because he probably felt that was the chance he was hoping for, just to take it a little finer behind square for a single, but he couldn't. So Ed Moulton will be on strike for the next over. 230 for 9. Lancashire a lead of 143 runs, 22 overs left.
Tense. My stomach muscles are starting to ache here. Missed this over the last 3 months. In goes Ackerman over the wicket to Moulton, who is forward, just dabbing the ball off middle stump down towards Hassan Azad, who's at short leg. Leg slip, 2 slips, silly mid off. Ackerman in, bowls. It turns away down the leg side. Swindles is cross with himself for not getting anything on it. Did plenty though, and it has shot away for 4 byes. 4 more runs that Leicestershire will or may need to score to win the game if they get the opportunity. 234 for 9 means the lead is now 147, and Leicestershire, if they take the wicket of Moulton in this over, would have 19 overs in which to get them, which would be nicely balanced. Ackerman in, bowls, Moulton solidly forward, dropping the ball out into the offside, picked up by George Rhodes, and there's no run. Oh my goodness me, came off the glove and down towards short leg, and Azad flinging himself forward, can't get his hands underneath the ball. Everybody's hands went up in the air. Just tried to push it away and it just came off his gloves. Azad steps even closer as Ackerman bowls and it bounces off the pad and goes high between the slips. It's running down to the boundary. It's saved down there. Good work down there, dragging it back by...
Dearden, is it?
Looks sort of deared and shaped,
it does, yeah.
it? And leg byes are taken. How many? 2, presumably. They did run then, didn't they? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching the ball, so it made sense, despite it being the 5th ball of the over, to take 236 for 9. It was indeed Harry Dearden with a helmet on. So running with a helmet on. In goes Ackerman, bowls, and forward goes Moulton, and he's smothered that one, and it's another over gone, and Ackerman turns in disappointment and doesn't take his cap back from umpire Cook. It must be being worn or held by someone else, and Leicestershire really are now beginning to run out of time as much as anything. 236 for 9. The lead then is 149. They'd need 150 from 18 balls if 18 overs if the wicket falls in the next over.
I think on the hats to the umpire, I think it's part of the protocols, not allowed to.
Oh, okay.
To give them to the umpires.
Might be infected.
Yes, you've got to give it to a teammate.
Can Callum Parkinson make the breakthrough? In he comes to bowl to Stephen Croft, who gets a full delivery that he drives firmly, but only back as far as Parkinson, who makes the stop. Remember, everybody other than the 2 slips and the leg slip on the boundary, as Parkinson is in. Bowls full again, just almost kind of yorks himself slightly there, Croft, but plays it solidly enough in the end, adjusts his feet and plays it back past Parkinson, who walks after it towards deep mid-on, because Croft is going nowhere. Parkinson has walked back to his mark. Ackerman doesn't like this, does he?
No, he doesn't. No.
And after 2 balls, he's summoned everybody in. He says, "Let's do this properly."
Yeah, I wish I'd quite like to see that. That's good.
I don't like this. Do this properly. He's not going to take his singles. He's not going to take one, even if he knocks it out to one of you. So we might as well have you catching.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good that.
I've been hugely impressed by Ackerman's proactive captaincy in this game. Really. So we have a fairly normal field now with lots of close catches as in goes Parkinson, and looking to drive, hit hard down into the ground. It bounces out to Klein, who's at mid-off now. He's got a short leg, a silly mid-off, 2 slips as Parkinson is in again. Croft goes back and turns it, always slightly risky going back. Heart goes into your mouth, but in control, turned his wrists on it, pushed it past Azad out to mid-wicket. Parkinson in, forward goes Croft, getting to the pitch of it, pushing it out to Dearden at extra cover. 2 balls left in the 109th. 1 ball left, I beg your pardon, in the 109th over. Parkinson in, bowls, and Croft hits and misses and swings and misses. It was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Whether he feels now he can have a bit of a free hit, isn't? Maybe needs another 2 overs just to be certain, do you think?
Yes.
Do you think he's done enough?
Yeah, I think he's... Well, I mean, it would be a...
150 Leicestershire would need now off 70. Doable.
Well, it is.
In T20, but as I say, it's a different thing in red ball.
He's just managed to eke out and these extra couple of overs, hasn't he? Stephen Croft, who's faced Parkinson, and to be fair to Moulton, he's got through 9 deliveries since he got out there as well. So if he can survive 1 more, Ed Moulton.
Mikey Smith trying to shake hands and draw. Don't think Leicestershire would do that yet, Mikey. Ben Mike. Well, Ackerman, I thought Ackerman almost got through a couple of times in his previous over, but Ackerman has decided that Mike might be the man. He's shown wicket-taking proclivity in the game. He's on 3 for 39, chance to make it 4 for. In he comes, the young man, and bowls, and it's an appeal for leg before he's gone. Whoa, he has gone. Ed Moulton has been given a leg before by Nick Cook, and he has gone for none off 10. Lancashire are all out for 2, 3, 6, which means Leicestershire will need 150 to win by my calculations off 17 overs. I think that's right. We will check it with the scorers. But Ben Mike again has done it. Brilliant captaincy by Ackerman. 236 all out. Good effort by, whatever happens now, that is a sensational effort by Leicestershire to take 20 wickets on this most placid of decks. Paul Nixon, Leicestershire's head coach, is talking to Colin Ackerman as Ackerman comes off. They're talking about changing the batting order, perhaps, because Azad and Slater at the top of the order, neither are necessarily the sort of batsmen who are capable of smacking a quick 40 or 50.
Who would you pick from those from the others to open if they don't fancy Azad to open the batting? I mean, I can't imagine they'll change both openers, would they?
You wouldn't have thought so. I think Slater possibly they'll stay with. Tommy Taylor is a possible. Swindles is a possible. Someone even like Parkinson is a possible. Somebody is going to have to go in and have a bit of a thrash. Now, is it 17 overs that Leicestershire will have?
Well, you lose the over you're in plus 2 more.
Plus 2, which makes it the 17, because they changed 19, but there was after the one ball. I will check it. I will check it. If you'll give me a second, I will have a word with the scorers just to make sure, so we don't mislead you.
By the way, Bumble, your record has been expunged, so to speak. Unfortunately for Ed Moulton, he now becomes the first person to make a pair on debut since David Lloyd against Middlesex in 1965. Just a little footnote to that. I would say as well, brilliantly battered by Stephen Croft. A word for Croft, 52 from 185 is a fantastic effort. But to echo what Richard said, I think for Leicestershire to take 20 wickets in this game is a fantastic effort. That is a brilliant effort. Thumbs up from Richard Ray to tell us how much.
150 off 17. We've had it right
150
all along.
Off 17.
Target,
wow.
150 off 17 overs.
Who's your guest and who's going to open the batting here, you reckon,
I think Taylor might, but
okay.
That's pure guesswork, because I have to say to you that Leicestershire aren't often in situations like these, but they've given themselves a chance of what would be an extraordinary victory. I think whatever happens, this is going to go to at least 2 or 3 overs before the close, isn't it? And
I think the point you mentioned just before you went to go and clarify the over situation, the fact that Leicestershire have taken 20 wickets in this game, I think is an outstanding achievement, because let's be kind of brutally honest, it's not beat around the bush. Lancashire didn't really look like taking 10, and they didn't take 10 because Leicestershire pulled out 8 down. So for Leicestershire to take 20 wickets on a flat pitch, it's a flat, pretty docile pitch. Yeah, it might be going up and down a little bit perhaps today, only a fraction, it's in a couple turn, but as Alex Davis said last night on an interview, it is a flat, docile pitch. And to have bowled Lancashire out twice for 320 and 230, well, many congratulations. That is a great effort from Leicestershire, and they're needing a fraction under 9 and over to win it.
8.82. That is. I still think the draw is the favourite on that basis.
Yeah,
you can see Leicestershire finishing on something like 110 for 4 or 5, or but they will have a go, and the next 8 or 10 overs, whatever happens, are going to be exciting. If you can watch us on the stream, do, because the commentary is with the brilliant stream that the ECB and Lancashire have provided for this game. All 4 results, we could get a tie. Why not?
We had one of those last year. Lancashire tied at Somerset. It was incredibly exciting.
What price Leicestershire finishing 149 for 8? What sort of, I don't know.
Well, brilliant.
I don't know.
Brilliant form. Absolutely terrific form.
Frank on the stream. Question is, how many wickets will Leicestershire lose before they stop trying to win? Steve Judge, whatever the result, what a great game. James D, no super overs here, thankfully. He's put, yeah. that would be a bit too much. Brunty, thank you, Richard and Scott, for brilliant commentary and an absorbing game. Fantastic to have the 4-day game back, and he's off to start a crowdfunder for some new tyres for the new road trolley. Yeah, fair enough. Richard, can you please tell Scott to stop jinxing us? He's costing us the game. Is it your fault?
Apparently.
It's always your fault, isn't it? Michael, Cal Parkey is my Leicestershire man of the match. Richard Ray, who would you pick? I'm not prepared to commit at this stage because we could yet see a quick 60 struck off 8 overs by a player and winning the match that way. So who knows? Ackerman might promote himself, but they'll have a go, Leicestershire, and see if they can pull off a famous win. Goodness me.
Just to run through that Lancashire card while we wait for the change of innings. Jennings, Court Rhodes bowled right for 8. Davis, LBW to Parkinson for 54. Bohannon, LBW bowled Mike for 3. Jones caught by Rhodes off the bowling of Wright for 16. Villas bowled by Parkinson for 43. Croft not out, 52. 289 minutes, 185 balls and 7 fours. Outstanding effort from Croft. Balderson, LBW to Parkinson for 4. Lamb, LBW bowled Mike for 19. And then Bailey went the very next ball, albeit it was separated by the tea interval, that. And it was probably the ball, well, I don't think it was probably about it. It was the ball of the match. It was a brilliant delivery by Ben Mike and an equally fantastic catch by Harry Swindles, the keeper. Bailey out for 0. Hartley for 5. And then poor old Ed. 0 in the first innings, 0 in the second innings. And that's not happened to a Lancashire player on debut since David Lloyd back in 1965. The bowling figures. Taylor, 20 overs, 9 maidens for 40. I thought they bowled well. I mean, Leicestershire have been out-bowled Lancashire, been pretty comprehensively in the game. Wright, 21 overs, 2 for 39, 11 maidens. Parkinson, 25 overs, 14 maidens, 3 for 30. Mike, 17.1 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 39. Klein, 19 overs, 3 maidens for 54. Ackerman, 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 6. But yes, Leicestershire certainly have outbowled Lancashire, and Leicestershire have been outstanding. But there is a footnote to that Lancashire's attack is led by Tom Bailey, and Messrs Lamb and Hartley and Moulton and Balderson. Well, 3 of those are on debut, and Lamb has barely played any first-class cricket. So worth putting some context on that, rather than just saying completely outbowling. Is lads who are making their debut and have at times bowled well, stuck at it. But we have some fun to finish the game. It's been a good game, been a terrific game. And who's it going to be here? George Rhodes and Slater to open up the batting. So well, you can't not open up with Slater. He made 172 in the first innings. I mean, Azad made 58, but slightly slower. So Slater and Rhodes to try and get the Foxes off to a lively start. 17 overs, 150 to win. Tom Bailey, I suspect, will bowl half of the overs, and well, they certainly bowled the first few, and well, Ed Moulton, actually, I think probably will open up with him, and I think he bowled well, actually. It was a little expensive to begin with on his debut, which is understandable, but came back for his second spell, I thought, really well, and was probably unfortunate not to get a wicket. So I suspect it would be Moulton from the Diglis end. He's definitely Bailey from the New Road end. And it's going to be the Centurion from the first innings, Ben Slater, who made 172 to get the run chase underway. The field is spread far and wide. Lancashire have got fielders positioned somewhere just north of junction 5 on the M5. There's Bailey over the wicket and bowling. Runs down through third man. And we're in for a terrific finish as well, because Leicestershire have bowled Lancashire out for 236. So the equation for Leicestershire is 150 runs to win, and they have 17 overs to get them. Stephen Croft had ended unbeaten on a brilliant 52 not out. The first run of the run chase is a little drop down through gully by Rhodes, and he gets a single. Alex Davies coming up to the stumps there to get a proper view as to what the batsman can see to help his captain set the field here. Here is Bailey stomping in right on over the wicket and bowls down the leg side. Davies takes a terrific stop. Enthusiastic yelps from one or two of the Lancashire support players, but that's a good grab from Davies, because any additional run, anything that's a bonus for Leicestershire will be greatly welcome. It's a good start by the Lancashire keeper.
But that's the difference, isn't it? When people say, oh, 150 off 17, you do it in T20, that would have been a big wide in T20.
Bailey back into Slater, wraps him on the pad. The ball deflects out into the offside. Tom Hartley comes sprinting up from deep point to field, restricting the chance for Slater to get his first run. Bailey again opening up his vocal cords, asking the question to umpire Nick Cook.
Huey lad, memories of 1998 when Northants left Leicestershire 20 overs to get 204.
Bailey over the wicket bowls. Slater clips one very nicely through the onside, but it's fielded at deep mid-wicket, and Slater gets off the mark with that, and Leicestershire move on to 2 without loss.
Well before T20 this is, of course. Or just before. Yeah, well, fair enough, well before. And they got them with 5 balls to spare, so that was 22 years ago. All the Lancashire fielders on the boundary, essentially, with the exception of Lamb, who's in the covers. That's it, isn't it?
Everybody else. Yeah.
Oh no, we've got Lamb's at mid-wicket and Croft is at extra cover.
Bailey in, balls to Rhodes, who rocks back and pulls down to Keaton Jennings. It's a long leg for a single. And moves to 2, and Leicestershire move up to 3 without loss.
I think you have to be realistic and say Lancashire should save this.
Yes.
On this pitch where it isn't quite coming on to the bat, you can put all your fielders out, you can bowl down the leg side, you should not concede 9 runs and over for 17 overs, however many wickets the opposition have in hand.
Bailey to complete his first over. That's driven firmly along the ground by Slater. Rob Jones comes up from extra cover to field, and Slater moves to 2. So 4 runs off the first over, 4 without loss. 2 to Rhodes, 2 to Slater. 16 overs left, 146 runs required.
Yeah, off 16. So already the run rate is up over 9. It would be extraordinary.
It would, but I suppose it's like any kind of run chase. I appreciate I get all the conditions are different, but like any run chase, you almost have to ignore the rate that is required. You've just got to try and take it as deep as you can and back yourself to try and catch up later in the innings when you've got wickets in hand. Even I appreciate everything's different and all the rest of it, but I suppose these two are just kind of ignore the rate at this stage and say, right, if we can get wickets in hand, we can be more reckless later on and try and play catch up. As best you can. I suppose you've got to treat it like a T20 game, haven't you?
What the likes of Moulton must do is bowl straight, bowl to the field, not give the Leicestershire batsman width. I think that will be key. Moulton didn't pick up a wicket in the first dig, so some first-class wickets on offer for him here. He hasn't had a wonderful game, has he? 2 ducks and no wickets in the first, so he could redeem himself a bit.
I was just saying before, he's a touch unlucky perhaps in the first innings not to have picked up a wicket. He's in and bowling, and Slater attempts to pull it, and actually it comes off the bottom edge of the bat and just squirts out into the onside, but alert to that.
Leg bite.
Bite, okay. They managed to get through for a leg bite. Brings Rhodes on strike. Slater, I wasn't quite sure where the ball had gone to. It was Rhodes that I think has spotted where it landed.
Thinking back to your interview with Alex Davies, saying that they might regret not having gone a little bit harder at us earlier, referring to yesterday morning when Slater and Azad batted. Slater and Ackerman batted through the morning, didn't they, with that? Well, we'll see.
Moulton comes over the wicket and bowls. That's chopped away through the offside by Rhodes. Keaton Jennings out in the deep. He's fielding just an extra run. He moves to 3. The score moves on to 6 without loss. Slater back on strike.
Just singles up. So hard to get it through to the boundary.
Which is well guarded. Alex Davies is urging Rob Jones to get a little squarer at fine leg. He skips a few paces to his right hand side. Moulton around the wicket. And that's hit away through the offside. That could be the first boundary. It is out towards the point boundary, just backward of square actually on the offside, where Hartley comes across to try and cut the ball off. And I thought he was going to get there, but it beat him. 4 runs.
He sort of did, but just couldn't get enough on it, and it sort of squirmed under his body, I think. But that's what Moulton mustn't do. Room to swing the arms, mustn't he? Just needs to bowl straight. His straight boundaries are nicely guarded, but the boundary on that offside is short to the left-handed Slater.
Moulton back in to Slater.
Better from Moulton's point of view.
Gets a run to mid-on, a deepish mid-on. Yeah, tighter line, wasn't it, by Moulton? Oh, crikey, it's a test of nerves, isn't it? Heart will be skipping a beat. Butterflies in his stomach. Clear your mind. On debut. 3 of them. 3 young lads on debut here. Bailey will shoulder the brunt of the attack, obviously. But Dane Villas is going to have to find, at the minute, Moulton. And perhaps at least one more from that far end. As Rhodes plays and misses through to Alex Davies. And there's no run.
I would be surprised to see Hartley.
Yes,
That
yes.
would be a brave one from Villas.
It would.
When I say brave, I mean foolhardy.
I mean, they could. Obviously, there's Danny Lamb.
Yeah.
There's also Josh Bahan and Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, we didn't really. We didn't see Jennings in the first.
We didn't. No, I saw him bowling this morning. He was bowling in the nets this morning. Moulton to Rhodes. That's struck quite nicely to the wide long off, where Villas comes across the grass pretty quickly to get to it, and just restricts Leicestershire to 1 run. So it completes the second over. Leicestershire 12 without loss, Rhodes 4, Slater 7, 15 overs remain, 138 runs to win.
Oh yeah, extra run. 138 off 15 overs. Sounds quite a lot, doesn't it? 15 overs. It isn't in the context of the game. I think we're going to go to the last over here. 4 days cricket coming down to the last few deliveries, and it could all end in a draw.
Tom Bailey, New Road End over the wicket and balls, and worked into the onside by Rhodes to mid-wicket where Lamb fields, picks up the ball, doesn't throw at the stumps. Don't release it, Danny.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about Rhodes opening. He sort of went for his shots, didn't he? He came in at a time when Leicestershire needed to accelerate in their first innings, and he went for his shots. Got a sort of 11 or 12 off, about 11 or 12 balls. Didn't quite sort of come off for him.
Bailey to Rhodes, swings that over mid-on. That's 4 runs up and over the top of Danny Lamb at mid-wicket and down towards the boundary, clubbed away by Rhodes.
That came off.
I did. 8 to him now, 16 to the total.
Face of the bat.
There's only 2 men that are kind of inside to continue the one-day theme, inside the ring, which are Lamb at mid-wicket and Croft at cover, and up and over the top of Danny Lamb.
Backward point might just be.
He muscles this one through the onside. It's in the air. Rob Jones, he's underneath it and takes a brilliant catch. Fantastic catch by Jones. Rhodes has gone for 8, and Lancashire have the first wicket. Went for a big shot again, quite get a hold of it, and Rob Jones takes a wonderful catch, running up from the boundary rope, diving forward to get to it, and then crucially for Lancashire, as he landed on the ground to keep a hold of it and didn't burst out of his grasp. And Rhodes departs, and Leicestershire lose their first wicket, 16 for 1.
Yep. Didn't quite get hold of it. Went high up into the air, George Rhodes. And as you say, a wonderful catch by Jones, who celebrated and deserved to celebrate because he was also diving forward into the, into the net pitches, essentially onto the net pitches, which are, and he's scuffed his right hand, and his fingers might need a plaster or a little bit of a just looking at the physio. He's run off the pitch. The physio sort of has met him halfway between the pavilion and the boundary rope, and he's going to have some abrupt running repairs. 16 for 1. Ackerman is the man who has replaced George Rhodes, whose right hand is now receiving attention. It's being held rather delicately by the Lancashire physio, which means that Luke Wood is going to come on and replace Jones for a few minutes until that is sorted out. Woody, says Alex Davies, come in, just go a little bit wider, 10 yards off the ropes, because the batsman crossed while the ball was high in the air. So Ben Slater is on strike as Bailey goes in, and it's Wood who's in action straight away, as Slater is thinking about a second, but Wood comes in to meet the ball, gets in a good throw. Just a single to Ben Slater. 17 for 1. Is that the end of the third over? Not quite. No, 2 balls to go. So much is happening that brings Ackerman down on strike, just mid-wicket, and extra cover now definitely within the circle as Bailey goes in, bowls to Ackerman, tucks him up, flicked away down to fine leg though by Ackerman for 4. Lovely shot by the South African. Leicestershire skipper, sorry.
Now he's just on the back of that terrific 95, wasn't he, from the first innings? He's run out on 95, Colin Ackerman.
Tom Taylor ran out the captain on 95.
Hope you bought him dinner.
Oops. Yes. That was a nice shot by Ackerman, using the pace of the ball. 21 for 1 then, coming towards the end of the third over. In goes Bailey, the high-stepping Bailey bowls to Ackerman again in towards the body, turned off the legs by Ackerman out towards Jennings, who's at a wide long leg. His throw thumps into the bottom of the pads of Alex Davies. But a single is all that is going to accrue for Leicestershire. 22 for 1 then, after 3 overs. So from the over 10, the 10 runs that they needed, they need now 128 from 14. Jones has been patched up. Just trying to see what he's got on his. Yeah, he's got a sort of big plaster on his right little finger, his right pinky.
It's a good catch, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It was a super catch, and he celebrated appropriately. Ed Moulton then comes in to bowl to Colin Ackerman. A big swing, and where's it gone?
He's given it runs, 4 runs.
Must have been a bottom edge that flew to the left of Alex Davies, almost directly. Well, very fine. I'll check the replay of that. I lost that one up completely, I'm afraid. It was, yeah, okay. It was a big swipe. It was too much width again from Moulton, bottom edge, and it sort of went diagonally. Didn't go really near off stump, but it went to the left of the irritated Davies, and it has run away for 4. So Ackerman has 9 off 3 balls. It was the lack of reaction from anybody out there. I was looking for it. Moulton in again, bowls to Ackerman, a crushing drive through the offside, but straight towards extra cover, and Bailey, turning his head as he formed the long barrier, nonetheless stopped it. There's a yard either side.
There's also a cracking game at Trent Bridge, you know. Derbyshire are still going. 298 for 6. They need 67 with 4 wickets remaining, Derbyshire, to beat Notts.
They should have a few overs. Its run rate might not be an issue there. In goes Moulton, bowls very wide. He's going to get away with it. Ackerman tried to dab it away down to third man, was reaching for it. Looks hopefully Ackerman, or glances hopefully at Rob White, but a wide has to be a wide in red ball cricket, i.e. outside the white lines, and that one wasn't. Moulton turns, leans forward, runs in past umpire White and bowls. Ackerman drives again pleasantly, but it's only going to go straight, almost straight out to the man at long off, who is the captain. It's Dane Willis out there. Usually they like a little bit closer to the action. He's got Messrs Croft and
Bailey.
beg your pardon, Bailey and Lamb, other sort of close fielders. So maybe it's a question of sort of athleticism as well. I don't mean to be rude to either of those two. Round the wicket goes Moulton, bowls, and there's appeal for leg before, and it's going to be turned down. Moulton hoped, prayed for a minute that he'd picked up his first class wicket, and although Slater didn't get the edge and the ball bounced out into the offside, umpire White said nope, that wasn't going to hit the stumps. Leg by. 28 for 1. 1 ball left in the over, only 6 from it so far.
Worcestershire need 13 more runs to beat Gloucestershire, and they've got 8 wickets and loads of time to get them.
Moulton back over the wicket to Ackerman, who drives
that
beautifully, pleasantly. What a shot that is. An off drive for 4. He reached out for it, and a big swing of the bat. It was a glorious shot actually, but again Moulton dished it up, I'm afraid, and it got the treatment it kind of deserved. 4 from the last ball, 10 from the over. At the moment the Foxes have their 8 runs. 8 isn't quite enough, but the last 2 overs have been productive, even though they lost a wicket.
Yeah, just to take a little look at that other game, because there's so many really good games developing. Gloucestershire have made a bit of a haulix of it, really. They were 215 for 5 and all out for 270, so Worcestershire need now just 5 to win, so they're almost over the line. Wins already today for Yorkshire, for Somerset, who beat Glamorgan. Essex have beaten Kent by 2 wickets. Warwickshire and Northants have drawn. Surrey are 7 down, hanging on against Middlesex. So we need 195 to win, or more runs to win. Middlesex need 3 more wickets.
Tom Bailey in from the New Road end. Bowls. Slater hits him over, long gone, into the hotel. It bounces back off the wall of the hotel, just misses the windows on the 2nd floor. Slater has 6. Wow.
Well, he hit Tom Bailey for I think, successive sixes, didn't he? And on his way to like 172, and there was very similar looking shots with Bailey from this end. He did it twice.
Same sort of place, wasn't it? Bailey in again to Slater, who reaches for a wide one. There's an appeal for a catch behind. No, says umpire Cook. Well, goodness me, Bailey is standing there with his hands on his hips and in, well, disbelief really. Alex Davies thought it was out as well. There was some sort of noise, but Slater didn't move. Well, there was a sort of puff of dust as the bat hit the ground, so it could have been bat on ground. And umpire Cook decided it was. Dot ball, 38 for 1. Remains the score. Ackerman 14 off 7, Slater 14 off 11. In goes Bailey, bowls, forced away into the offside, straight towards Jones on the extra cover boundary. Ackerman semi-interested in the second, but really there was no chance. And just the single to Ben Slater, 39 for 1, 3 balls of the over to go.
Surrey now 8 down. So Middlesex closing in on the victory at the Oval, 119 for 8. Surrey aren't going to win it. And they've only got 2 wickets. I don't know how many overs are left in the day's allocation there, but they're 8 down and they're hanging on.
Bailey in to Ackerman, foolish outside off stump, driven away with that sort of round-the-clock shot almost, a really full drive, a big backlift from Ackerman, and bat almost prescribes sort of 360 degrees as he drives away through the offside, but only as far as the man on the point boundary, so just a single to Ackerman. Joins Slater on 15, 40 for 1, 8 off the over so far, 2 balls to go. Bailey turns, charges in, bowls to Slater, who hits him hard over mid-off, but long off, who's Josh Bohannon, runs around to his right to make the stop. By the time he picks up the ball and gets his throwaway, however, Slater has picked up a couple. He moves on to 17, 42 for 1.
It's terrific fun. I mean, to have got to this stage of the game, he's brilliant and it's great. It's great fun to watch.
He's going the distance. Bailey, knees pumping, goes in and bowls to Slater. Fuller this time, clipped away nicely by Slater. It fairly races across the ground, but only as far as deep mid-wicket. There is a deep mid-wicket, so it is going to be just a single to Ben Slater, but still 11 runs from the over. It helps when you hit the first or second ball for 6, doesn't it?
Yes.
Just takes the pressure right off. 43 for 1 after 5. The target then is down to 107.
Yes.
Off 12. So Leicestershire at the moment.
It's gone for Hartley.
It's brave from Willis.
Tom Hartley.
I kind of, if you're going to do it early. So you know, if he picks up a wicket or 2, then great. And if he's hit for a few, well, okay, you can take him off again and still have time to try and find a little bit of control. But I said wrongly that I'd be, well, I am surprised to see Hartley, but it's a wonderfully brave decision from Dane Willis. He's taking time, understandably, to set a field. He's got a mid-wicket, he's got an extra cover, everybody else is on the boundary. Willis himself is at the moment, short, fine leg. I think he's gone for Hartley because he's got the rough to bowl into, to the left-handed Slater. In he goes, round the wicket though, and it's a foolish delivery, clipped off his toes by Slater, out to deep mid-wicket. Keaton Jennings comes in, his blonde curls firmly underneath his Lancashire cap, and a single is taken. Now it gets risky for Lancashire and Willis and Hartley. 44 for 1.
Right, reinforce that leg side.
Yeah, it's a short boundary there, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Davies is the man giving instructions at the moment. Willis himself has gone out to deep square. There's a deep, well, everybody's out on the boundary, with the exception now of extra cover and short-ish third man. Am I right? There's nobody
You
else.
are. You're spot on.
Nobody else? No. Round the wicket comes Hartley. Bowls to Ackerman, who drives pleasantly out, but only as far as Jennings, who's on the extra cover boundary. So one off each of the first 2 balls. Bailey claps his hands. Decent throw from Jennings into the gloves of Davies, who's directing traffic like a policeman at a junction in the middle of Rome or something like that. Everybody, you go there, you go there, we move there. Bailey's coming, surely not. No, he came running in. He's being sent back out now. Extra cover's directing traffic now. Everybody's
captain,
got something to say. Extra cover and mid-wicket are the conventional fielders. Short fine leg, everybody else on the boundary. Round the wicket goes Hartley, bowls, hit back almost over his head by Slater. Beautiful piece of timing, bounces once, and it's Lamb, I think, down there on the long on boundary, who makes the stop. Is it Lamb or Croft?
Croft, I think it is.
Lamb or Croft?
It's Croft.
One or t'other. It's Stephen Croft,
That's
who
his,
batted so well.
That's his T20 fielding position out there.
Long on. Hartley in to bowl to Ackerman. Foolish, jammed out rather by Ackerman. Well bowled by Tom Hartley. He's only conceded 3 singles from his first 4 balls. So far, the move has worked by Willis and Lancashire. Hartley in again, drops a little bit short, goes for the cut, misses, might just have stayed a little bit low. Let's have a look. I haven't quite seen the replay yet. The overs are going so quickly that the stream's slightly behind. The live action as Hartley is in again, outside off stump, just dabbed down to third man for 4. Well, he's in pursuit, Lamb. He's not going to get there. It was a clever shot. Just spoils what had been an outstanding over, really, there, Hartley. But Ackerman played the shot beautifully. 7 from it is still favouring the bowling side, but the 50 is up for the Foxes. Top of the updates time.
He did well, didn't he? That's a really good over that. I mean, crikey, that's a lot of nerves involved in that. Young left-arm spinner on debut, and you called into the attack, and he did really well there, Hartley. But he's just bowling to a very clever batsman, a very good batsman, and that was a really smart-looking shot, wasn't he? Just run it off the face of the bat down to third man for 4. So it just takes the edge a little bit off his over, but he should be really pleased with how he bowled that, because that is not easy. And he's testing these young Lancashire bowlers who are making their debut. 100 to win. And I'm watching Leicestershire reach 50 for 1, and they have 11 overs left to get a further 100 runs to win the game. Colin Ackerman's on 20, and Ben Slater, he made 172 in the first innings. He's also unbeaten on 20. The wickets are full. George Rhodes out for 8, caught in the deep, caught well by Rob Jones off the bowling of Tom Bailey. Earlier, Lancashire all out for 236. Stephen Croft ended unbeaten on 52, so that's a lead of 149. So 150 to win from 17 overs was the target. It's now 99 runs to win for Leicestershire, and they have 10.4 overs in which to do it. Yeah, that single just during the course of that update for BBC Radio Lancashire. Got another one due for BBC Radio Manchester in a minute as well. They're going to be joining us. There's Bailey. He's in and bowling. Cracked down the ground towards Bohannon, but just for a single. It's a 52 for 1, 98 to win the game. Live from New Road, from Worcester, on the banks of the River Severn, on a cloudy day and a breezy day now. Wind battering the trees on the far side of the ground, with the cathedral towering up behind it. We're heading into the final few overs to decide it. Bailey bowls. So, Slater going for a big shot, but doesn't get a hold of it. It'll bounce safe as Willis comes up from long on to field. Just a run for Slater. Takes him to 22, 53 for 1, 97 to win. If you a Lancashire member and you've got access to a screen, you can log on, or indeed a Leicestershire member, you can log on and watch the pitches live from the ground and listen to the commentary as Bailey's in, swatted out through the offside. Again, Willis and Bohannon come round. They think of a second, there's a wee bit of hesitation. They come back for two, he could be tight. As a throw comes in and Bailey takes the catch and throws himself towards the stumps. They have got back for two. And that takes the score to 55 for 195 required to win. So live streams available on Lancashire and Leicestershire's website for members. You can listen to us right across the BBC on the BBC Sport website, the BBC Sport app, on the radio in the northwest of England on medium wave 855. We've got Bailey bowling from the New Road end. 1 ball left of this over. And then 10 to go. Bailey in and bowls, and a slow ball which Ackerman stands in the crease and waits for and just paddles the ball through the onside. Rob Jones comes up from mid-wicket to field. And there's 1 run added. 10 overs left. So 60 balls remaining, or legitimate deliveries. 94 runs needed and 9 wickets to have them. And this, folks, is a perfect time to sanitize your hands. The players are making their way to either side of the outfield to find a little bottle of sanitizing gel. The umpires are doing the same. I'll have a squirt in the commentary box as well. We'll keep these hands nicely sanitized. 2 batsmen have a conversation out in the middle, and the 2 umpires nattering away. What a brilliant, brilliant finish to this Bob Willis Trophy fixture. Going down to the final ebbs, the final throws of the game. We can see Paul Allett and Glenn Chappell's up there as well, on just sat on the seats in front of the Graham Hicks Pavilion. Paul's got his big Lancashire jacket on and his cap pulled down, arms folded, watching nervously on. 56 for 1, 94 runs to win for Leicestershire, 60 balls remaining. Who's your money on?
These breaks give you, these sanitation breaks give you just a moment to draw breath, don't they, really? After 4 days. If Leicestershire are going to do it, it looks like Ackerman is with his sort of brilliant orthodoxy, if you like. He's not a slogger. Slater's not a slogger either, is he? They're not sort of T20 improvisers. Their shots are reasonably orthodox in terms of the big hits that they go for. Someone like them, this is where they miss a batsman. This is no reflection on Swindles at all, but this is where they miss a batsman like Lewis Hill, who sort of does step across his crease and do all sorts of different things. If he was even just playing as a batsman, Harry Swindles has kept wicket brilliantly in this game. No reflection at all on him, and he bats pretty well as well. Hartley to continue.
Indeed. First of all, went for 7, but the last ball that went for 4, he bowled really well. Ackerman swings his first delivery and the ball balloons over the keeper and down towards short third man, where Lamb sweeps round to field. Just the run there.
Big edge.
Yes. Moves to 25 not out. 57 for 1. 93 needed. Look at Slater's peering over his right shoulder. Look, there's a big boundary to the leg side. He's looking in that direction. Hartley in a ball. He works it with a nice flick of the wrist along the ground through mid-wicket, where it's stopped by Tom Bailey. Slater gets a single. 23 not out. 58 for 1. Target of 150.
Got to get at least 1 boundary per over, haven't they?
Hartley in again. Ackerman swings and the ball squirts past the keeper. Just 1. Lamb coming round from third man to complete the fielding.
It is turning for Hartley now, as it was for the left-arm spinner for Leicestershire, Parkinson. it's I suppose you could say it's perfectly timed that the pitch has started to turn in that respect.
Just going to update BBC Radio Manchester, who are about to join us for a live update. As Hartley balls down the pitch comes Slater. We're watching a terrific end to the game, actually, because Leicestershire have been set 150 runs to win this game from 17 overs. They've used almost 8 of them so far. They're into the 7.4 overs into this run chase, and they need 90 more runs to win. Leicestershire is 60 for 1, with Colin Ackerman on 25 and Ben Slater on 24. Stephen Croft earlier today made 52 not out, but Lancashire were ball out for 236 to set Leicestershire 150 to win off 17 overs, and they're 61 for 1 after 8. This is the last ball of the Hartley over. Can he get out the over? Actually, he's done well so far.
Just singles off each ball so far.
Into Slater. Clips it down towards fine leg. Jogs through for 1. Well bowled, Tom Hartley. He'll get a good tap on the back from his teammates.
Just showing the sort of value of spinners in run chases and why they're so good in T20s. Often Leicestershire, certainly Callum Parkinson's been their most effective bowler in T20s for the last few years, one way or another, except possibly Clint Mackay's first year when nobody knew how to play his slower ball. But you can see Hartley having a role in the T20s in September, possibly, for Lancashire. You'll be watching this with interest, Willis, you would have thought.
2 very encouraging overs. I mean, the one boundary is considered was a really clever shot by Ackerman. He's done well. Two overs for 12. Bailey about to start his 5th over.
88 off 9. That's the equation.
Leg side boundary, that shorter leg side boundary where Slater's already hit Bailey for 6 ones, and he did it twice in the first innings.
They need everybody's out now. They need a big over, don't they, Leicestershire? Everybody's on the boundary, every single fielder.
Here comes Tom Bailey stomping in, balls to Slater. He goes big, he goes high, but he doesn't catch a hold of it completely. Willis underneath it. Whoa, what a catch! Brilliant catch by Dame Willis. That's terrific by the Lancashire captain. Slater went for that big shot. They need a big over. He went high, but didn't get a hold of all of it. And Willis, running him from the long on boundary, takes a wonderful catch, diving forward. A little like Rob Jones a few minutes ago, not only getting to it, but landing and keeping hold of it. And as he hit the ground, brilliant grab from the Lancashire captain, Dame Willis. Slater, the centurion in the first inning, has gone for 25. Leicestershire is 62 for 2.
It was baseball, that, wasn't it? The way he sort of swung and almost took his hand off the bat, went very high into the air, and 2 wonderful catches by Lancashire. Just to, that could be at least 4 runs in terms of at both times. 2 would have been run had they not held the catches. So not only are they brilliant catches, but they're run savers as well. They bring in the new batsman and they make saving the game so much more likely. And so too does that wicket, really, because Slater had shown the way he hit that 6 off Bailey that he is capable of scoring his runs quickly. Harry Dearden, young left-hander who made a duck in the first innings, has come out to replace him, but as previously, the batsman crossed while the ball was in the air, so Ackerman will be on strike. Not quite all over at 62 for 2, but odds swing back in favour of the draw.
Derbyshire 43 runs away from beating Notts with 3 wickets remaining. Dearden, the new batsman, as Richard mentioned, but they did cross, so Ackerman's on strike. Ackerman attempting to cuss it through the offside, but the ball actually bounces down and runs towards Alex Davis, the Lancashire wicket-keeper. Stephen Croft down below us here in front of the commentary box, applauding Tom Bailey. Picked up both wickets, 2 for 31 for Bailey. Oh, he's bending over and squishing what he was doing, to be perfectly honest with you, Tom Bailey, but he'll be stretching. A little bit of a stretch, perhaps. 62 for 2. Everyone out in the deep. Creeping in slowly as Bailey bowls, and Ackerman clatters it right back down the pitch, and it rattles into the stumps, and the bails fly everywhere. Dearden his bat over the line. The umpire, Nick Cook, he was doing his best to get out the firing line of that. Debris flying everywhere.
Yes. Didn't quite get hold of that as he would have liked, but Nick Cook still, actually, well, in fairness, he did quite get hold of it.
Flattered it, didn't he?
Nick Cook is looking up to the heavens and taking a few steps back.
It's like, oof, nice. Bailey to Ackerman. This time it's through mid-wicket. Oh, that's a huge hit. That's
blow.
gone for 6.
Massive blow.
That's out through, just in front of square on the leg side. That has cleared the rope by, must be 20 yards or so.
Wow.
That's a monster blow from Ackerman. Gone for 6. He moves to 32. 68 for 2.
Well, it had been a brilliant over up until that point, but he just gave Ackerman room to swing his arms, and swing his arms he did. Wow. Well, that just keeps Leicestershire in with a sniff.
Bailey past umpire, Cook, and balls to Ackerman, pushing down the ground, and up come the fielders. They think about a second, they hesitate, they will come back for 2. Bohannon throws in, direct hit, could be tight, but he didn't hit and did, and lost his bat on the way through, but grateful for all that extra work he did during lockdown to get himself into prime fitness.
Without those, if he'd still been carrying those kilos, 5 kilos or whatever it was, might not have made it.
Scrambled too. Actually, to be fair to Ackerman, the timing of it meant that it was, it just fell short of the fielders, didn't it? Bailey in to complete the over. And again, they want 2 again, they should get 2. More comfortable this time, the second. So a good way to end the over for Leicestershire with that big, beefy blow for 6. And then they've run 4 from the previous 2, or the following 2 deliveries. So 72 for 2, Ackerman 36. Dearden's yet to face a delivery. 8 overs remaining, and 78 runs are required for Leicestershire.
However well they've played so far, it does mean that the run rate has gone up. 10 runs and over, effectively 78 off 8, isn't it? Pretty much 2 wickets down. Ackerman holds the key, 36 off 23. Dearden yet to face a ball. Will do now, though, and will it still be Hartley? Yes. Will it? Yes.
Yes, it will be, yep.
It will. He's tossing the ball from hand to hand. Is Davies actually... Is there an official vice-captain, by the way?
I don't think there is an... Well, there might well be an official one. I'm not certain that there is, but I think Davies, obviously, with the position as wicket-keeper, you tend to look to your keeper, don't you, for... And Willis being a keeper himself, of course, but you tend to look for your gloveman for advice, certainly when it comes to angles and such like, when you're setting fields.
Hartley's just conceded 12 runs from his 2 overs so far. In he goes, round the wicket to Harry Dearden, full, clipped off his toes by Dearden, a little bit too hard from the point of view of trying to get 2. It's gone too quickly out into the outfield. Keaton Jennings is the first man to it. He beats Rob Jones, coming running in from mid-wicket, gets his throw away, keeps Dearden to a single. 73 for 2. Almost halfway there, Leicestershire, but they've used more than half, just over half their overs. They're making a good fist of it. At the moment, it's really good. It could be a last ball finish here. In goes Hartley, bowls, and a little paddle around the corner by Ackerman. He's got a little bit too much on it, though, and it's gone almost straight to the man out there on the deep square boundary, who is number 27.
Ed Moulton.
It's Mr. Moulton.
Middlesex.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Middlesex, just to let you know, Middlesex have beaten Surrey. They've bowled them out for 123. They win by 190 runs, Middlesex.
Wonderful performance. Hartley in. Dearden swings out down towards deep backwards square. Good slog sweep from Dearden. Again, though, he's hit it very cleanly, and it went quite quickly to Jones, who's down on the boundary, almost in front of us, and it's just a single one, again, off each of the first 3 balls of the over. Hartley is proving difficult to get away, and Leicestershire are going to have to. Round the wicket he comes to the right-handed Ackerman, who waits and then drives square off the front foot, but only as far as the extra cover boundary. Tom Bailey runs across, gets there in front of Keaton Jennings. Again, just the one.
So only 2 games currently live. And all the others have reached a conclusion. That's a run chase here for Leicestershire, and likewise for Derbyshire at Trent Bridge. They need 34 to beat Nottinghamshire. 3 wickets remaining, but I don't know how many overs are left. I'll try and find out.
That would be a sensational win, a really sensational win. Staying around the wicket to the left-hander, Hartley goes in. A little scoop of kinds by Harry Dearden. He was trying to get it down to fine leg. It came off the sort of edge of the bat and looped towards third man, who came sprinting in, Ed Moulton, and it is just the one. So once again, Hartley proving wonderfully effective, keeping it down to a run a ball. In he goes, bowls to Ackerman, who's got hold of that one, and that's gone away for 4. The last ball, a little sort of paddle sweep whip around the corner by Ackerman, and Hartley, he's furious with himself, head down. He bowled so well in that over. To concede 4 off the last ball just spoils things a little bit. 9 off the over keeps Leicestershire there or thereabouts. After 10 overs, they are 81 for 2, and the target is down to 68. 7 overs, 68 off 7 for the Foxes. Goodness me. Alex Davies has taken his helmet off now. He's just directing traffic. He's going back. Well, it is Bailey who's going to continue, of course. 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 41. Hartley 3 overs, no maidens, none for 21. Changes to the field. It looks like Davies really is the man who's directing the fielders.
I think just because Dane Vallis is kind of just out in the deep, isn't he?
Distant.
Yeah.
Over the wicket comes Bailey to bowl to Dearden. Swing and a miss from Harry Dearden, taken by Davies. Just diving, falling to his right. And there is no run. Might be better just trying to get bat on ball and getting Ackerman down the other end. Ackerman's on 42 of 26 balls. If Leicestershire don't make this, it's not going to be the captain who takes any of the blame, if blame's the right word. He's given his all to his side in this game. A wonderful, was it 95 he scored in the first innings? He's now 42 not out of 26 balls, and the way he used his bowlers and fielders to take 20 wickets in the game on a good pitch, admirable. In goes Bailey, bowls to Dearden, who tries a little scoop, moving around in his crease, and again he misses. It's another dot ball, and Ackerman wanders down to have a word with Dearden. He's going to be better just, as I say, trying to get something on the ball, waiting for it, and get Ackerman down on strike, especially after that 6 in the last over, or the last of Bailey's over, Bailey's overs, that was lofted over mid-wicket. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, Tom Bailey, and indeed the man who was at fairly conventional cover has now gone out to the boundaries. Everybody out on the boundary again? They are. Bailey charges in, bowls to Dearden, who does get bat on that full delivery outside off stump. Thinking about 2, it will be just the single. Rob Jones comes running in. So just 1 off the first 3 balls of the over. It's been a triumphant over for Tom Bailey and Lancashire thus far. And there is, because of that, an awful lot of pressure on Ackerman now to try and get underneath 1 or 2 here. Certainly Leicestershire have got to get at least 1 boundary from the next 3 balls, you feel. Bailey charges in past umpire Cook, bowls down the leg side, helped on its way by Ackerman. Davis turns, chasing after it. He's not going to drag it back. Brilliantly played again. Improvisation at its best from Colin Ackerman. A little sort of paddle around the corner with almost a horizontal bat, and somehow he's got it over or around Davies. It was attempted slower ball from Tom Bailey. It just was misdirected. Helped on its way in the air, albeit, down the leg side, and it runs away for 4. Ackerman on to 46 from 27. Can the captain pull it off for his side? Would be truly extraordinary in the circumstances. Bailey looks around him, makes sure that everybody's in position, turns again, ready to bowl. Now everybody on the boundary for Lancashire as Bailey is in. Bowls. Ackerman again, it's on leg stump. Again, it's clipped into the leg side. Jennings isn't going to get there. Consecutive boundaries for Ackerman. What a 50 for Leicestershire's captain. It's come off just 28 deliveries. Consecutive boundaries for Colin Ackerman to keep Leicestershire in with a chance. 2 after 3 excellent deliveries, 2 rather average ones from Tom Bailey, just losing his direction. Ackerman isn't panicking either. He's waiting for the ball. He's not trying to hit it too hard, and he's picked up consecutive boundaries. In goes Bailey, bowls again to Ackerman. Again, it's down the leg side. Could be a third 4. Jennings dives. He hasn't got there. 3 consecutive boundaries, all more or less in the same place, fine leg or long leg. Ackerman is keeping Leicestershire in with a chance. They move after 11 overs on to 94 for 2, and having been just a single off the first 3 balls, ends up with 13 off the over. Oh, and Leicestershire need 55 off 6.
55, 50.
Is that right?
56.
56 off
36 balls.
6. Beg your pardon.
Well, it's good fun. Goodness me, what a way to start the county cricket season with this. There's been some great games up and down the country, and there's a fantastic finish here as well. 56 to win, 36 balls left.
Willis and Davies in a long consultation here. Take as long as you want, boys. Give us a chance just to get ourselves sorted out as well. Actually, there isn't too much to consult about, really, so it's just where Hartley's going to bowl, because everybody's on the boundary again. As Hartley comes in round the wicket to Dearden, who reverse sweeps, but he's picked out the man on well, the backward point boundary to a left-hander, the deep square boundary to the reverse sweep, and he makes the stop successfully. So it is just a single to Harry Dearden, but it brings Ackerman down on strike. 95 for 2. Connected nicely there. In goes Hartley, bowls full outside off stump, pushed out towards the offside, has to go for 2. Jones is the first to it. He flings himself over in his desperate eagerness to get his throw away, but Ackerman has made his ground. The ball from the throw thumps into the bottom of Davies' pads. Ackerman had made his ground anyway, so 2 to Leicestershire's captain. He moves on to 56 off 30 balls, 97 for 2. The target creeping down, 53 now, as Hartley is in. Ackerman just leans forward and paddles it around the corner. Will it be just the one? It will be just the one. The fielder over there able to run across to his right. It's Moulton. I keep forgetting that Moulton is 27. He won't forget his first class game in a hurry.
No,
it won't be what he's dreamed of, that's for sure, but as I say, not necessarily for the wrong reasons either, if Lancashire can save the game. 98 for 2. How many balls to go in the over? 3. Davies now comes out to talk to Hartley. What's been most impressive in a way about Ackerman's innings is that it's not been slog and hope, has it? It's been a really thinking knock, and it just shows what you can achieve if you don't go crazy. In goes Hartley and bowls to Harry Dearden, who I thought he just lobbed it up into the air off the face of the bat.
Me too.
Apparently it came off the pad. So a dot ball, but again Dearden is trying to do something different every ball as Hartley goes in and bowls to him, and he gets hold of that one with a genuine sweep, but straight down to Danny Lamb in front of us at long leg, and it will be just the single. Dearden has 6 off 9 balls.
Just an
update.
update.
To think about this.
Update on the other game that's going on. Derbyshire need 20 to win. 3 wickets remaining, 4 overs left. 4 overs.
Say that all again.
20 to win.
20.
With 3 wickets remaining and 4 overs to get them for Derbyshire.
So they just need 5 and over, but they've lost 7 wickets. But that would be one of the wins of any era. In goes Hartley. He's driven hard down into the ground by Ackerman. It's bouncing out towards extra cover. Hartley sprints after it, but it's Tom Bailey who gets there first, running in from that deep extra cover position. Ackerman keeps the strike with the single. The 100 is up for Leicestershire, but again, excellent over from Hartley. Just 6 runs from it, so 50 needed by Leicestershire off 5 overs. 8 wickets in hand.
This is just a super knock, isn't it, by Ackerman?
It is, actually. it is a quite wonderful knock, and as I say, if Leicestershire don't win the game, then the captain couldn't have done much more to try and win it for his. He's taken wickets, he's scored 150 runs, he's directed traffic brilliantly.
First game as captain as well?
Yeah. Well, if you don't count the sort of friendly against not, but certainly the first class, first red ball game. Whew. It's top of the hour. I don't want to go and talk to BBC Radio Leicester after the news. I want to stay. I've got to.
You'll soon be back.
It's my job.
You'll soon be back. What have we got then? 30 balls left, 5 overs, 30 balls left, 50 to win. Ackerman 58. It's a brilliant 58, this. I mean, Stephen Crossford's a brilliant 50, and this is a brilliant 50 for completely different reasons, in completely different styles, but both equally wonderful half-centuries for their respective teams. It's brilliant. Here is Danny Lamb, then, replacing Tom Bailey. Lamb balls to Ackerman, full of length on off stump, whipped away through the onside. Robert Jones comes up from deep square leg to field. The cathedral clock chimes to 6. 6 o'clock on the Tuesday, the 4th day of the game, and we're still going, and we still yet don't know how it will finish. Everybody on the boundary, everybody, not a single. There's Alex Davis, the keeper. There's Danny Lamb, the bowler. There's an umpire and a couple of batsmen, and that is it. Everybody else out on the boundary rope. Lamb comes in and bowls, and down on one knee goes Dearden and strikes a ball superbly for 6. What a hit that is! Dearden down on one knee, back over the bowler's head, and 6 for Harry Dearden. Is he off the mark with that? No, he's not. He doubled his score with that. It's gone to 12. 107 for 2. 43 runs needed. 28 balls left in which to get them. That was a monster blow from Harry Dearden. We've seen some big hits in this game. The ball has disappeared up towards somewhere at the back of the hotel somewhere. It's been peppered as the hotel in this game. We are playing on a pitch which is quite some distance to that side of the square. There is a short boundary on the leg side when Lamb bowls here from the New Road end. Dearden on 12, Lamb back in. Comes right on over the wicket, bowls. Dearden goes big again. Has he got a hold of it? Oh, you bet he has! 6 more. Hits the front of the hotel. Successive 6s for Dearden. Absolutely clobbered into the front of the hotel. Dave Willis in position to take the catch as it rebounded off the white front of the hotel. 18 to Dearden now. 113 for 2. Alex Davis doing just the right thing here for Danny Lamb. He's jogging up from behind the stumps to have a word. We're absolutely in kind of T20 mode, albeit the conditions are utterly different. The rules and regulations are utterly different, but the tactics are quite similar. A chance just to have a breath. Villas comes up as well to speak to Alex Davis. 27 balls left, 37 runs to win. Harry Dearden's just smacked 2 6s, one over kind of wide mid-wicket, one over long on. He's 18 from 11. his skipper Ackerman's 59 not out. And Leicestershire 113 for 2 with Harry Dearden on 18 and Colin Ackerman on 59 not out. 27 balls left for Leicestershire to score 37 runs to win the game. Earlier Lancashire 236 all out to set up a target of 149 to win from 17. Great finish on at New Road. Final, that next delivery, as I was updating listeners across Greater Manchester. There's a dot ball as Dearden actually went down to try and ramp it over his head and clear the keeper. Didn't make any connections through to Alex Davis. Lamb around the wicket, Dearden again down on one knee, going for that shorter boundary, but kind of clothed it out into the onside and scampers through for a single. And moves up to 19, 114 for 2.
The hotel's taking some punishment in this.
Just, yeah. He's been peppered by some big shots from Slater the other day and Slater today, and now Dearden has smacked it twice with a couple of big beefy blows. Final ball of the 13th. Lamb coming in to Ackerman, full of length, and Ackerman squirts it through mid-wicket. Lamb will have to field off his own bowling, which he has done, but actually it's worked out nicely, that, because Ackerman's on strike for the start of the next over. We have 4 overs left, 24 balls remaining, 35 runs to win the game. I'm just going to welcome FM listeners who are going to join us across all the frequencies for the final of this game. So we'll be joined by radio listeners across BBC Radio Lancashire for the closing stages. If we've got 4 overs left, 24 balls left for Leicestershire to score 35 runs to win the game. They have 8 wickets in hand, 115 for 2. Colin Ackerman on 60 and Harry Dearden on 19. Brilliant finish to a wonderful 4 days of cricket to start the Bob Willis Trophy. Earlier today, Lancashire all out for 236. Stephen Croft 52 not out as Hartley starts his fresh over. Balls to Ackerman, who's swatting the ball back over Hartley's head. And he just gets a single, so he moves to 61. 116 for 2, 34 required to win, 23 balls left. Croft's 50 came off 180 plus deliveries. It was a brilliant effort by Stephen Croft, but Lancashire all out for 236. So the target for Leicestershire was 150 to win from 17 overs, and we've had 13.1 overs of those 17. And now they need 34 runs to win. Dearden's on strike as Hartley comes in. He reverse sweeps. Has he got a hold of that? Oh, he's got 4. He's got 4 for it on the reverse as Harry Dearden. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester is alongside me for coverage of this game. And Richard, what a brilliant finish.
Oh, quite sensational. 4 days of absorbing cricket has come down to essentially almost a T20 innings. Not quite T20 because all the fielders are on the boundary, and Wharton should really have stopped that.
30 needed to win. Hartley in. Dearden reverses again, but top edges the ball, but top edges it for 6! Goodness me, on the reverse.
It is the short boundary, but wow. What a shot from Harry Dearden.
It's gone for 6. It means it's 24 runs needed to win. Lancashire have got Tom Hartley. For Lancashire listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire joining us, Tom Hartley is on his Lancashire debut. He's a left-arm spinner. He's one of 3 players making their debut, 3 bowlers making their debut. George Balderson, Ed Moulton and Tom Hartley. They've got Danny Lamb, who's bowling at the other end, who's barely played a first-class game himself. Their bowling stocks are depleted due to injury and international call-ups, and Leicestershire sends, Richard Ray, a famous win.
They have. It looked like it was just going to be beyond them, thanks mainly to Stephen Croft's marvellous defensive knock, but he just ran out of partners in the end. And Colin Ackerman, Leicestershire's captain, has played sensationally, 61 off 35 balls, and now Harry Dearden, the young left-hander, a Lancashire himself, has come to the party.
Hartley bowls, he reverse sweeps again, 4 more! 4 more through that shorter boundary again. going on the kind of reverse paddle, the reverse swat. He's not kind of full-on sweep, is it? But because he's using that shot to try and target that shorter boundary, and he's got it right now on 3 successive occasions. It's down to 20 to win. There's Hartley back in. He goes again, but misses it this time. Maybe gets a little pad on that. Perhaps it runs down towards short third man. Yeah, it's a leg by. So 131 for 2, which
16
means
16 off the over so far, 19 to win.
19 to win.
Suddenly, the equation is very much in Leicestershire's favour, thanks really to the acceleration provided by Dearden. Consecutive 6s off Lamb.
Hartley bowls to Dearden. Sorry, to Ackerman, and just steers it off an open face of the bat behind square on the offside where Jones comes up to field. Ackerman gets a single. He keeps the strike as well. We have 3 overs left. We have 18 balls left in the game, and there are 18 runs required for Leicestershire to win it. 132 for 2.
They should do it now. They should do it now. It was those 2 consecutive 6s off Danny Lamb straight into the walls of the hotel that is on the other side of the boundary, of course, here at New Road. But then 14 off 3 balls off Tom Hartley, who bowled really well up to that point. And his reverse sweeping was reverse hitting almost now. So brilliant, these young batsmen, in using that shot in particular. And the reverse slog really for 6 over, well, to extra cover to the left-hander. He made it into mid-wicket, but it sailed over the boundary. It wasn't even close, really. And it's about a 53, 54-yard boundary. That was probably about a 65-yard reverse hit by Harry Dearden. Has put Leicestershire in with a wonderful opportunity of starting this Bob Willis trophy with an amazing win, to be quite honest, on what is essentially a pretty placid New Road track. All sorts of chat going on out there now. Yeah,
to put it again just into that wider context for BBC Radio Lancashire listeners who are with us, that Leicestershire have bowled Lancashire out twice on a pitch where, well, so far Lancashire have only picked up 10 wickets. Leicestershire declared their first innings on 409 for 8 declared. They had a first innings lead of 87 runs after bowling Lancashire out for 322, and bowled them out again today for 236 to set up this 150 to win from 17. So it's been a brilliant effort by Leicestershire across the 4 days.
Danny Lamb has drawn the short straw again. His first over went for 15. This time he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Ackerman. Mid-wicket has come in now, actually, and so has extra cover as Lamb is in to Ackerman, who hits it hard, and it bounces out towards long on. Dearden's interested in the possibility of a second, but Hannon picks up at the second attempt, gets his throw away. Leicestershire have to settle for a single, but a single now is pretty much enough. 17 off 17 for the Foxes, 133 for 2. Ackerman 63, Dearden 33.
Are we ruling out a tie?
No, no, it's been that sort of year, hasn't it, when anything could happen, and anything probably will.
Derbyshire are within 5 runs of beating Nottinghamshire, which again would be just an equally magnificent win. I think they need 5 off their last over to do it. They bowled 112, in fact I think it's 5 off the last 4 now, off the last 4 balls. I think it's gone down to
that could be a tie as well.
Yeah, that could well be a tie.
Astonishing red ball cricket being played, well, pretty much across the country, to be quite honest, and boy have we missed this. Lamb is going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Dearden. Mid-wicket has stayed in, as has extra cover, as has point. In goes Lamb, bowls to Dearden. Massive swing, and he's caught and bowled. Slammed straight back at him, and Lamb hung on. So Dearden, when he could have continued to work the ball, really, and pick up singles, well, you live by the sword, you die by it. Smacked it straight back, and Lamb held the catch. So is there renewed hope for Lancashire? Leicestershire needing 150 to win are 133, but for 3 now off 2.4 overs. That's what they need. They're 17 runs from.
Derbyshire need 3 to win from the final 3 balls at Trent Bridge as well. The only 2 games left of the opening round of fixtures of the Bob Willis Trophy. This one here at New Road and the one at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. Wins already for Yorkshire in the North Group. In the Central Group, Worcestershire beat Gloucestershire and Somerset beat Glamorgan. The game between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire ended in a draw. The South Group wins for Essex over Kent and Middlesex at Surrey. And yesterday, Sussex beat Hampshire down on the south coast at Hove. So final throws of the games across the Bob Willis Trophy, going right down to the wire. That was a great take as well from Lamb. Off his own bowling, good catch to keep a hold of it.
Yeah, and you never know. Well, Ackerman is still there. You kind of feel Leicestershire are probably going to be okay. A new batsman, it's Tom Taylor coming to the wicket, and he's going to be on strike. Ackerman coming up to have a word with him. Taylor's job is just to get Ackerman on strike here. 17 needed off 16 balls.
Well, brilliant
with
fun.
7 wickets in hand, should be okay, but...
Yeah, slightly tighter field, isn't it, as well now, by the looks of it?
He started to bring it in.
Yeah.
Rightly, I think, Villas, knowing that, you know, Leicestershire, with everyone on the boundary, can just take singles, and they could have done it in singles. It might have just done the trick, and, you know, Dearden felt he still needed to hit a boundary. Didn't, probably, really, but anyway. He made a huge contribution, Harry Dearden. Can Tom Taylor help Leicestershire over the line? In goes Lamb, bowls, and Taylor plays slightly across the line, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he plays, but he's got it past mid-wicket. In from deep mid-wicket comes Jones, but the single is taken. Taylor, in that respect, has done his job. 134 for 3, 16 to win from 15 balls.
Derbyshire need 2 to win from 2 balls.
Oh. Wow. Fletch. I'm not sure I'll see him next week. He'll probably be in hospital somewhere. Dave Fletcher, Derbyshire due at Grace Road next Saturday. Ackerman on strike as Lamb is in. Bowl to the South African, who hits him over, down towards fine leg, and that's going to be 4-2 long leg. He tried to bowl the slower ball. Lamb is furious with himself. Again, when Bailey tried to do the same, they lost direction a little bit, the Lancashire seamers. It floated down rather. Ackerman waited for it, swatted it away down to long leg, picks up 4, 138 for 3, 12 to win for Leicestershire from 14 balls.
Congratulations to Derbyshire. They've beaten Nottinghamshire by 7 wickets. Flynn, Hudson, Prentice, 91 not out.
What a sensational win that is for Derbyshire. And this would be a sensational win for Leicestershire. Lamb in, bowls, Ackerman full, outside off stump, driven out as far as the man on the extra cover, or the cover boundary, really, in front of the electronic scoreboard here at New Road, and just the single taken. All that's needed, 11 needed for Leicestershire from 13 deliveries. In comes another fielder. Stephen Croft is walking slightly wearily in towards mid-wicket. He will be weary. He batted basically all day, really. Almost saved the game. May yet have done so. In goes Lamb. Bowls played in the air through the vacant mid-on area, out down towards long on. Bahanan comes in, picks up, but the single is taken. Taylor will keep the strike. Not necessarily a good thing from Leicestershire's point of view, but the run will do. 10 to win for the Foxes from the last 2 overs. 7 wickets in hand. They should do it.
10 to win from 12 deliveries. Yeah, that Croft innings, 52 not out. He batted for 289 minutes. Faced 185 deliveries for his unbeaten 52. It's a magnificent half-century for Lancashire in the context of today. And Ackerman, a completely different half-century, but equally as outstanding for his side. 2 contrasting different ways to reach a half-century, both absolutely vital at that particular time for each respective side. Brilliant stuff by Croft earlier, wonderful stuff by Ackerman at the minute, and Leicestershire with Tom Taylor and with Colin Ackerman in the middle. Under cloudy skies here on the banks of the River Severn. We're playing at a neutral venue Worcestershire playing host to this game between Lancashire and Leicestershire. Old Trafford, Emirates Old Trafford, not available due to international commitments. The local lockdown in Leicester made Grace Road unavailable for this game as well. So we travel down the M5 to Worcester for this opening Bob Willis fixture between these two sides. The venue hasn't let us down, albeit the pitch has been a bit slow and sluggish, but the game has been magnificent, and both sets of players have played their part, and Leicestershire have been so far to this stage absolutely outstanding, to have taken 20 wickets as they have done, and it puts them within 10 runs of victory.
You're not missing any cricket here, because a long conversation is going on between Alex Davies and Dane Willis, and who is going to bowl? Tom Bailey's going to come on and bowl from the Diglis end here, for those who know New Road, in front of the Basil d'Oliveira stand. He did open up from the New Road end. He bowled 6 overs, went for 54 runs, mainly thanks to the last over when he was collared by Harry Dearden for consecutive sixes. 2 for 54. Bailey's figures at the moment. Well, whatever happens, this is going to be his last over of the game. Tom Taylor is going to be on strike. 10 to win for Leicestershire. 12 balls to get them.
This is like T20 cricket, isn't it? You go to your best bowler for the penultimate over.
Yeah. In charges Bailey. Bowls down the leg side, thumps into the pad and trickles out down towards square leg. I'm sure that will be a leg by. Davies started to appeal. Bailey didn't bother. It was going well down the leg side, and indeed umpire Rob White does signal a leg by. 9 off 11.
Yeah, it's in T20 cricket, it's this over, this penultimate one, where the chasing side, the batting side, tries to get the bulk of the runs, try and get it done in this over, don't take it to the last. So teams often go to their best bowler at this stage.
Bailey charges in, bowls to Ackerman, who goes for the big drive, inside edge. It's going to run down to fine leg for 4. Between the wicketkeeper and the stumps. Well, everything is going Ackerman's way now. He picks up 4, moves on to 72 from just 40 balls, 145 for 3, just 5 to win now for Leicestershire from 10, beg your pardon, is that correct? 10 balls, because that was just the second ball, wasn't it? The first one thumped into the pad of Taylor, leg by was taken, so 5 off 10. Leicestershire are almost there. What a win this may be for the Foxes. Bailey is in to Ackerman, who drives firmly into the ground off the front foot. It bounces past Bailey down towards Long On, who comes off the ropes to get it. Bit surprised there is still a Long On, actually, to be quite honest. 4 to win. From 9 balls, you might as well bring him in, mightn't you? I don't know. It looks like a lost cause for Lancashire now. What a game this has been, though, and what a defensive fight they've put up. But I think in the end, if this is the end, just the inexperience of the bowlers, that was a factor. They gave their all, and I thought Hartley bowled wonderfully, really. None of them bowled poorly. Moulton will be unhappy, possibly, not having picked up a wicket, but even so, they gave Lancashire their very utmost. Field is now coming in. Danny Lamb being summoned from third man. Davies, Alex, the wicket-keeper that is pointing to square leg, possibly. A few hands on hips out there. The offside has all come in. There are still a couple of fielders out on the boundary on the leg side at mid-wicket, and deep backward square, well, long leg really, in front of the battered hotel.
It's been peppered, that hotel, hasn't it?
It has. I don't know what it's made of, but it's something hard. It's not, thankfully, nothing falling off it. Bailey is coming in. 4 to win, comes in, bowls to Taylor, who hits to mid-wicket. That could be it. It is it. Leicestershire have won a quite extraordinary first-class game of cricket here at Worcester's New Road. They have beaten Lancashire by 7 wickets with just, let's see now, 8 balls available to play in the game. Wonderful game, and you heard the cheer from the Leicestershire balcony. It means so much to the Foxes. It's been the start of a new era at the start of this season, and what a start to that new era it's been. They kept on coming throughout the game. It's a young side, only 2 players who are aged 30 or over, and that young side led sensationally by the captain Colin Ackerman, who's finished 73 not out, having scored 95 in the first inning, having picked up wickets and having captained his side brilliantly, have pulled off an extraordinary win.
Congratulations to Leicestershire. Yeah, magnificent victory for them across the 4 days. A brilliant game of 4-day cricket. Going right the way down to the final few balls of the match. Their captain, Colin Ackerman, 73 not out. He made 95 not out in the first innings. He's picked up a couple of wickets on the way. He's skippered the side superbly. He'll get a fantastic reception from his teammates. Sadly, there's no Leicester supporters, obviously, inside the ground. The game being played behind closed doors. But his teammates will come out and give him a richly deserved round of applause, because he's led them superbly, and Richard, and he's a fantastic win for Leicestershire. Brilliant stuff for them.
It is, and well, even if they don't go on to win any more games in this competition, well, what a huge lift it's been. And well, they're not shaking hands, they're touching elbows in the approved style. Ackerman's smiling, but he looks quite tired as he comes off, and he should do, because what a magnificent effort. It has been a leading effort by the captain. The Lancashire side look a little bit down, understandably. Stephen Croft in particular, who came so close to saving the game for his side. But it's been a quite amazing game of first-class cricket, and shows why it is the greatest form of the game, and why we've missed it so much. It swung one way, it swung the other. It looked at many stages today as though Lancashire had done enough almost to save the game, and another couple of overs perhaps, and they would have done so. Well, hopefully if the rest of this competition lives up to some of the games that have been finished today, that have been played today, it is going to be a quite sensational month of first-class cricket.
Yes, wins for Derbyshire, wins for Yorkshire, wins for Leicestershire, wins for Worcestershire, for Somerset, for Essex, for Middlesex, for Sussex, a draw between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. But what a terrific start to the Bob Willis Trophy in terms of drama and excitement. Lancashire will have to try and dust themselves down and go again at Durham on Saturday. They will be bolstered by the return of a number of senior players to their team. They're expecting Liam Livingston, Saqib Mahmood, Richard Gleeson, Graham Onions and Luke Wood all to be fit for that match at Durham. So it will be a much changed Lancashire team. The youngsters on debut, George Balderson, Tom Hartley and Ed Moulton, will remember their debut for different reasons. But I suspect that there's a decent chance that they probably won't feature up at Durham in a week's time. But this game belongs to Leicestershire. They've been magnificent across the 4 days. There's elements of it which Lancashire will take heart and encouragement from. But Leicestershire, having bowled Lancashire out twice, they've taken 20 wickets on a pretty flat pitch. Is a fantastic effort, and they've beaten Lancashire here by 7 wickets.